What are your best examples of people cheating the system? I'll start. When I was in college, I had this meal plan, where the school essentially took my actual money and turned it into campus dollars that could only be spent at school dining halls and cafes. I didn't mind so much until the end of the semester, when I was informed that any unspent campus dollars would go away. I had more than $100 left, and only a day to spend them. Here's what I did. I went to the nicest campus restaurant, the one where you're supposed to take your parents when they come to visit. Basically, a real restaurant with waitstaff that also happened to take campus dollars. I got the most expensive thing on the menu and then called the waiter over. I asked him if I could tip him in campus dollars, and he said yes. I asked him if he would have immediate access to those campus dollars in the form of actual money, and he said yes, so I made him a deal. I gave him a monster tip, and he gave me half of it back in actual money. Many years later, I'm still proud of this. I made a service day, screwed the man, and got my money back. I used to work in a camera store that sold warranties. No matter how the camera broke, they would fix it or replace it under the warranty. The only problem was that the store would ship off the camera to be repaired, sometimes for months, up to 5 times, before replacing it. So, let's say your battery cover breaks off. You ship it off, and 6 weeks later it's back. But it's really a brand defect, so the cover pops off again. They won't replace the whole piece or give you another camera. You're out the camera for months while it's being fixed. They keep selling the defective camera and the warranties. I got tired of faking over customers. I thought it was dishonest. I read the contract myself and found an interesting clause. If the camera was so physically damaged that it was obvious it couldn't be fixed, we could take a pic of it and send that instead. The person immediately got a new camera. When people would come in with a camera with a defect I'd seen 100 times, I'd ask if they just wanted a new one, the next model up, without the defect. They'd say yes, and I'd tell them to take it out into the parking lot and run over it with their car. I'd pile the pieces on the counter, take a pic, and give them their new, non-defective camera. I slept fine. I'm from Northern Ireland, and when ordering stuff online I'd always write Belfast, Ireland on it instead of NI. The post'll still get there, as yes, technically Belfast's in Ireland, p. The post would be directed via the Dublin sorting office instead of coming into the UK routes. 9 times out of 10, the Dublin sorting office would just send it on up to Belfast, instead of forwarding it to Royal Mail in London, who would then slap a huge import bill on it, whereas the Southern Irish Postal Service can't charge me import, as I'm a UK citizen. The Republic of Ireland couldn't give a fuck if the Queen's out of pocket over a few quid. My granddad was a Royal Mail postman for years. He taught me that 1p edit. For anyone who's confused, if you live in Northern Ireland, which is part of the UK, you have to pay UK import tax on stuff you buy from outside the EU. If you write Ireland as your address instead of NI, the parcel will be sent to the Republic of Ireland, different country, same island, who usually forward straight to you instead of sending it back to the UK, so you can charged. It's a sneaky way of avoiding import tax. Back in high school I discovered that if you call any questions/comments number on a food product, you could make up literally anything and get a coupon for a free whatever it was. So for instance we'd call Bisquick pancake mix and say we bought a jar of mix, but inside we found 3 already made pancakes, shit like that, just nonsensical stuff. We did it so much that we'd pile up the coupons, go to the grocery store and check out a full cart of groceries and just hand the cashier a stack of these coupons and not pay a cent for hundreds of dollars worth of groceries. We did that multiple times, and eventually the big companies, Kraft, General Mills, ECT, catch on and you have to use different names and addresses. I'll never forget the exasperation of the poor person on the other end of the line when I told them the chicken patties I bought just get more frozen every time I put them in the microwave. The kids are outside playing hockey with the fucking thing right now. This is bullshit. If you want to cancel your cell phone contract without paying a fee, pull up the provider service map. Find a huge hole in the map, like a desert out west. Look for a town name in that map. Tell them you're moving to Putsachateorka, Arizona and you want to cancel because they don't provide service there. Boom 3 times now 3 times edit. I've done it with add to time, Veras and the other. Last time was at in 2011. Point bonus cheat for over 1k upvotes. If you get ticket NDC from an automatic traffic camera, wait 3 or 4 months then write a letter saying I called on A, B, C, X, Y, Z, and I wrote letters on Q, R, S, and I have never received a response. If I'm one, not contacted this erroneous ticket this week or 2, the ticket is not dismissed this week, I will be filing charges at X courthouse. FYI, there aren't really any charges you can press. But the ticketing is run by a for-profit company. Their job is to ignore complaints, unless it looks like you are going to make trouble. I've had 10 plus tickets dismissed this way over the past 5 years. No one will probably see this, because there are so many comments. But here it goes. This may not be as much about beating the system as it is about being a persistent enough pain in the ears to get what I had worked for. For length's sake, pertinent details only, a professor in my second college refused to grant me the credits for work I'd done in my previous school. Long story. She was supposed to, but because she was a bigwig of sorts, no one challenged her in my behalf. My diploma was withheld on graduation day. The secretary smugly told me the dean was too busy to speak with me, and that I was out of luck. Now, I knew he was always on the office phone attached to the fax, so I took advantage of that. I went home, found all my original papers, 70 or 80-ish, and the moment his line went free, I began faxing the papers. One after the other, a never fact-ending stream of documents. After sending the 40th or so paper, my mom's phone rang. Picked it up, and the secretary was almost in a panic. She said I was tying up the line. The dean approved my papers, and he said, "Can you just please stop and come get your diploma?" Which I did. On my graduation day. Okay, where to start? My girlfriend runs a salon. One of her employees, we will call her Cassie, has a kid with a deadbeat guy. Cassie and her man friend are drug addicts and very irresponsible parents, and for all purposes bottom feeders. The baby is now just over 12 months or so, and is diagnosed with cancer. Cassie tells my girlfriend she can no longer work, because she wants time at home with her son, that she had never cared about before this. A week later, Cassie revisited the salon and brags about how the state of Ohio is paying her son's medical bills and she doesn't have to pay a dime. Cool deal, I guess. The plot thickens. She has the balls to ask my girlfriend in the same conversation to have a fundraiser for her child's medical bills because Cassie cannot afford them. My girlfriend is blown away by this, especially considering Cassie quit her job. She politely declines. Cassie leaves. A few days later, Cassie is on the local news with her deadbeat boyfriend sobbing about how she can't pay the medical bills and cannot find work. She asks people to donate to an account at a local bank. The money is rolling in at this point. Cassie appears later at the salon to get a full service cut and color, nails, and shows off the new clothes she had purchased, etc. And before we know it, her son and her crying mug are all over Facebook and the news. Car washes are being held, spaghetti dinners, donation bins at local businesses, you name it, all to pay for medical bills already being paid by the state of Ohio. A few months pass, and so does the child. Very sad indeed. The day after the funeral, Cassie posts on Facebook pictures of her out partying it up at a local club, and soon after there is a benefit dinner being held for Cassie to pay for funeral expenses, and she wants to start a charity for cancer research. Now, this is a short version of the story, but faked up nonetheless. I've urged my girlfriend to report this to someone, but she hasn't out of fear of retaliation. It's too bad that people play on others' feelings and take advantage of the system like this. Felt good to vent. When I was in college there was a pay-by-the-hour parking lot right next to the College of Business. Accounting major, the university charged $1 an hour to use the parking lot, or you could park 2 miles away, wait for a bus, and then ride it to and from campus. Being the savvy business student I was, every year at the beginning of the fall semester I would park in the pay lot, buy a ticket, and then run home and enter it into a spreadsheet. I'd record the first day of classes as day 1 in the first field and then enter the ticket number that I had received that day in a separate field. Needless to say, after 3 weeks, I would have a strong enough amount of data to plot a line of best fit using simple algebra that I had learned in college and was able to predict a ticket number for any given day. I'd then scan a ticket into my school laptop and use Photoshop to edit the date, time, and ticket number. Printed that beach out, stuck it in my window, and cashed in on free parking. Sure, it was a bit dangerous, but it saved me a shit ton of time and money. Plus, my argument if I was ever caught was to explain that I used those skills that the university had taught me in my courses to take advantage of a flawed system. My ethics teacher would have been pissed, but I know my management and econ professors would have been proud. I have a complicated cheating the system on my iPhone. There is a particular app that awards endpoints whenever you do certain things in the app. The first time you open it each day, when you watch one of the news stories, that kind of thing. Well, those endpoints you could trade in later for tons of things, including Amazon gift cards. 5k endpoints was a $5 Amazon gift card. Watching a 10-minute video was worth, in the beginning, about 300 meter points. The trick was that you could drag the bar to the end of the video and it would still trigger the endpoints. Basically, you could make about $5 a minute the first day they opened it. My buddy and I stayed up super late that night and made several $100s in Amazon gift cards that night, which were just a coupon code you attached to your Amazon account. The next morning they reduced the value from 300 to something like 100 points. Still worth it, in that you could make 1/3 of the money, which was essentially free. The final blow was when they reduced the amount to something like 10 points, then it became too much point in the end. After about a week, we bought 2 high-end gaming computers, parts then assembled, from nearly scratch. We already had a tower and power supply for one, but the other was completely built for free, courtesy the SAP point was incredible. In undergrad, parking where you don't belong gets you a ticket. I always parked where I didn't belong, teacher and visitor lots especially, because everything else was taken, and these were right up close to my dorm/class, so unpaid tickets accumulate and are then applied to your tuition balance, so that you must pay them before you can register for the next semester, or before you get your diploma, in the case of seniors, but as a member of the honors college, I was on 100% tuition scholarship. So these tickets were tacked on and then wiped clear. They caught on about halfway through junior year, but by then I had literally wallpapered an entire wall of my room with over $2,000 worth of blue parking tickets. I think I still have a huge stack of them and can edit this comment with a picture of them if there's interest. TLDR, college parking tickets were added to my tuition, which was covered by scholarship, so I parked wherever the hell I wanted. I used to work at Walden Books back in the day. There was a dude who used to routinely come in and buy bargain books. He would then go home and come back another time with the bargain books with the stickers ripped off to return them and claim he didn't have a receipt. We would then have to give him store credit for the price that the books rang up as, always more than the discounted bargain sticker. He would then come back at a later time and use the store credit to buy full priced books. He would then come back one final time and return the books with a receipt for cash. It used to irritate me when he would do this, because I knew what he was doing, and there wasn't anything I could do about it. Interestingly enough, this very same man would become a supervisor of mine at another place I worked at later, and was a pretty cool guy. I never mentioned to him that I knew about his scheme, but even if I told him, he would have given zero facts. Yup. I signed up for them in early high school and got like 20 CDs delivered. When my mom found out, she went apeshit and asked how I had gotten them without a credit card. I told her how I just gave my name and address ECT point on the website, and she immediately changed her tone. She actually told me to order as many as I liked and not to worry about it. About 50 CDs or so later, I got a letter from them that said that I was severely late on my payment, so my account was being suspended. So I went to my mom to have her pay it. Well, as it turns out, she starts laughing and grabs the letter and calls the 800 number on the bill. After providing my account information, the lady tells my mom that she needs to pay, and that's when my mother tells her that she would not be paying, as in the state we were in, a minor cannot enter into any contract under the age of 18, so the contract was void. The lady was quiet for a while and thanked my mom and hung up. Free CDS. Back in the day in high school, we had our huge junior term paper to do. Our teacher absolutely required that we have some ridiculous amount of like 100 note cards, all with individual quotes on them, citations from the numerous sources we were supposed to have collected and read for this research paper. Most of us in the class hated this teacher and she hated most of us. I think none of us were actually making the 100 note card citations and keeping them in little boxes and then organizing them. It was ridiculous. So when the note card deadline came up in like February or whatever, almost no one had all the note cards. I got busted in class for not having them, and she called my parents and told them to talk with me because she thought I was a druggy burnout who didn't do anything. Actually, I had done like 50 legit cards, but one kid in class had made 0 faking note cards. The night before, he just made up a sheet ton of quotes and fake names and put them on cards and put them in his box. Teacher thinks he's a goody two shoes, so pulls out his box from the pile in the front of the whole class, flips to a random card, and reads the quote, which is 100% made up the night before. It was something like, "We are the molemen, we must make it over that hill. We are the greatest warriors to ever live. General Mole, 1942. We were all like, oh shit, he is faked." Teacher raises an eyebrow. "General Mole, Jonathan?" And I shit you not, without skipping a beat, kid replies, "Yeah. You mean to tell me you don't know who General Mole is? One of the greatest French generals in World War II?" And she's like, oh, puts the card back in the box and moves on to the next person. To bust point, what a bastard. We all hated him for that sheet, cause he didn't do any of the work we were supposed to, but I still respect him for faking pulling the wool over that lady's eyes so easily. Wish I could bullshit like that. Told to me by a master sergeant I worked with. He worked in an old, rundown set of offices on base. They had crappy linoleum floors, and the airmen in the building spent hours every week mopping and polishing the floors because, hey, free labor. A buddy of his worked in a nicer building and mentioned that their building had carpet, but it was in terrible shape. They were supposed to get new carpeting in a few weeks. The first NCO called up base civil engineering, since they maintain the buildings. He asked to have carpet installed in his building. They told him that the command that owned the building had to pay to have carpets installed, and his command did not do that. He asked about his friend's building, since they were in the same command. He was told that replacing carpet was different. Once it was installed, replacements came out of the base's budget, not the command's. When the carpet was replaced at the newer building, he took a bunch of airmen over and got the old worn out carpet out of the dumpsters. They spent a weekend spreading out in their building. A couple of weeks later, he called up civil engineering, had an inspector come out, and pointed out their carpets were worn out. He had new carpets 3 months later. TLDR, any bureaucracy breeds workers able to survive in a bureaucracy. In the military, it is a different kind of money to have carpet installed versus carpet replaced. When I was in high school, I had a Spanish teacher who was nuts. Old lady who spent her whole day looking at fashion magazines. Every night she would give us pointless busy work of taking home 50 words in Spanish and writing each one 10 times, which translates to having to write 500 words every night and wasting like 10 pages of paper. One day, while I was watching her grade them in class, I saw she was simply reading the name of the top and writing it in the grader book as being received. She was going too fast to actually be reviewing the work, so I put it to a test. Every day I turned in the same exact homework, same words from a random night I had done in the past. Every day she gave me credit, as if I had turned in a new assignment. I got by every day having to do no homework, and never got caught. Even if I had, I could have pulled the old, oops, I must have grabbed the wrong one off my desk this morning. Excuse point edit. Some more I thought of. Another trick from school was the old, show your work scam in middle school. I just had 5 sheets of notebook paper with random math scribbled on them. I had bad handwriting, which makes this easier, and would attach these 5 pages to the back of each page of pure answers. so I never had to show my work and would just reuse the same work. I could always do math in my head. Even today my brain works like a calculator and I hated having to waste time showing my work when I wanted to write it in my head. And finally, had a stupid computer class that was just some sad middle-aged woman with no computer skills teaching a typing class using some shitty software to calculate typing speed. I knew a system like this must have some error threshold for typists, and found it to be incredibly low at around 50% accuracy required to get credit. So, I would type the first half then hold down any key for the second half. It would give me really high word per minute scores like 100 WPM, so I had to scale it back a bit, but it allowed me to do a semester of boring typing courses in about half the time. My favorite is a personal example, actually. I work at GameStop. Employees are able to check out any pre-owned games for 4 days at a time, as long as we have at least 4 of that game in stock. We are a big store, so that's quite a few. Now, if we keep them longer than 4 days, we are supposed to pay for them. The solution? GameStop's return policy. Since it's pre-owned, I can just go to a different GameStop and return it for a full refund after I buy it for being late. So I've got to have the cash up front to cover the late fee, but I get it right back the same day. TLDR, unlimited free game rental. Since I work at GameStop. Edit. Since a bunch of people are bringing it up, yeah, the 7-day return policy applies to everyone. It's nice to be able to check out a game without having to have the cash up front though. If I keep it too long then I just hold on to it till my paycheck and buy/return it. One semester when I was in college I had a major project that was due in the morning, and I knew I would have to stay up all night to finish. I also had another assignment due for a different class, but there was no time to get it done too. The assignment was an essay that I was supposed to upload electronically to the professor before a certain deadline that evening. Thinking fast, I grabbed some random system file off my computer and opened it as a text file producing a couple of pages of random garbage characters. I then saved the file giving it the title of my assignment and turned it in. After class that day the instructor pulled me aside to let me know she had encountered a problem opening my file and asked me if I would mind re-uploading it. I told her that I didn't have it with me, but that I would send it again as soon as I got home. Finished the assignment on break after class and turned it in a day late for full credit. One of my proudest college achievements. Back in the day, I would go with my family to Atlantic City for weekend gambling junkets. Since I was only 12 or 13, I wasn't allowed in the casinos. So, I was usually left up to my own devices. I would either explore all the hotels, arcades, diners, and whatnot, or I was camped out in fairly plush rooms while getting calmed room service. Thanks to my family's gambling ways, I realized on one trip that I could watch an entire movie without having to pay for it. Basically, the movie would play for 5 or 6 minutes, and then the screen would display a message that you had to click the purchase button to continue viewing the movie. I would flip to another channel for about 20 seconds and flip back and voila, the next 5 or 6 minutes would play for free. I watched a few movies that weekend. When we were checking out, I glanced at the itemized bill and realized that the movies didn't show up. My hornballed adolescent mind immediately hatched a plan. On the next trip, and many other trips, I was entertained by hours and hours of glorious in-room porn. No one ever found out. Those systems eventually fixed the bug, but not after I fapped myself raw. TLDR, I watched Freeborn. Maids had to clean up piles of gist. My good friend lived in an old converted warehouse apartment building on the north side of Chicago next to the Brown Line. It had a parking lot for the tenants of the building and the businesses on the first floor. The landlord paid attendants, let's call them parking midgets, to basically guard the lot. If you lived there you could park there, but for everyone else it was an exorbitant fee. The parking midgets worked from about 8 AM to 9 PM. Anyone who's driven in Chicago knows that finding parking is generally a nightmarish, beastly experience. Anyway, I'd hang out with my buddies in this building a good deal. Their apartment was nice and big. We'd play music and drink tequila sometimes until 6 in the morning. The way I worked it was, I'd pull into this lot right after the parking midgets had gone home on a Friday night, then leave it there all weekend, until they left on Sunday. They never saw me enter the lot, and thus could never charge me anything. Eventually I got lazy, and they started recognizing me and my car. These parking midgets began to demand money, to which I'd pull out my empty pockets. Perhaps setting free a lone moth pointer cat and mouse game persisted for about a month until one day I was walking down the street to go into my friend's apartment. My car was parked in its usual spot. One of these fiendish parking midgets slinked over and stepped in between me and the front door, saying, "You owe me over $200 and you still keep parking here. I know you own that silver Honda and I'm calling the towing company right now." He read off my license plate number. "Fuck you," I said, and I went upstairs. Knowing a tow truck would be pulling in this lot to impound my car, I clambered out the third-story window in my friend's living room and onto a fire escape where I could perch over the parking lot and observe the devilish parking midgets standing their guard. I slowly scaled down the fire escape, which dropped me behind some dumpsters in the far end of the lot. I knew that if I could wait here until a train came by on the brown line I could run to my car and start it without them hearing. A train came within minutes and I knew it was my chance. I raced to my car, opening the passenger door from a crouch, jumped across to the wheel, and turned the ignition. Keep in mind these L trains are very loud, and this one was literally right above this parking lot. Before that train had passed I'd accelerated past the parking midgets and onto Wells Avenue before they knew what hit them point, and my car was not towed that day. Bet 365 have an offer whereby you deposit £200. Bet it and get £200 free money. You can't withdraw that money though until you've played through the deposit and the bonus 3 times, so effectively you have to deposit £200. Bet £200 then bet another £800. If your bet wins barely sounds worthwhile. Point however by betting, say, £200 on Team A to win on Bet 365, then betting a corresponding amount on Betfair for Team A to not win. You roll over the money whilst losing about £15/20 at each stage. Odds are always lower on Bet 365 and Betfair take a percentage of winnings. Anyway, after all that you have, at worst, £150 of free money for about an hour's research, account setting up, and betting. Point the best part is that I set up a business where I explained this to people and said I'd do it for them and give them £100. I'd keep anything above that. After doing it for my uni flatmates I'd made enough to buy an iPad, but figured I could do it for friends of friends who hadn't heard about my promise of £100 for £50. I'd make about £100 per person. It'd convince. Point most people didn't quite trust the idea. It sounded too good to be true, but by asking enough people to ask their friends, offering a mini incentive for doing so, a friend and I made well over £1,000 between us. After the iPad, one time it did go wrong. I placed the bets in play, and a goal was scored, faking Ronaldo, between the 2 bets. The odds changed, and I lost about £300. Still well in the black though, and I didn't have to spend the year working a horrible bar shift. Point the only downside is a few people around thought I was doing something a bit shady. I didn't know or care about them enough to explain though. Point anyway, bit of a ramble, but it is, coincidentally, my birthday and my first ever Reddit comment. Long time browser of r/funny. But never a contributor. Not that anyone will read this. Sorry for the excessive bracketing. I have cut the cable, so I don't get many commercials in my life at all. I use adblock, so I don't get them on my browser either. It's improved my mental health significantly. I make choices based more, if not entirely, on rational considerations, rather than urges inspired by ads that do a better job reaching my deep brain than they do the surface part of it. The silencing of repetitious messages designed to spur a feeling of inadequacy has, unsurprisingly, increased my sense of fulfillment and adequacy. Point the system wants me to want things, and it wants me to confuse those needs with wants. By refusing to let them transmit those messages to me, I make smarter choices and feel better about myself. Point before you think that's not cheating. Remember that every advertiser thinks getting the products their ads pay for without seeing those ads is cheating. Point at it. When I was in college, we figured out a way to put a dime or a nickel into the candy machine in the dorm basement and hold down a combination of buttons. We'd get several snacks as well as more change than we'd even put into the machine. I got fat and did laundry for free for a year. For a while, when payphones were still a thing, there was the grand tradition of red boxing, basically recording or generating the internal tones that payphone made when you dropped a quarter in and playing them into the microphone when the payphone asked you to deposit money. Point that's been long gone for a while now, but a year or two ago, Google made it easy to make free calls again through their short-lived Google 411 service. Essentially, Google had an actually really useful 411 service where you would dial 1-800-GOOGY-411 and get an automated voice-activated directory service, and they would connect the call for you entirely free. What some people were doing was creating their own business by submitting a fake address with their real phone number to Google Maps. They would pick an obscure name that would be unlikely to be searched for. Google would call your number to confirm the address, and then you would simply go back to your fake listing and change the number to, say, a voice conference service or a long distance friend. Point actually, now that I'm thinking about it, you might have had to use one of those free VoIP call forwarding services too and get Google to point to that so you could change it. It's been a while. Point I still miss Google 411. Before the era of widespread smartphones, it was amazing to get a few instant Google services from any phone. From the B3TAR newsletter, I once ordered a lemonade at a cafe in Nike. They gave me the cup at the checkout to serve myself from the dispenser. I put in some ice and filled my plastic 500ml cup with soft drink mix. Unfortunately, I filled it too close to the brim for easy transportation. I took a couple of refreshing sips to lower the level in the cup. At this point I could have just walked away. Some nights I lie in bed racked with remorse, asking again and again, why didn't I just walk away? But a horrible plan had formed, driven by all-consuming greed. I didn't care who I destroyed, how many laws I broke. I checked the ladies at the register. Busy. I looked up. No CCTV. My heart pounding, I returned and topped up my drink again with more lemonade than I had paid for. Exiting rather too quickly, I spilled a little, probably losing more than I had illegally gained. Even in my car I wasn't safe until at least a few miles away. The drinks holder was too small for the cup, so I drank the whole thing too quickly to really enjoy it. It's a crime I've had to live with for the rest of my days. I never went back to that Ike again. I can't, the risk is too great. I'd gambled and won, but if they recognized me, I could lose everything. Come what may. When I was in the army, at 8, we had our last chance to turn in damaged uniforms without paying for the replacements. I was right behind Lopez as he went up to the counter and told the lady there that he had been given the wrong size cap. He had one size 8 that fit and one size 7, 1/4 that didn't. He asked if she could replace it. No, honey, Georgia nice, I can only replace damaged uniform components, she said, casually pulling a seam ripper out of her pocket, placing it on the counter, and turning away. I'm guessing Lopez didn't have a mom who sewed, because he just looked at it and up at her, wondering what was going on. I reached past him, grabbing the seam ripper and the cap. A quick zip sound later, and the lady turned around, looked at the cap and said, "Oh, honey, you didn't say it was ripped. You need a size 8, then." Not sure if we were putting one over on the man or just participating in a really stupid system. Stayed in through Gulf War so I think I know the answer. So way back in the day I bought an Xbox 360 on launch day. I was a student and pretty broke, so this purchase cleaned me out. I had to wait in line 24 hours to get 1. Fast forward about 12.5 months of super intense use, and my 360 red ringed, broke. This problem wasn't well known yet, and Microsoft refused to help. What was a broke student still paying off the bill for the original purchase to do? Easy. Withdraw $500 cash from an ATM and purchase a new Xbox 360. Carefully open the box using a hairdryer to bypass the security labels. Same for all the tags on this box itself. Then, remove all the guts from the news box and transplant them into my dead one. Then, because I was spiteful, I weighed my broken parts on a kitchen scale and proceeded to hot glue about 2/3 of a brick into the plastic shell. I sealed this box back up and returned it for cash again. I'm sure the Microsoft tech that examined that returned unit had a good time diagnosing it. Internal brick won't power on or accept a disk. One day when I was in college, I was walking through one of the on-campus parking lots back to my dorm when I saw these two guys trying to sell high-quality surround sound systems out of their car. I recognized one of them from my high school. He was a grade older than me and a general putz. Out of curiosity, I listened to their spiel. It was some obviously bogus pitch about how they were installing them in the Whittemore Center, but they ordered too many by accident and blah blah blah. Just looking at the boxes, you could tell they were cheap Chinese knockoffs and worth probably nothing. I could clearly tell they were excited they had hooked me, so I told them I just had to run over to the ATM to get the $300 they wanted. After a few minutes, I went back and told them I only had $301 in my checking account and I needed $3 to deposit first so I could withdraw the $300 and not get hit with an overdraft fee because the different bank ATM charge. So foaming at the mouth, they give me $3 and I wander back over to the ATM. I ducked around the back and across campus to my dorm, $3 richer, but mostly just entertained that I conned the con men. Because I hate Walmart, some friends and I set up an elaborate plot to fuck Walmart out of some money. You start with two groups of people, at least 2 people in each group. Group A goes into store, while Group B waits outside. Group A purchases expensive item, like a huge faking HD TV, and takes the back exit out of the store. As soon as they meet you outside, Group B takes the receipt from Group A for the item they just bought. Group B then goes in, puts duplicate item in shopping cart and heads straight for front doors. If the door checker asks for your receipt, give them the one you took from Group A. They will see that it's a receipt for the item you are carrying, and it's from about 5 minutes ago. They will wave you through the door. You then take the duplicate item to a different Walmart location and return it for cash, leaving you with 1 copy of the item and all your money back, because fuck Walmart. I worked at a electronics store, let's just call it Stereo Hut, and my particular store was an outlet which was basically a dumping spot for all of the Stereo Hut's damaged or box damaged items that were shipped to the individual huts, but then returned because they couldn't sell it in that condition. So I was the only person who knew what was coming in, when and how much of it. All the invoices were not in the corporate system. So most of the time only 5 out of 20 boxes on a pallet were damaged. Since we purchased all these items at 1/3 of their cost, our store could turn around and sell the good boxes at full price, thus generating a large profit. This was our cover from any nosy suits that once in a while would show up looking at our paperwork. As for the damaged items, they were ours for the taking. I was in high school and I had my entire room outfitted with electronics. It was like the bad cave for podheads. I went into my senior year of HS with 9 credits. You need 18 to graduate. I signed up for the work program and got out of school 4 hours early and was granted a few extra credits. I dropped the mandatory gym, Thai guidance office, and replaced it with a credit inquire. I dropped a history class and replaced it with a shop class. Found a history class I took for $50 through the mail that was recognized by school as 3 credits, and also took a 2 credit English class the same way. These correspondence classes took about 2 hours of my time to fill in the workbooks. The final exams for these classes were taken in an unsupervised room with students of every subject taking exams. After they finished, we all made Xerox copies at the request of the lazy staff who needed duplicates. Everyone made copies for others taking the same test at a later date. I was handed a copy of my future history test and aced the English without trying. TLDR graduated HS without trying and got out 4 hours earlier than you. I have a pretty good list of these. I used to get to the front of the line on a certain roller coaster at a theme park where I live. You would exit the coaster at a different spot than where you boarded, but the loose article cupboards were right by the front of the line near the rear seats of the coaster. So, when I got to the ride initially and saw there was a huge line, I would walk to the exit, open the gate to the loose article station, then just get in line for the rear seats. Never had to wait more than 5 minutes to ride that ride. Point at my college, there is a 15 minutes parking spot in the lot for the building that my major was in. That became my spot. Campus police tried ticketing me one time for it, but I appealed it because the ticket said I was parked in a faculty lot, but I informed them that I was in the 15 minutes spot, and they apologized and tore up the ticket. Point I noticed that one of the buildings on my campus was vacant on the 3rd floor because they moved all of the offices to another building that had just been remodeled. Had my own bathroom and break room till I graduated. Nothing better than pupping at school and not having to worry about foot traffic. Point in the same building, I noticed that the stairs went all the way to the roof. The only thing keeping people from walking out on the roof was a padlock that needed a key to be unlocked. So I went and bought my own padlock that came with a key and cut the existing one off with some bolt cutters and put my own lock on the door. I had rooftop access. I even took some folding chairs up there, and every now and then my friend and I would take a couple 6-packs with us and sit on the roof for a few hours in the evening. It was easy and quick to get up to the roof cause the elevator was right by the side entrance of the building and it let off right beside the rooftop door. I thought about taking a grill up there and having a cookout with a few friends, but just never got around to it. My chairs are still up there. I should probably go get them. I thought about passing the key down to a worthy sophomore or junior, but forgot to before I graduated. I suppose I could still go back to campus sometime and surprise some kid with a cool gift. Maybe someday. My lock might not even be there anymore. Point I felt like Ferris Bueller with my private lavatory and rooftop access. There's this guy who comes to my theater who literally has not paid for a movie ticket in 5 years. We have a bonus card that allows people to build up points every time it was swiped. What this guy has done is accumulated enough points to be in the high earners club, meaning he has earned more than 250 points. The system is supposed to cap your daily point earnings at 25 between box office and concession, but this guy has found a way around it, earning himself between 60 to 100 points each visit. Rewards are given every 50 points, free SM popcorn, free SM drink, free movie ticket, respectively. So that means every time he comes, he gets something for free. Point the way he does it is only coming on Thursdays, where the people in the high earners club get an extra 10 points when they purchase tickets. There are also certain movies that have point bonuses, so what he'll do is get his movie ticket for the day with the extra 10 point bonus for using his card, go back to the box office to buy another ticket for a promotional movie for another 20 points, then rinse and repeat for any other movies with extra points. If he doesn't want the tickets, he shows up the day and time he bought the ticket and claims he can't use them in order to get free passes. You might say though, I thought you said he never bought the tickets. Here's the kicker. He goes onto sites like eBay and buys movie cash for pennies on the dollar. He can get literally $100 worth of movie cash codes for $25 points. So to review, this is what he does. Buys movie cash online, redeems them at the theater, and has us swipe his bonus card, earns free rewards, movie tickets, redeems more movie cash for promotional movies, and again gets his card swiped. Gets up to 25 extra points, turns in unused tickets for readmission passes. It's extremely elaborate, and I've observed/figured out the entire process over the course of the past year. My ex was a master at manipulation and thievery. Think Catwoman. She finished her undergraduate degree in half the time and had a ridiculous GPA while doing almost no work. Here are some system cheats she had done. She would start the year by going on Amazon and buying every teacher's answer book to all her textbooks. This would give her an easy, no hassle method of getting the assignments on paper as fast as possible. Let's say she wanted a good mark on her physics labs. She would dress up like a prostitute and go to the physics society and ask for help before class. The guys would be drooling over an attractive woman interested in physics, so they would do just about anything. The brilliant part of this is that most teachers' assistants would also be society members, and in most universities they use this society room as a staff room before classes start. After a few weeks she was sleeping with one guy in every society who was responsible for grading her assignments and tests. At this point she would start getting assignments back where you could see the tar had erased an error and fixed it for her. From here she found 2 professors whose dozens of classes comprised the majority of her curriculum. She started fooling around with them sexually and became their tars. As a teacher's assistant she had access to all the tests and assignments for her entire course load as well as ties to other tars and her professors. Every assignment she did would come out on top regardless of content point. For her electives and random other classes she did not have a connection in, she would highly research the professors online and only choose horny young men teaching bird classes. She would dress like a naughty schoolgirl with a plaid skirt and no undies and flash the professors during class while smiling at them. In one such class I remember her and a friend working together on a project and passing it in separately, aloud in this context. Both assignments were completely identical, yet my ex managed to score 25% higher grade point in the classes she was grading for. She would scout out poor students and contact them under the guise of tutoring and charge them for better grades and answers. She controlled them talking by making sure the mark was a bumbling, nerdy male with a girlfriend, so she had a method to blackmail them if things got bad, i.e. she could imply they rapped her during tutoring and or they were setting up their tar in an attempt to get better grades, etc. She then started collecting papers from all around the school, which she used to go through and reword and sell them to undergraduates for $25/page point. We dated for 3 years and I have hundreds of these quips. At a college I went to, all students are required to live in the dorms for the first 2 years. This also includes required meal passes to the campus cafeterias and extra fees here and there for dormitory maintenance sheet. I did not want to pay all that extra money to live in a cubicle for 7 months, so I ended up lying about my place of residence. Turns out, there is a small policy that isn't often talked about that says you are allowed to live off campus if you live within a certain number of miles within the college, and it has to be with either your parents, relatives, or legal guardians. My old home is actually within a set of distance, so I simply said I was commuting from my parents' home. I was actually living in an apartment right off campus. So faking simple, and I saved myself over $20,000 for it. I also know tons of other people who do this all the time and the college doesn't even check. They only check if there is residence/address discrepancy. TLDR, want to save a shit ton of money for college? Look into their residence policies before living in the dorms. This'll probably get buried, but my employer, like many tech companies, has a rather substantive patent bonus, which can be split by up to 2 inventors with each getting the full amount, and then is prorated across inventors if there are more. The patent system has this little quirk where you patent ideas and not implementations, and so the things you patent don't actually have to work. One of the product managers I know was hosting an intern, and she assigned him some homework every week on the shuttle ride home. Just dream up some crazy idea and file an invention disclosure for it, listing her as the co-inventor. These would get farmed off to patent attorneys and end up as pending patents. After he left in one summer, she made enough money to afford the down payment on a house, and he made enough money to pay for college in full. And the crazy thing was that this was a win-win for everyone involved except for the American public. She and he both got large amounts of money and a large patent portfolio they can list on their resume in exchange for zero work on her part and maybe 20 to 30 hours on his. Our employer got a number of new patents for its portfolio. The lawyers billed a stunning amount of hours and have more ammunition for lawsuits. And the only thing that suffers is innovation. My late father, John, taught me this one. Whenever I'd go out traveling around the countryside, sometimes I'd run into a guy shooting at birds. This was the olden days, so it was pretty common. One day I talked to him, and he challenged me to shoot 4 birds in 60 seconds. I accepted. Well, I remembered what dad told me, and I put down the money on a bet, and just sat there, watching the birds fly around. 60 seconds would roll around, and I wouldn't have one bird shot. The guy would laugh and poke fun at me, but challenge me to put up more money on another bet. I would repeat the cycle. It would get pretty expensive, and once I spent almost all the money I had on me, I took action. I killed 4 birds within 15 seconds. He begrudgingly forfeited the money I had won, and after handing over the cash, I killed him. I put on a bandana beforehand, as it would prevent my honor from being lost. I'd wait a couple of seconds then loot his body, and he would have a ton of it on him. It was amazing. I'd then spend it on ammo, apples for my horse, moonshine, bait, property and other valuables. Great times back in the desert. Jack. I was maybe a freshman in high school when our youth group went to church camp. The first day there one of the sen was overheard talk of the camp being low on soda. We found out from our leader that the camp only restocks on the day we would be leaving due to the distance the camp was away from a store. That first night after dinner the plan was devised. Everyone would pitch in as much of their dollar sign as possible to buy up all but the diet caffeine-free sodas in the camp. There were 12 of us, and the regular staff didn't have a list of who was in what cabin. They had no idea that all the kids from the same cabin were buying all the pop. By the second afternoon we had it all. We would then sell the sodas for $2 a piece. Mind you, this was almost 20 years ago. Sodas were 0.50 cents. The second day sales were grim, and we thought we were sunk and stuck with all that soda. As fate would have it, someone forgot to turn the iron filter on for the drinking water supply that second night. Come morning everyone had a choice, either drink the orangish brown water or buy soda. Most bought soda, and we had no more worries about losing money. By the fourth day we got dirty looks everywhere we went. We decided to make peace that night by handing out free soda of what we had left at the last campfire. As I remember, I pitched in $10 and got back $20, and I was the youngest, most naive member of our cabin. I'm positive some of those guys made much more. TLDR bought all the pop at church camp and resold it for profit, making both staff and campers irate. Edit TLDR was attached. My wife used to work for a big Canadian electronics retailer. Every week a guy would come in, buy a $5 gift card, and then immediately proceed to use the gift card to buy a chocolate bar or something cheap from around the checkout. Eventually the guy started chatting with my wife, and he confided what he was doing with all the gift cards. Turns out, he had figured out that the pay stations at a bunch of the parking lots around our city would accept empty gift cards as payment. Some sort of glitch in the system. I guess maybe the computers in the pay stations thought the gift cards were credit cards. Each gift card would work to pay for parking until the system would actually try and process the payment days later and flag the card, and then he would just come get another empty gift card. This went on for months until the parking company got wise to it and I guess fixed the glitch in their system. I live in New York City. I'm not sure what it's like for Radio Shacks in other states, but here is what I would do. I don't know if the policies have changed or if they are the same, but I haven't done this in quite some time. As far as I know, Radio Shack and similar stores have something called Field Destroy, where they send out all items that are open packaged, defective or returned, and cannot be placed on the shelf again. This also goes for items that have been in inventory for a long while, I was told by a sister's ex-boyfriend. These items get tossed out. They are supposed to be destroyed, but you can sometimes find items intact. The Radio Shacks by my house didn't have dumpsters to throw all this stuff in, and the employees were usually too lazy to wreck the items, so there would be trash bags in front of the store after closing. They sometimes items they toss. Since the garbage was sorted nicely, boxes would also be out there. I would dig through the bag, looking like some kind of hobo, and find the still functional items and intact boxes. Totally free and only costed me time I had. I did this for multiple stores, but Radio Shack was specific. Point, here's where the fun starts. Radio Shack had a no questions policy, in which you could return an item for full refund with a receipt within a certain period, and other items without a receipt for store credit. No questions asked. Flash drives, MP3 players, earbuds, you name it. I gathered these items with their packaging in the trash and brought them to other Radio Shack locations, returning them because they weren't working or didn't perform up to my expectations, and like the policy lists, no questions asked. Told them it was bought at a Radio Shack, given as a gift, and I don't want it. I would get the price of these items and store credit. Not actual money, but useful towards other items when you make a few rounds here and there, and allowed it to pile up. Good times. I had a summer internship at a hospital. Two very sad stories came of it, both from nurses that worked there. Story #1, a woman arrives in the ER. She's in labor. This is kid #9. As the nurses are prepping her for a C-section, a nurse who has treated her on previous children asks, "Oh, Mrs. XXXXX, are we going to tie your tubes today as well?" The woman looks at the nurse and says, "When I want to have a raise, I have another kid. What do you have to do?" Story #2. Context: the hospital is near the border with Mexico. Many Mexican families who have immigrated to this area come into the hospital. Woman in labor, speak only Spanish, etc. After delivery, they claim to not have any money, cannot pay the hospital for services, no formula, no diapers. The hospital eats the loss, wonder healthcare expenses are out of control, and also gives them a starter kit of sorts that has a few weeks of diapers, formula, etc. Well, this nurse happened to be going off shift right after one of these families was discharged. She saw them walking to a nice, new BMW, still had the dealer's plates on, and the kids were talking about how excited they were to be bringing home a new baby brother. In English. I worked at a software company where what I did didn't matter, and nobody cared about the project or people. The day I decided I was fed up with my job was the day I began a quest to get fired. I began to close my office door to train people to think that I like to work with the door closed. On third day I would close the door and never open it on Friday. In reality, was not going to work on Fridays at all. I chose Friday so that if anyone wanted to talk with me, they would forget by Monday that I wasn't there. I would show up for work at 10, go to lunch at 11, come back at 2, then leave at 4. This would leave about 4 hours of work per day. Nobody noticed. I started to give myself really easy weekly tasks and pretend they were really hard so that I could complete the task in one day and spend the rest of the week faking off. Eventually I just started to not do any work at all. When I was asked about my progress, I would say yup, the code is checked into source control, even though not a single thing was checked in. I knew my job was null when weeks would go by and nobody ever checked to see if I really checked in any code. Nobody noticed for 6 months. Eventually I left, and I don't think they ever found out. I work in a public, state-owned hospital in administration. Since I started I've realized it's nearly impossible to be fired. Thank the unions for that. I have coworkers who do literally 1/5 the amount of work as me and are constantly late and sick. I'm talking 3 to 5 times a month kinda sick. Literally everything we do is recorded too. I can tell you exactly how my time was spent on any given day, and I can look up this information for anyone. Yet when management sees that someone spent their entire day on Facebook or Reddit, nothing is done, and I'm constantly the one sent in to clean up their mess. The other week I found out someone had been working here for the past 3 years without ever having come into work. She discovered a way to basically quit and keep her benefits. She decided to use 1 vacation day a month and got a doctor's note saying that the office environment was too stressful for her. The loophole stated that you can keep your benefits as long as you work or put in vacation or sick time, 8 hours a month. The best part being that I found all this out because she had apparently called in asking us to hold a retirement party for her. She ran out of vacation and sick days to use. This is your tax dollars hard at work, but I like to blame public unions for this mess. TLDR lady found loophole, hasn't worked in 3 years, kept public benefits. Also unions are killing the economy. Let's see. An old site, a world winner or something, let you play a free bingo game with huge prizes that you'd never win and reasonable odds of winning a quarter or something. The catch is sitting through a ton of ads. So what did my 17-year-old self do? Get a RuneScape Autominer to click through the ads and leave it alone for about half an hour at a time. Cashed out $25. Another was an adverb tournament site called Moolah, which is still around. They once allowed you to spin a bonus wheel for a cash prize when you used their search engine. At least once, it gave me random amounts of credit for every search I conducted. You guessed it, Autominer again. There must have been several hundred iterations of each random search, such as grandma, second, sulfite and improvised provolone handkerchief, before they deducted the several $100s I got, because it was fraudulent. Your goddamn product malfunctioned. How do you know I wasn't really interested in making clothing from cheese? Bastards. When I was still in high school I was dumped by my first love, fell into depression, and started skipping school to lay in bed. I know, lame. Whatever, I don't do that shit anymore. I skipped about half of my junior year of school. I achieved this by erasing the answering machine when messages were left and throwing out the letters that were sent home to my father about my attendance. He worked swing shifts, so most of the time he was at work when I was supposed to be getting myself up for school, and then when he came home from work I would already be at my job in Burger King. So, after skipping about 50 days or so, I decide it's time to get my shit together and go back to school. I get to school and my first period teacher asks me what I was doing there and then says that I should probably head down to the principal's office. Once there I was informed that I was expelled for missing school but could sign up for summer school if I would like. So I went home and enjoyed the rest of my junior year off. I told my father that I was going to summer school in order to take some extra classes that seemed interesting and to get ahead. Once summer school started I found out that the only requirement to pass the summer was to get 100% on every test on every makeup chapter for every class. The makeup classes were super easy substitutions, though. For example, earth science was used for me to make up my chemistry classes credit, while algebra was used to make up my trigonometry credit, and so on. I had the most makeup work out of any student in there, but I was the only one that figured out that instead of reading the chapters and then taking the test over them, one could just take the tests over and over again until you received a 100%. This was made possible by the fact that they were all multiple choice answers, and once you failed the tests you were told which answers were wrong. By process of elimination and common sense, I passed many tests over the course of an 8-hour day of summer school. It took me 2 weeks to make up my year's worth of work. I had 7 classes to make up. I finished them before any other student, most of which had only 1 or 2 courses to make up for. Now, when I was done I was informed that I was supposed to be stuck in school the entire summer because I was attendance based. However, there was no work for me to do. So the teacher in charge told me that if anyone asks, you were here every day for the summer, but you don't have to return. She marked me as being present every day for the summer. I started my senior year of classes as if nothing ever happened and graduated school on time. Wouldn't have been possible if the teachers hadn't liked me so much, but hey, it all worked out in the end. TLDR, got depressed, skipped my junior year of high school, graduated on time anyway like a boss. In 9th grade I took driver's ed in my high school. My car insurance company was giving me a decent discount for taking it and was going to give me an even better discount if I got an A. The whole class was reading, outlining the chapter, and then doing drive tests. The way it worked was every day, 4 people would go on a drive, and the rest of the class was supposed to outline a chapter in the book. I started noticing that when the teacher graded our outlines, which were written into a cumulative notebook, so that at the end of the semester you had an outline of the entire text, he would just scan the page to make sure there was text on it, and it was in general outline format point. So I started testing my boundaries. I'd throw in an outline list of nonsense in the middle of my assignment just to take up space. Over time I got braver and braver until I was doing my entire outline in like 3 minutes. Chapter 3 Section 1 Car drive doors. Don't stop. Point wrecks are bad. Point these are things that hurt. Point needless wasps, bullets and so on. Point I did that for almost an entire semester. Getting straight as one day the teacher called me to the front and asked what the hell is this. Then, with me standing there, he flips back through, paying attention to my previous outlines. I was having a hard time not laughing because he was genuinely confused. Like he couldn't understand. Like he thought maybe I accidentally outlined the wrong chapter or the wrong book. But the more he read it, the less sense it made. It took him a while to realize I had just been 100% bullshitting all semester when he realized what was going on. He was like, oh, okay. Well, how do you feel about this? And wrote a big red 0 on the front of my folder. I was like, oh no. Come on coach, don't do that. So then he scribbled out the 0 on the front and told me to redo that week's outline. He let the previous one slide. I still got an A. Not sure what kind of lesson I took from that, other than people who are in their last year before retirement generally don't give many facts. I was at a training seminar talking to some guys in safety management, and one of the guys told me about a union worker he knew. The guy would take a sheet every day for about an hour, only he wasn't sheeting, he was taking a nap on the crapper in the bathroom. One day, someone came into the bathroom and startled him. He jumped off the toilet, pants around his ankles, tripped and fell face first into the bathroom door, busted his lip, and messed up his nose, etc. He wanted to file for workman's comp, but the union told him the company probably wouldn't pay for it if he said he was taking a nap on the crapper, so they made up a story that he was taking a dump and pushed so hard it ruptured something in his ass, causing him to pass out and faceplant into the door and then the floor, messing up his face point. And that's the story of how some lazy asshole got workman's comp for napping on the sheeter with some help form. His union. I hate unions. Coca-Cola run a competition, Coke Unleashed, in Australia, where you redeem codes off the back of Coke labels for points which can be used to redeem prizes. Each label was worth 10 points. One of the prizes listed on the website was $20 Ticketek vouchers, which cost around 250 tokens. Coca-Cola must have purchases them in bulk, and they didn't sell. So a few weeks before they were due to expire, they reduced the token price to just 10 tokens. My dad works for the local council, so he had been getting the garbage men to collect up hundreds and hundreds of Coke labels for me. You could only redeem 5 of the Ticketek vouchers per account, so I just made a heap of accounts. In about half a day I racked up $2,480 worth of $20 Ticketek vouchers. Was a pain to print them all and take to the Ticketek office to redeem, but oh so worth it. I bought 2 tickets for me and my girlfriend to 8 different concerts/events, including an overpass stay at Taronga Zoo, which we did twice. To this day I still enter new labels every week, waiting for when a similar offer might come up again. My friend got me a 3DS from Nintendo. I know this is a little bit more than cheating the system, but I was young and incredibly broke. He had one and called Nintendo telling them that it didn't work, and because he had their warranty they told him they would send him one once he sent them his. My friend is very aggressive with strangers, and especially corporations, and this was in his I want to be a con man stage. So he yelled at them for a while till they agreed to send him one right away, while he sent them this. He gave them his 96-year-old uncle's credit card number and had them send it to him. He sent them a box filled with action figures so it wouldn't set off any scales or weight scanners before it got to Nintendo, and they sent him the free one. He gave them all his uncle's info and picked it up from his house. The uncle just signed it off as credit card fraud, called his company, and they refunded him. I just had to pay my friend $20 for a DS. I still can't believe it worked, but it was the beginning of long and beautiful friendship. We don't do stuff like that anymore though. This was probably my crowning achievement in high school. I had an accounting teacher who was known to be tough as nails, especially when she would mark things. We had an end of year project that was worth a very large portion of our overall mark, something like 25%. The one quirk this teacher had is she loved a singer named John McDermott. He's a Canadian guy who sings songs like Danny Boy and older crooner things. Often appears in Rita McNeil's Christmas specials. Anyways, she had a poster of the guy in the classroom. I found out he was coming to town around her birthday and sent him an email just telling him how much my teacher loved him, etc. He said he was flattered and told me if I came to the venue while he was doing sound check, he would record a little video of him singing happy birthday and sign a card. I'm flabbergasted and go to the venue and get the card. He turns out to be the nicest guy ever and says he wants to give her front row tickets. I very politely mention that she already has them. He then says, well then, why don't I come down to the school and hand her the card myself? To which I promptly agree. The next morning, we wheel in a TV and video of him singing happy birthday. Teacher starts shaking and crying. He walks in, gives her a hug and hands her the card, signs the poster and takes photos etc. The teacher is beaming. Later that night, at the concert, he calls her up on stage and sings her happy birthday again. Every single person in that class got 100% on the final project. Never felt better about something I have done in my life. TLDR, I got my teacher's favorite singer to show up to class. We all got A's. Edited for readability. Will probably get buried under the comments, but still fun. In grade 10/sophomore year of high school I had to do a project about the Dust Bowl, since we were reading The Grapes of Wrath. It was something to do with how it was like to live in that time, blah blah blah. Our teacher was awesome, mainly cause she felt she was going to get let go that year, budget cuts, so I always had a lot of fun in that class. Fast forward, and I can't find a damn thing online about an individual family during that period. I begin thinking, it's not like she knows the history of every family that lived in that decade. So why not make one up? I created a whole history and a heartwarming story that ended with the youngest son, little Johnny, getting swept away in a dust bowl storm and being found dry and dead beneath a street light that evening. When I presented this to the entire class, I knew I had just scored a giant A as I looked up and saw half the girls wiping their eyes. It was glorious. I'm in a wheelchair, and not to sound like a complete self-centered tool, but I'm a firm believer in karma and good justice. I used to live in the Seattle area, and there if you are disabled and wants to go to a movie your carriage either gets in for free. It works with a bunch of other stuff too. Everything from amusement parks to clubs. You get the idea. When I first moved to California, I went to a movie theater. It was the same company that was in Seattle, Galaxy Theaters, and I was informed that both my carriage either and I had to pay for a ticket. To be quite honest with you, I don't find this fair. So I paid for both of our tickets and we went to the movie. I noticed that that person taking our tickets didn't really care about me, and I just drove right by them. Since I found this out, I have been to about 15 movies and not paid for them. I paid for my carriage either. I emailed Galaxy Theaters Corporate right after I moved down here, trying to inquire as to why I would have to pay both of my tickets when I didn't have to back in Seattle. I never got a reply, and until I do, I'm going to continue doing this. This was almost 10 years ago. It probably isn't as impressive by today's internet savvy kids standards. I was in a disgustingly hard AP US history class in high school. My teacher had a policy of making students read and outline 2 books over the summer break before class started. She would hand out the list of book titles and tell us to pick 10 that sounded interesting out of about 200 options. The catch was that most of these books were hundreds of pages long. The previous classes warned us in advance how awful this assignment was. On top of that, we had extensive summer assignments for at least 2 other classes. I was not about to read 700 pages of history nonfiction over my break, so I went home that night and Amazon searched every single one of those books until I found 10 that were under 200 pages. It took hours, but it was so worth the looks of jealousy I received when my classmates were handed massive volumes and I got these skinny little pamphlet type books. I couldn't believe nobody had thought of doing that before. The next year she just gave out the topics, not the book titles, so nobody could do what I did again. During my graduate school interview, I was asked what accomplishment I was most proud of in my life. This instantly sprung to mind, but I had to guess something else instead. It was just so damn satisfying to beat this Umbridge type teacher. At my local movie theater it was common practice to sell both sides of a movie ticket. When the ticket printed out, you're supposed to take that full ticket to the doorman, who then rips your ticket in half and tells you where your movie is. Instead, a lot of the staff would rip the ticket after it printed out and later sell the second half. As long as it was a cash sale they'd then pocket the second half sale. If you consider movie prices and most tickets are sold 2 at a time, this was pretty profitable. There was another trick in the concessions department where, if you input items into the system a certain way, you could charge say $12, but the computer really only recognized, say $11 of that, because of special combo discounts. As long as the person could retain how many times they did this, they'd walk out with a few extra bucks a night. Lastly, if you've ever noticed 9 times out of 10, if you bring back a refundable free movie ticket, well those just get pocketed instead of ripped in half, like they're supposed to. Those things might as well be currency, as they are proven to be accepted at locations ranging from alcohol, to food, car services, etc. There are hundreds of these tickets out there, and they rolled in every day. Point to say the least. This place was beyond corrupt, and it all started at the top. Tricks were passed down by management, and although I haven't been there for a while, I'm positive it's still going on in some capacity. With that said, I haven't paid for a movie in almost 10 years because I still have a few of those magical good as currency tickets. I tried to stay away from ripping the company off with actual money. Seemed like a bad idea, but with the methods I described, people were literally leaving with $200 to $300 extra cold cash per shift. When I was in art school, I had 2 scams. I call them scams because that is just what they were, and I'm honest about that much at least. Point scam #1, the Seattle bus transfer scam. Point lots of people find ways to get a free bus ride, but my method was often attempted and rarely duplicated because people were clumsy with it. It requires a little bit of explanation to someone who isn't from Seattle. Point the way the bus system works here is that you pay the fee and they give you a transfer so that for a couple of hours you can get on another bus without paying. This is so people who have to use 3 buses to get to work don't have to pay 3 fees. This is what a Seattle bus transfer looks like. Point the only important things to take note of are the giant letter and the color. This transfer is blue with a letter T, but tomorrow it might be brown with a letter C or possible red with a letter P. The combination of color and letter is rarely the same, so you would not see a blue T anytime soon after this. You might see a blue transfer, but it'd be a different letter. Every day I got 2 transfers that I did not need as I only had 1 bus to take. In the morning, I got one that was goof until 7 AM, and in the evening I got one that was good until 1 AM. After many bus trips, I started to notice that bus driver did not really pay much attention to them. In fact, one time I tried to find my transfer and he just motioned me past him because I had a line behind me. He just did not care at all. So I figured, well, if this guy doesn't even care, then I certainly don't. Point. So I got an extra large wallet and started saving my transfers. I would file each of them and collate them by color and then alphabetically on top of that. It got to a point where I had all the colors at all of the different times of day, and to answer the question that you are thinking, yes, my wallet looked like George Costanza's wallet. Point the rest of the scam was just being casual. I would always make sure that there was someone in front of me when I first took the bus in the morning. This allowed me to look at the transfers in the transfer holder and see the color for the day. Then I would flip through my file cabinet and pull out the proper time and proper color. Then I just masked the letter with my hand so they couldn't see that. As a side note, this is where many of my friends totally screwed it up. They would put their thumb directly over the letter and the bus driver would catch them every time because it looked suspicious. I would just flash it quick and he'd always be fine with it. Why? Because he flat out did not care. Point I did this for 2 solid years and only got caught once. The driver was like, hey, lem see that? Where you get this thing? So I just said, oh, I just found it on the ground. Figured it'd work. Damn, guess I'll pay the $1.50. No penalty. No trouble. Just free buses for 2 years. And it was faking glorious scam #2, the movie passes currency scam. As I said, I worked at a movie theater. As a ticket taker, we had to keep free movie passes in our pockets on the off chance that a patron had a problem. It was like I'll get the fuck out of my face card. Any problem anyone ever had, you'd just shove a free pass in their hand. They didn't keep inventory of them because a movie seat is not inventory, so it did not take me long to realize that I could essentially use these as currency once I find other businesses with shady employees willing to, frankly, slightly rip off their employers. So what I did was I would approach restaurants in the area that had employees around my age because I knew that they were probably also broke like me. I would then ask them if they would do trades. I'd say, give me 1 Subway sandwich and I will give you 2 movie passes. At the time movies were about $7. 1998. So to trade 2 to 3 movie passes for a sandwich was a huge deal. For someone to simply say they dropped some bread on the floor and make me a sandwich. There was basically no restaurant in a 5-block radius of Gammie in Seattle where I didn't have a line on free food of some sort. I'd just get a fresh pile of movie tickets, trade, and get food. It made it really easy to not fall into the ramen every night stereotype. I ate teriyaki, sandwiches, fast food, got coffee, and even a few sit-down places with nicer food. It was great. Then Lo was bored Cineplex Odeon and started keeping track of the passes, and it all went down the drain. So that sucked. But it was a good year while it lasted. Now, happily, I have a good life and that part of me is long in the past. I pay for the bus and I don't have to resort to crazy measures to eat. But before you judge, realize that I don't care if you judge me at all. I was hungry and I had to get to where I was going. I got paid $7 an hour and I was full-time in school. I did what I had to. TLDR 2 scams. One involving free bus rides and one involving trading movie theater passes for free food. I grew up in a country with a 2-year military conscription. At the time, most kids were conscripted to the army, where a tiny minority of connected kids were conscripted into the Navy for boot camp. In the army you got shot at. In the Navy you stayed way the hell away from any conflict and partied for 2 years. I got my CALUP and due to my lack of connections for anything, got an army CALUP. I figured that in 1985 the systems were not well connected, and at best the various bases just had a list of conscripts that would be arriving on the train. I bleached out the army, substituted Navy and showed up. Needless to say the recruiter just added my name to the list and submitted it to HQ for the change. This may not seem like much, but keep in mind I was 17 and if caught would have done at least a month in the stockade. Another benefit resulted. In true military fashion my Navy base had a PDP-11 with all the sysadmin manuals and nobody had a clue how to use it. I spent night shifts teaching myself, which after 2 years resulted in a private sector job, which turned into an ongoing 25-year career. I'm an avid music fan, but have a particular fondness of vinyl. Well, after going to certain local nightclubs, I became acquainted with a guy who ran the vinyl section of a large national chain music store. He too was obviously a massive fan, and the fact that he ran that department and that we were into the same sort of music meant that I knew it would be quality music he would order in. Well, we hatched a plan. I would go to the store, select a load of records at a time. When paying, we would make sure that he always served me. He would scan the first 2 or 3 of the records to ring them through the checkout and record a sale, but then pretend to scan the others. Prior to me going into the store, he would have strategically placed a bundle of records he wanted behind the till. He knew the security camera layout so knew where to store them. When bagging my records, he would then add his in too. So, this meant I would pay about £10 or so for hundreds of pounds worth. This worked so well as the records tended to not have any security tags attached, so no alarms went off. I'd then meet him later on once he'd finished his shift and pass his records on to him. The first few times we did it, I must admit I was cheating myself, but I soon realized that the security guards were more interested in stopping junkers stealing CDs. He eventually left the store to work in a small independent store, so we obviously couldn't keep this up. In hindsight, it was pretty risky as we were doing it regularly and with hundreds of pounds worth at a times. But if we didn't have this set up on the go, I know my record collection would be nothing like it is today. As such, I have no regrets. TLDR, ripped off a national music chain store to massively increase my record collection. Well, I left Kentucky back in '49 and went to Detroit working on assembly line. The first year they had me putting wheels on Cadillacs every day. I'd watch them beauties roll by and sometimes I'd hang my head and cry cause I always wanted me one that was long and black. One day I devised myself a plan that should be the envy of most any man. I'd sneak it out of there in a lunchbox in my hand. Now jetting caught meant jetting fired, but I figured I'd have it all by the time I retired. I'd have me a car worth at least 100 grand. I'd get it one piece at a time, and it wouldn't cost me a dime. You'll know it's me when I come through your town. I'm gonna ride around in style, I'm gonna drive everybody wild cause I'll have the only one there is around point. So the very next day, when I punched in with my big lunchbox, and with help from my friends I left that day with a lunchbox full of gears. Now, I never considered myself a thief. GM wouldn't miss just one little piece, especially if I strung it out over several years. The first day I got me a fuel pump and the next day I got me an engine and a trunk, then I got me a transmission and all of the chrome, the little things I could get in my big lunchbox like nuts and bolts and all 4 shocks. But the big stuff we snuck out in my buddy's mobile home point now. Up to now my plan went alright till we tried to put it all together one night, and that's when we noticed that something was definitely wrong. Point, the transmission was a 53 and the motor turned out to be a 73, and when we tried to put in the bolts all the holes were gone. Point, so we drilled it out so that it would fit, and with a little bit of help with an ADAP toolkit, we had that engine running just like a song. Now the headlight was another sight, we had 2 on the left and 1 on the right, but when we pulled out the switch all 3 of them come on. Point, the back end looked kinda funny too, but we put it together, and when we got through, well, that's when we noticed that we only had 1 tail fin. About that time my wife walked out, and I could see in her eyes that she had her doubts, but she opened the door and said, "Honey, take me for a spin." So we drove uptown just to get the tags, and I headed her right on down Main Drag. I could hear everybody lawing for blocks around, but up there at the court house they didn't laugh. Cause to type it up it took the whole staff, and when they got through the title weighed 60 pounds. Point, I got it 1 piece at a time, and it didn't cost me a dime. You'll know it's me when I come through your town. I'm gonna ride around in style, I'm gonna drive everybody wild cause I'll have the only one there is around. Probably too late, but I'll give it a shot. Point, the system we had at Tuesday morning, like a shittier version of TJ Maxx's discounted products that had been on our shelves based on how long ago they came in. We also had a pretty liberal return policy, so this land whale would waddle her twat fit around to the bedding aisle 10 minutes before close, only to emerge 45 minutes later with cartloads of sheets expecting us to check them all out. Okay. Point, JPG. The next day, she would return all but about 1 set of sheets, which she clearly tried on her stall bed. This was faking annoying, because it would take forever to fold and repackage all of her sheets, after already spending the morning restocking the ones she had carelessly cast aside the night before. Point, where it got worse, anything she ended up keeping she would return just at the end of the 90-day return period, only to repurchase it on the spot. Because the discounts are based on the date it originally arrived at our store, these would eventually gain big discounts. I have married my best friend to get the maximum amount of student loan grant. How the system work here, Quebec, is that if you are still at the charge of your parents, their salaries are considered and how much money it costs you to go to school. You have multiple ways to drop from your parents' charge, taking them to court, kinda like an emancipation of minors. But when you are an adult, working for 2 years straight without going to school, going to a university for 2 years straight, here you do 6 years of elementary school, 5 years of high school, 2 years of college and 3 years for your bachelor's degree. So it was a long way for me, marrying someone. So my best friend, female, I'm male, is looking for an apartment, is in a break with her boyfriend and really can't stand her father anymore. So, I offer her to come live with me. We had a 6.5 apartment, already 5 people living in, so we could marry, get those grants, and whatever. So we did, lived together for a year, before she met someone she loves, moved with him. Point, now that we are not living together, I get even more money from my grant, because her salary isn't taken in consideration when calculating my living cost. Point, system beaten. Point, TLDR, married my best friend for school grants and loans, got an awful lot of money. I worked in marketing, and once was promoting a new cell phone at a high school football game. There was a Taco Bell promotion booth across from our booth that had a spinning wheel, games ho style, where you could win various prizes like a taco hat, free taco, or best of all, a voucher for a free Taco Bell meal. After the end of the event I walked over and started flirting hardcore with the girl giving out the prizes. She ended up giving me a stack of free combo meal vouchers and her phone number. Didn't call her, but definitely ate free Taco Bell for a couple months. I had to rotate which Taco Bell I went to, but I probably ended up having about $250 worth of free food. Now that I think back on it, I probably should have called her, if only to have access to more vouchers. I'm imagining all the cheesy Gordita crunches I could have had. Is there a term for a sugar daddy, but a woman, and delicious sheety food instead of money? Okay, when I was in college, I took a course that had one of those major computer simulation games as the biggest mark of the semester. The class was separated into half a dozen teams, and each team was in charge of a fictional company. You produced a product, set the price, made investments, etc. Just as if it was a real company. I was the only student who had taken any economics, so it was rather easy to beat everyone else, who were just setting their product prices by trial and error, by creating a supply and demand curve. But, here's the fun part, it was rather complicated, so every other team was doing rather poorly. So, the teacher let everyone run their inputs through the computer once every week as a test. Then, a day later you had to hand in your final decisions. The teacher was smart and made sure the trial runs were slightly different than the final runs, so you couldn't have a free run to game the system. But, the teacher forgot something. One of the things you could do in this simulation was buy and sell stock of other fictional companies. But, I noticed that, if a stock went up $10 a share on the trial run, it went up $10 a share on the final run. If it went down $5 on the trial run, it went down $5 on the real run. The idea of the simulation was to make your company the most profit point. And, each week I had a list of tomorrow's stock prices. So, I just maximumed out buying all the stocks that went up, and knew the perfect instant to sell them to. By the end of the semester, we'd absolutely crushed all the other teams. My team all got A+s. And, my teacher sent our results to the people who created the simulation, and the profit I made was higher than they thought was possible. The company I work for reimburses 6 cents a page with the assumption that employees are using inkjet printers and printing single-sided. By using a duplex-capable laser printer and sheety cheap paper, I've managed to get the cost to below 1 cent per page, including toner, drum replacements, paper, and shipping for supplies. Haven't factored in electricity yet, but it's a fairly minimal contributing factor. I was actually timing the print per page with a stopwatch to put that in my spreadsheet to run along with the device's peak wattage and our current cost per kilowatt hour, but my girlfriend accused me of being a spurglord, so I put that off, for now. Between my girlfriend and I, that comes out to between $70-140 in profit per month, just for printing the stuff that our job requires us to print anyway, all while many of our coworkers complain of how print costs are eating them alive. We've also achieved a similar system by driving fuel efficient vehicles in meticulously optimized routes. That doesn't quite come out to a profit due to the fact that you can't completely accurately account for vehicle wear, but we do get back more through reimbursement than it costs us for gas TLDR. It's a financially sound decision to be as efficient as possible, especially when your company's budget is balanced around inefficiency. When I was around 11, my family traveled to Europe. We took the Paris metro one day, and I witnessed an event I've never forgotten. The setup was that you went down a flight of stairs, put your ticket in the turnstile, and it moved you forward. The stairs were divided by a tall fence. The other side was for the folks coming off the train. Those people went through a heavy door at the top of the stairs that you could only push open from one side, as it had no handle on the outside. As I walked down, I noticed a very well-dressed, very tall gentleman. He reached up over the fence and pushed the door open. The door reached over the fence about 6 inches. He walked down the other side and rode for free. We got on the metro, and just before the doors closed, 2 young punks, keratin mohawks, leather jackets, the whole bit, came tearing down the stairs, jumped the turnstiles, and ran on the train. The lesson I took away from that day: the rich use what was given to them to cheat the system silently. No one noticing. The street people just bully their way to get their sheet for free. Maybe they don't have much to lose. Maybe that's the only way they know, but they do it in front of everyone. Don't care if they get caught. My family, middle class folks, got stuck paying. This was in the late 70s. They were real punks. kind of a weird interstate thing here in NJ, near the PA border. Probably true for other state borders too, so maybe not too impressive. Point: the law in NJ is that average jerks like me cannot own fireworks. A similar Pennsylvania law says you can't own fireworks in PA. A NJ law says you can't sell fireworks in NJ, so there are no fireworks stores in the state. PA also has a law that you can't sell fireworks to PA residents, so at every major highway that enters PA from NJ, within a mile or two you can find a fireworks store. In big clear letters it says, if you live in PA, go away. But Wingians can march in, buy monumental fireworks, the real mortars and rockets and 400-foot wide multiple salute type, not just bottle rockets and sparklers, and drive home. Point: once we cross the border we are on our own, and we fire them off at our own legal peril, of course. But the fact that the PA police are not hanging around the door radioing the NJ police to follow a blue 4-door Honda when they cross the river says to me that economics trumps all once everyone has a cozy legal loophole to snuggle up in. In the US is a great camping gear store that prides itself on its satisfaction or your money back return policy. Point: years ago, I worked for them as the guy who processed the returns. People suck. One guy came in and bought the best gear in the store for his Appalachian Trail through hike. A few months later, this guy returned everything that he had used: $400 sleeping bag, boots, water bottle and carabiner, socks, packy CT, because they failed to meet his expectations. Renting from the store is standard for families during ski vacation season. The returned stuff is checked for safety ECT point and stockpiled for sale at scratch and end member sales. If you visit Portland, Oregon, you will find that the homeless people on the street have better gear than you do. Fancy Arc'teryx and Patagonia stuff. Tourists renting from the store. Point: I remember one young lady who was complaining to me that this was the 4th Nalgene plastic water bottle that she had to return in a 3-month period because of the funny smell. She didn't know that you are expected to wash out your drinking bottle and your ass occasionally. Ugh, so many stories. I have to say though, it was really nice to be empowered to do the right thing for people occasionally. Forest rangers stuck in the woods who needed a larger boot size now that their feet were swollen from constant hiking etc. Point: of course, the endless assholes who find gear online or at Goodwill and come into the store for a new one to sell on eBay. Point: students who swap out summer wardrobe for a new winter wardrobe etc. Point: people who tire of the old and just want a new one. Point: making those high-tech fabrics for jackets and tents etc. Point: are terrible for the environment. Membership. Highly recommended. About 3 years ago, I worked for a retail bank branch in Toronto, and this is what I witnessed firsthand. Point: at that point in time, Canada lifted the visa restrictions travel to Canada for citizens of the Czech Republic. As Canada is one of the more immigration-friendly countries, this resulted in many Czechs coming here to live. Point: there is a large Roma, Gypsy population in the Czech Republic, CR. Due to a lack of anti-discrimination legislation in the CR, people of Roma ethnicity were able to file refugee claims in Canada, saying that they were discriminated against at home. A refugee in Canada is provided with subsidized living, a food budget, a medical expense budget, and understandably, the more children you have, the more money you get from the government. Point: now, the bank that I worked at had a program aimed at new immigrants to the country. Under normal circumstances, if a person wants to get a Visa card, in order to establish credit history, they need to take $500, put it into a new bank account which is then frozen, and they are issued a $500 Visa. This securitization protects the bank against a loss on the Visa card in the case that the cardholder doesn't pay. The bank I worked for, however, would waive the security requirement, meaning that a new customer would just be given a $500 unsecured Visa card. Point: now, there was this one Roma guy, let's call him Steve, who was sort of a ringleader. He would translate Czech to English for the new immigrants that would come in for visa applications. He would bring in approximately 10 to 15 individuals per week for several months. There were a lot of these guys coming in for applications. I eventually got to know him a little bit, and he started bringing me all the visa applicants. I didn't mind, because I was killing my sales targets, so Steve tells me what was really happening. The majority of these people didn't intend to stay in Canada. They were just here for the incredible amount of money they could make in a few short months before returning home. And Steve was coordinating and organizing all of the following. First, they'd secure their refugee payments. They would be direct deposited into their bank accounts monthly. Next, they'd come into the bank for a $500 Visa card. They would cash advance the Visa for the $500 cash and use it as a down payment against credit at a furniture store, buying a TV, a stereo, maybe some furniture, etc. Then, they would take the credit card and go to a cell phone dealer, which require credit checks. Hey, they have credit now, and sign a 3-year contract for a $0 smartphone, like an older model iPhone or something. They would take all their newly accumulated hardware and sell it to Steve for cash up front at a steep discount. Steve would then take all the electronics and load them into containers down at the Lake Ontario, and when the container was full, he'd ship it home to Czech to sell over there. Lastly, the refugee would fly home to the Czech Republic. The Canadian government would usually take 2 to 3 months to realize that the individual was no longer living in Canada. So during those 2 to 3 months, they were still depositing the financial assistance payments into the person's bank account. When the checks were deposited, the person would go to an ATM in the Czech Republic and withdraw the money. Massive theft that made everyone sick, but nobody could stop. Eventually, Canada reinstated the visa restriction on Czech citizens, and the stream of refugees slowed down. I can tell you that at the branch I worked in alone, we probably saw this happen 400 to 500 times, and each person was getting $1,800 to $2,500 per month from the government, plus whatever they made scamming the electronics sellers. I can only imagine how much of a loss our taxpayers took because of these guys. One day, me and my roommate were watching TV in our apartment. We only got the few basic broadcast channels. But as we started flipping through the channels, we realized we had a lot more than we normally did. We were somehow getting cable for free. So that was cool. But we still didn't have internet at the time. We bought a DSL modem at Best Buy and called up Comcast one day to sign up for internet, and it turns out there was some mix up at Comcast and we weren't supposed to be getting free cable, obviously. The guy tells us that when we set up our internet we will probably lose our cable. He sets up our modem and our internet starts working. Okay, I'm going to transfer you to billing, he says. We get on the line with the guy from billing, and he must be slow in the head or something, because he can't understand that we need to pay for our internet that we just set up. So my roommate gets frustrated and just hangs up on him. For about 6 months after that, we had free internet and TV, courtesy of Comcast. Eventually they figured it out and cut off our internet, so we had to start paying for that, but they didn't get us for the previous months. We still have free cable, though. TLDR, Comcast is full of idiots. We get free TV and internet. I scammed Arby's for months. I had an endless stream of receipts, and you were able to do some online survey for a free sandwich. I started by getting one receipt, and that single receipt turned into hundreds of free sandwiches. I had 2 tactics. I would flash the receipt, and then while the nubile employees fiddled with the register, I would discreetly pocket it. I think I was called out once in several hundred attempts. I would then reuse the receipt. They are also not supposed to give you a receipt, so that you can't have an endless stream of free sandwiches. As I was leaving I would ask for one though. I was often given one, whether the worker didn't realize what they were doing, or was just too awkward to confront me. I did this for months, eating hundreds of free sandwiches. I started with a single receipt, but by the end I had about 15 receipts in my wallet, all available to get me free food. My aunt can't have kids and couldn't afford to adopt. She found a pregnant woman who was going to give her baby up for adoption. When it was born, my aunt convinced the woman that it would be best for the child to go directly to her rather than adoptive care. She then somehow convinced my uncle to sign a paper when the child was born that stated he was the father and would take custody. So the uncle got full custody for free of a child that was not his. My aunt then legally adopted the kid, I think for free or almost free, so that they both had joint custody. Later my aunt and uncle divorced for unrelated reasons, and my aunt has had full legal custody of the kid for the last 10 or so years. The kid knows all of this, and is fine with it as far as I know. It all sounds so shady written out, but I know she really loves the kid. I guess being sterile can make you desperately baby crazy. TLDR, cheated the system for free adoption of a newborn. At my alma mater we had a really strict foreign language requirement that required you take 4 semesters of another language. I chose German because I had taken it in high school for 4 years. I signed up for German 101 with the intention of dominating the class, getting an A, and starting my college off with a solid GPA booster. I did just that, except when I got my grade in the mail it was a B. I found out that my teacher had dropped my grade 15% because I never went to class. This professor was the only one that taught German, so I decided I would get out of the language requirement. I basically went to the next semester's German class for the first week and complained a lot the first week that I couldn't understand her. I also coyly did this in my other classes as well. By the second week of the term I had set up an appointment with the dean of students. I did some research and found out about auditory learning disabilities. This would be my route. I ended up basically telling the dean that I was a beast in German because of my previous experience in the language and previous travels to Deutschland, but that I just struggled with oral instruction in general. I deliberately failed to tests with a specialist to determine if I had such a problem. I got out of the language requirement, and I've regretted doing this ever since. Should have learned German more or just started a new language. Okay, so this was told to me by my ex-wife. So at Kohl's, they have since fixed this policy. It was possible to purchase items, and on top of that purchase they would give you some stuff called Kohl's Cash, which was just as good as cash at Kohl's. The problem was, they were not collecting the Kohl's Cash if you returned the items, so a couple from California figured this out and started charging $10,000 worth of purchases at Kohl's all across the West Coast. They would go to one Kohl's, purchase as much as they could, then go to the next one and return it, and keep the Kohl's Cash. When you have give or take $10,000 in merchandise, that equals something like $1,000 in Kohl's Cash. Fuzzy on the exact numbers, but bear with me. So they did this to every single Kohl's going up the West Coast. In the course of a month, accumulating something along the lines of $150,000 in Kohl's Cash. They then proceeded to go to the store in Tukwila, and purchase out the entire jewelry department, entirely in Kohl's Cash, 100% legal, and still had enough for a small shopping spree from what I understand. Apparently corporate knew what they were doing, but couldn't change the fine print on the cash, since it had already been given to them, so there was nothing they could do, except change the policy. After the incident. TLDR. Couple finds loophole in Kohl's Cash promotion, liquidates Kohl's jewelry department. Okay, the stories about placing old tickets on cars to avoid getting new tickets reminds me of a guy that I shared a house with for a summer in college. He tried that once, but it didn't work. I went to college out of state, but wanted to take some summer classes inexpensively, so I went to one of the major state schools in my home state. I was able to move into a house with my friend's sister, a guy I kind of knew from high school, and 2 of their roommates that I did not know previously. One of these guys, Dave, was a lot of fun, but a bit of a shady character. He had been in college for 7 or 8 years, but the semester after the summer would be his last before graduating. Dave was a great guy to hang out with, funny and always ready to go out for a drink, but he never paid his own bills. He would eat everyone else's food and apparently bounced checks left and right to my friend's sister, who managed the finances. He would give us rides to class and we would do the same for him. Important later. One day, the bills were due and my friend's sister wanted to know if he was going to bounce yet another check to her, making her bounce the check or checks to pay the bills. The day before, he had given her a check for rent and his portion of the bills. Since she had already lost hundreds of dollars to late fees/NSF fees in the past, she decided to open his bank statement that showed up the next day. Dave had nothing in his checking account, but $25,000 in his savings account. She was obviously surprised by this. The next day, we were walking on campus and a friend of hers and Dave said hello to us. She said, "Oh, I saw Dave yesterday morning in the Union." Roommate: "Really? What time?" Friend: 9:15. Roommate: "Huh, we dropped him off yesterday for his 8 to 10 a.m. class." A few days later, my roommate and I were talking, and she told me about the bank account thing. Then she told me that she had gotten even more concerned after the conversation with her friend the day before. She had seen his grades and saw that he had a too low to believe GPA and something like 7 credit hours completed successfully over his entire 7 to 8 year college career. She knew he had been on and off of probation, but didn't realize it was this bad. She started to think something very odd was going on, like he was laundering money for the mafia, or who knows what. She was a bit scared, but everyone was moving out soon. A year later, I spoke with her. She told me that Dave was working for the same company as one of their old friends in a high-paying job that required a degree. She told me that she talked to him, telling him what she had found out in college. He told her that too. He had been selling Adderall, etc. that he would get prescribed to himself all through college. Where the money came from. 3. He had either just told us he was enrolled in class, or would actually enroll then just stop going when he started to do poorly, never actually bothering to drop the class, but not finishing it either. He got the job by giving our other roommates double major, graduated with honors, student ID number when he applied for the job. Again, he faked a double major, honors degree from a reputable university when he really only completed 7 credits 2 years later. She told me that he quit that first job after 6 months and went to another company. He will likely never be discovered, since it is unlikely another job will confirm his degree. It's been a decade, and he is still doing fine and making good money. TLDR: summer roommate faked a college degree and is probably making more than half of the people in the country. Was at a go-kart place with my XC team called Fun World. They used a system where whatever access you purchased, arcade games, go-karts, etc., were added to a swipeable card. Lazy dude at the go-karts made us scan our own cards, preloaded with 3 rides each, and go-karting fun was had. We were just scanning it through whichever slot we felt like afterwards, while waiting for a kid to finish popping, so we could walk back to the hotel for a team meeting. I swiped mine in an arcade game. To my surprise, I saw 3 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds on the machine. Everyone started swiping their cards and realizing we all had 4 hours of unlimited arcade gaming. Unfortunately, we had a team meeting, so I approached the counter dude and said we all bought 4 hours of games, but have an emergency team meeting. Can you freeze our cards so we can come back tomorrow? He replied that it was impossible, but that he could just give us refunds, since we had barely started. Spent $9 to go-kart and got $25 in refund. TLDR: myself and 8 teammates each got paid $16 to ride go-karts. I had to go to traffic school in CA and opted for the online version, so I didn't have to lose an entire Saturday to traffic school. It erases 1 ticket every 2 years or so from your record and won't affect your driving record and insurance. The online school consisted of reading 10 to 12 pages of crap, and they would ask you questions on what you just read. Very specific questions down to what color was the car in the first scenario. There was about 20 modules like this and should take 30 minutes each. I figured out if you just open each module and print them out to PDF, you could go straight to the test, and for each question I would do a real quick search on the PDF and find the answer in seconds. So 3 to 4 minutes per module instead of 30 to 40 minutes per module. I finished the whole thing in about 30 minutes. Some of the newer systems have timers, so it isn't as easy, but I was pretty pleased with myself. Best one I've ever heard of involves reward miles for a popular credit card. So, some time ago, you may be able to still do this, I don't know. You could buy the $1 coins directly from the US Mint. It cost $1 per coin, and because the government really wanted to push these coins, they shipped your purchase to you for free. So, some brilliant guy realized that he could purchase these coins with his credit card and accrue the airline reward miles for purchases at the same time. He bought several thousand of the coins. Well, he didn't really buy them. He basically just exchanged one form of currency, credit, for another, racked up many tens of thousands of frequent flyer miles, and then paid off his credit card bill with the gold coins he had. Last I heard he was flying all over the world free of charge. I'm not sure if the government or the credit card companies have put a stop to this yet, but you've got to hand it to the guy. He found a way to play the system legally and made out like a bandit. Respect. My time to shine. Home Depot used to, maybe still does, accept up to 3 returns without a receipt. If you show it, a group of us would steal small expensive items like circuit breakers from one store, drive to the next, return those and steal more. Walk into a grocery store, fill up 1 or 2 carts with anything you might possibly want, walk casually out front door to waiting car. Did this hundreds of times over a couple-year period, only had to run a handful of times. Steal employers' customer database with credit card info, trade some online with novelty at vendors, sell the rest. Made quite a bit on this one, and I had a boss fake it at 18. The forum I was using ended up in the news, and in a Wired article. This was a while ago. I was young and stupid. I do not recommend this one. It has a 90-day return policy on almost everything. I saw an ex-girlfriend return a half-empty shampoo bottle once. Anyway, whenever I go camping I load up on gear there, then just return it when I'm done with it and pay nothing. Similarly, get free audio rentals from Guitar Center this way. Stay way past checkout time at hotels. If the maid comes, tell them you have a late checkout at whatever time you want to leave. Also clean out the mini bar and deny that you did. Gotten that removed so many times. Even if they refuse, can easily do a chargeback with your credit card company. Actually those are great for a lot of things. There's a pricey salon I used to frequent that had really high quality, expensive hair products that I quite liked. I ordered from their website one day and noticed they never charged my card. Since then I have received thousands of dollars worth of products from them and still not paid a dime. That's just off the top of my head. I have worked in hours for about 6 years. I have hated every minute of it. Oh, the ways I have seen people cheat the system, and how I have cheated it myself. If your company uses a flexible spending account through a vendor, and you are given a prepaid card with the allotted funds on the card will have all the funds loaded onto it within your first month, even though the deductions come out of your check over the course of a year. If you are in desperate need of a surgery or dental work, find a job at a company that offers this as a benefit. Easier said than done, I know, but you can quit after you've used the FSA, and most employers can't come after you for the money. So you can get medical necessities for free. I have cheated the system by creating my own reimbursements, sending them to an FSA vendor, and getting money back that I never invested. Lie on your time card. Hardly anyone double checks them. If your manager asks you about it, say you entered the wrong time on accident. Play stupid and get paid extra. I've seen it done countless times and no one has ever been fired for it at the places I've worked. Lie on your resume if you really want a job you're not qualified for, but be ready to perform up to the job description. Say you want a managerial position, but you've only ever held support positions. Keep your title the same, because all employers can verify from other employers is your title and dates of employment. They can also legally find out if you are a hire eligible, but they cannot ask why. If an employer gives out this information, you can sue them. The job duties you list on your resume can mimic whatever job you are applying for. Trust me, I've done this countless times as well, and it's always gotten me jobs. If you need time off work, or you hate your job, tell your doctor you have depression, find out what symptoms of depression are, and explain you are suicidal. I'm not trying to belittle or joke about depression here. I have done this because I had depression, so I know it works. Then have your doctor fill out leave of absence forms indicating you need a reduced work schedule or modified work environment. If you push hard enough, you can get paid short-term disability, which most companies pay about 60% of your income. Do it while you're looking for a job you actually enjoy, or do it while you're a student. Probably won't be seen, since there are so many, but here goes. I had a big end of year project for a biology class in high school. You were supposed to collect 100 insects, correctly mount, display, and label them. There was then a written test on the insects in general and another test for class identification of the different insects. The wording of the scores wasn't thought through very well though. Each insect is worth 1 point. If you identify 100% of the insects correctly, you would get a grade of 100. If you label 100% of the insects correctly, you would get a grade of 100. If you displayed 100% of the insects correctly, you would get a grade of 100, and so on. I collected one insect. I took a hit for that, but I followed each of the other requirements to the letter, identified 100% of my insects correctly, labeled 100% of my insects correctly, etc. I made sure not to make a single mistake. I got perfect scores on the presentation, and aced the written and identification tests as well. I got better grades than people who purchased pre-built insect collections online for $100 or so. They couldn't identify them all, and didn't display them properly. TLDR gamed the system, because I understood the wording of the requirements. I worked at Nike during college. Customers loved buying the lamps with the paper shades. Everyone managed to tear them at some point, and would come back to get the shade replaced. However, nobody knew that Nike, at least as of 2005, doesn't sell or replace those shades. Keep in mind that Nike is a pretty rare. I was working at the one in College Park, Maryland, and we had people literally coming from North Carolina to do Nike shopping. I thought that it was BS, that we didn't have replacements, so I'd typically have this conversation. Customer, hi, the shade tore on this, where can I get another one? Me, sorry, we don't sell them, or have spare parts. That's part of the whole keeping prices low strategy. Customer, insert disappointed / pissed off / accepting comment. Hear me, however, we do have a return policy in case you purchase a damaged item or one that is missing a part. Say you bought this random lamp right here, point to the one they're trying to get a replacement shade for. You bought it, you went out to your car right after, and you discovered that there was a tear in the shade that looked exactly like the one that you're trying to get replaced. We'd gladly exchange it for you. Customers would then typically be really grateful and buy the lamp, take it to their car, switch out the shade, and bring the lamp back. Some customers were dumb and didn't get it. Will probably get buried. Everybody says that, but there are two things I can think of. I used to live right by a convenience store run by this Bangladeshi family, and I remember they always had a somewhat random assortment of snacks in there. Things were organized, but it seemed to change regularly. I ended up getting a job at Walmart as a cashier, and then saw the wife come through one day, buying an enormous amount of snack food, which, I realized right then, was obviously for the store. They paid for it with a food stamp card. What I didn't realize, until the article in the newspaper about them all getting arrested, was that what they would do, is trade stuff at their store for unused food stamps, things that you can't buy with food stamps like cigarettes or alcohol, at a 2 times or more markup, pretty standard for trading for food stamp money. Then, they would take those unused food stamp cards and use them to stock up on more food for the store at Walmart. Very illegal, but it worked for a long time. Aside from that, at Walmart I tended to let people get away with murder. One Indian woman came in often, and through use of coupons that may or may not have been valid, or may have had a limit, but they were all scanning just fine, would always reduce her price to less than half, sometimes even a third of what it originally was. She was buying hundreds of dollars of food sometimes. I think she was also stocking up for a store, not to sound racist, but who buys 10 to liter sodas for their own family every week. Best Buy. I bought a $1,250 laptop an additional $300 warranty that kept breaking. After the 4th huge problem, where each fix took approximate 6-8 weeks, I was entitled to a brand new replacement laptop. It had been 3 years since my purchase, and they tried to stiff me with a laptop with comparable specs. All they had were a few shitty $500 laptops. After 6 months of arguing, I gave up and walked into Select Crap Top. The computer specialist ended up being a young guy like me that went to my college. I bullshitted with him for a while until finally explaining how BB was trying to fuck me. He agreed and wrote down $1300-ish laptops for me to pick one. I picked the most expensive one, walked to checkout, and asked for store credit instead. They obliged, sold the credit at a 10% discount, and never bought anything from them again. TLDR. Thought I was getting a shitty $500 replacement laptop from Best Buy for my $1,250 laptop that broke too many times. Got $1,300 back in store credit instead. This girl that works at my wife's office intentionally worked a small amount of hours for 2 weeks straight to use as proof of low income, so she could get government assistance in the form of WIC, food stamps, and Medicaid. She also claimed to be separated from her husband, so that his income would not count as part of their family income. Meanwhile, he worked an under-the-table job tax-free. That dumbass knocked up some other girl that worked at the daycare that kept their 3 kids. She eats out constantly, bitches that she only gets $600 a month for food stamps, and runs up expensive emergency room visits on stupid crap like colds, because she is too damn lazy to make an appointment with a physician. Why bother if she doesn't have to foot the bill? She lays out of work all the time, because she knows she will be taken care of by taxpayers. I don't mind helping those in need, but fuck helping people who are too goddamn stupid to help themselves. In high school I had to take a chemistry test that I wasn't at all prepared for. So while everyone took the test I pretended to scribble on the sheet. We had to turn our exams into a locked box on the lab table at the back, so when the teacher wasn't looking, I stood up empty-handed and walked to the back of the room and pretended to put something in the box. Walked back to my desk. Didn't really know how this would turn out, but seemed to make sense at the time. Unbeknownst to me, parent-teacher conferences that night. My parents decided to stop into my chemistry class. Teach was like, oh, we just had an exam. Pretty sure Curlicue got an A. Let me pull out her test. So he thumbs through the tests trying to find mine. And can't find it. I was present for roll, and he remembers me in class that day, but can't find my test, which makes no sense, because the tests get put into a locked box. Next day, the teacher goes over the exam in class, then calls me to his desk, horrendously embarrassed, and explains he somehow misplaced my exam and needs me to take it again, and asks if I would be willing to retake it the following day. I act upset, then agree to take it again. Just sat in on how to do the entire exam. Take it for real the next day and ace it, just like he thought I would. I heard that Jane's Addiction was playing a private party at the Standard Hotel in Los Angeles about 10 years ago, and went down there with 2 other friends. When we drove by we saw a huge group of people that obviously had no chance of getting in, so we came up with a plan. We were all dressed pretty similar, dark hoodies, jeans and hats, so we walked directly through the group of people to the front of the line where we proceeded to walk straight through. I walked up on my cell phone, acting as though I was arguing with someone on the other end of the phone about being late and talking about backline and rental gear, etc. As we were walking through, the security guard stopped me and was like, "You can't get in here." I said, "We're from Sir, LA's biggest gear rental company. If I don't get into setup and line check in the next 5 minutes I'm gonna lose my job." He looked at me for a second and then let me and my 2 friends in, telling us we needed to check in with production in one of the hotel rooms. I thanked him quickly and walked through. We headed straight for the food spread and open bar. They even had free packs of cigarettes. Great show. Glad I didn't miss it. I signed a year contract to the gym. I didn't know it was for a year. The woman who signed me up said I could cancel at any time as long as I give a month's notice. This was perfect as this was just my uni address, and I was moving home for summer in 2 months. Turns out, the woman had lied. What she said was not on my contract. I was liable for £330 a year worth of memberships, even though I don't live by that gym anymore. 2 months later, 3 debt collecting letters and a court date set for me as I refused to pay the £330 I apparently owed. I rang head office and told a lie of my own. I told them as a student, I was in great terms with the editor of the university newspaper, and that they had agreed to run my story on how no student should join this gym due to their lies and disgusting customer service. Head office believed that I was in fact a big shot from the newspaper. I'm totally a nobody at uni and were able to cancel all outstanding debts on this occasion. Haha. That's 1 for the students and 0 to the blood-sucking multi-million companies. This all happened this morning, by the way. Such a weight off my shoulders. It's been ongoing since May. Sorry about grammar/spelling. It's 5:20 AM. I'm tired. Apple gives a year warranty on the iPhone. This means that if it stops working or malfunctions or whatever, you can take it back to the Genius Bar and have it replaced in about 5 minutes. Thing is, you can just about make up anything and they'll replace it. My backlight doesn't come on once every 10 times or so when I unlock, and I can't prove it now, but it's there, and it's annoying, and I can't live with it. My phone keeps dropping calls and it's not my service provider. Back it all up by saying you've already done a firmware restore. Anything works really. Hell, even if your screen is cracked you can try your luck at having it replaced. So, I always get the newest model as soon as it comes out, which happens to be a yearly thing as you all know. So when I want to buy the new one, I take my old one to the Genius Bar, make up some bullshit excuse that it's not working, going on about how I expected better from Apple, and they replace it immediately. I then sell the old, although brand new, model of the iPhone at close to retail price instead of a much lower second-hand price, and then have a good chunk money to buy the newest model. Better yet, if I'm on an 18-month contract with my service provider, I can upgrade to the newest iPhone model every other year, so to speak. So when I renew my contract again, I only have to pay a small amount extra to get the phone. Therefore, if I sell my old phone for close to retail price, I can get the new model and make a profit. When I was in college, there was a group of 4 guys renting a house next door to mine, and they seemed to have the best of everything: iPhones, late model cars, several flat screen TVs. This was 4 to 5 years ago, when that meant something. Turns out their parents were paying rent and almost all of their expenses, since none of them had more than modest part-time jobs. Good for them, whatever. Anyway, I find myself behind them in line at the grocery store one day and notice that each one of them was paying with a bridge card, food stamps on a debit card. I couldn't believe it. When I asked them about it, they actually bragged about how easy it was to get them because they didn't have to declare any of their parents' income or answer any questions about them paying their expenses. Each one of them got $250 a month for food, which they used on expensive stuff like steaks and frozen meals. They had absolutely no shame and would tell people about it all the time and encourage other people to get their own bridge card. This is all going down in Michigan, which still has one of the worst economies in the US. Luckily, some people in the government became aware of this and closed the loophole a few years ago, so now it's tougher to get into the system if you don't pay all your expenses. TLDR, rich kids whose parents paid for everything they needed ate like kings by getting food stamps from a nearly bankrupt state government. If you look like you could potentially pass to be under 18, you can take pretty much anyone with you right up to the gate in an airport. Airports usually won't let anyone without a ticket through security, but there's one caveat: if the flyer is underage, he's allowed to bring a guardian with him up to the gate. You just need to ask at the ticket registration point. The beauty of this is, underage people are not required to carry legal ID. So if you look underage and say you are, they'll have to take your word on it. Now, there's douchebags everywhere that probably will refuse to let you through, but it worked for me every time. I used to be in a long distance relationship where I'd only get to see my boyfriend on breaks during college. Obviously we wanted as much time together as possible, so we'd always sneak each other past security this way, even though we were 18 and 19 at the time. Works like a charm. Back in college I had a couple ways to get me a couple extra days to hand in assignments. We had one of the first versions of Blackboard, which was basically a web forum you could post your class assignments to. I found it was wide open JavaScript injection. So if I was late doing an assignment, I would just drop some generic alert, Blackboard error, in there as a placeholder. Then the teacher would ask me to resubmit my assignment after a few days when they got around to grading it. I'd do a similar thing when we could hand assignments in on floppy disks. I would create a Word file, paste a bunch of random text, then take the disk out and pull the slider back. Using a razor, make some cuts on the disk itself. Do it right, and when you put the disk in, you could read the file name. See, it had a file size, but you couldn't open it. I usually only did this a few times per semester and never got questioned on it. Okay, this isn't necessarily cheating the system, but more like breaking the system. My dad used to work out on the oil rigs up in Alaska. They had lots of safety meetings all the time, and my dad was sitting at one of them. Now my dad was a pretty low ranking worker. I think he was the prep cook assistant or something like that. At this meeting, they were giving out assignments that each of the workers were supposed to do in case of an emergency. My dad had about 2 pages worth of things that he was supposed to do in the case of a ship-wide emergency, fire, ship going down, etc. This meeting he was in, they were explaining what each person had to do. They were making sure each of the people understood their responsibilities. My dad sat and listened as they went through everyone's responsibilities. He noticed that the CEOs, or the bigwigs, had like 1 to 2 things that they had to do, and then they could evacuate. On top of that, each of the bigwigs were provided with scuba equipment for emergency escape. He looked down at the 2 pages worth of things he was supposed to do, and then he realized that all of the other low-ranking people also had similarly long lists. So at the end of the meeting, they sorta opened the floor for questions/comments. My dad puts his hand up in the air, and eventually it gets to him. When it's his chance to speak, he stands up. He says, "Now I understand that if there's an emergency, there's a lot of things that need to get taken care of before we can evacuate. I understand that. I get that. I really do." He then held up his 2 pages of assignments in the case of an emergency, and he kinda waved them around a little and said, "But I think it's a little unfair that us low-class workers have all these extra responsibilities if an emergency strikes, while those of you who are in charge only have to do 1 to 2 things, and then you can go and get in your wetsuits and jump into the ocean. So I'll tell you what. I don't care what's on my list of responsibilities. I don't care. I'm not going to do any of it. And do you wanna know why? Because if the ship's going down, the first faking thing I'm gonna do is go up to Mike's room," points at one of the bosses, "beat his ass, and steal his wetsuit. That's what I think of your list of responsibilities." The room busted into applause. The managers were pretty upset, but they felt pretty threatened. Within the month they had another safety briefing giving out new emergency assignments. The work was divvied out somewhat equally between all of the staff, giving numerous additional responsibilities to the bosses. God, my dad used to smile so faking big when he told that story. I work at CVS/pharmacy. Technically you are only allowed 1 CVS card per household. Coupon moms love to get more than 1 card and cheat the system by buying items that give our cash rewards back, and so after a week of stockpiling, in essence, they can buy pretty much anything and everything without paying a cent. It's something CVS is working on, but they have no real answer for it. People are going to continue doing it. We can't stop them. The most annoying thing about it is when the people using the coupons get the numbers wrong or matched differently. Each card has its own serial, and coupons are matched according to that serial number, so there isn't any more cheating than there already is. Anyone with half a brain can do it. We also refund anything. Let's say you buy a $20 face cream that's on sale for $11. If you return the face cream without a receipt, the system refunds the original amount. So you gain a $9 profit when you just wait a week until the sale is over. The refunding of items is a bit harder to get through though. If you're persistent, the cashier will eventually give in and give you the right amount. We are supposed to find out why you don't have a receipt or W/E. It's just another way to bypass. Posted this and got sheet for it before. Maybe you guys would appreciate this Walmart pro tip. Find something you like on the opposite side of the store from the registers, preferably the express lanes. When you go to get rung up, find the laziest looking person who looks the most miserable. Shouldn't be hard there, especially if they have a long line. Let them ring the item up. When it beeps and says $40, say, "I'm sorry, how much was that?" They'll say $40, then you say the tag over there said $20. They'll ask you where, and you tell them where it is on the other side of the store. 9/10 times they'll just override the price. I just recently got a nice $70 living room rug for $35. First lady tried to override it, wouldn't let her, so she got a manager and she overrid the price. Then when the total came, it needed another override, and another manager did it. The trick is you just have to act surprised and nice. If you're a dick, then expect to pay full price. TLDR, parking validation at the School of Nursing I worked at for a few years. The school was part of a hospital that was downtown Ishaz, so the parking was terrible. You had to pay an ungodly amount of money for a permit on one of their remote parking lots. They had a regular parking ramp attached to the hospital, but it was only for patients. The staff they could care less about. The parking lots were way out and uncovered. The ramp was very close, and I never had to park on the top level because there were always spots available. I didn't know any of that when I interviewed for the job, so I parked in the ramp. After the interview, my soon-to-be boss took my parking stub to a mini reception desk by the second entrance and got it stamped, so I didn't have to pay for parking. I was a full-time student and couldn't afford to pay for a permit, so I just kept parking in the ramp and getting my stub validated every day. Free, premium parking. They only asked once what I was there for, and I don't remember what I said, but after that they never questioned it. Just drop the stub on their desk, and they stamp it. About 10 years ago, Blockbuster was running a promotion that, if you traded in any 2 pre-owned games, you could buy any other pre-owned game for $9.99. Well, it just so happened that the ebb at the mall was selling used PS1 games for $0.50 each. I ended up purchasing about $50 worth of PS1 games, 100 games, and then I would trade 2 games in and purchase whatever pre-owned game they had on the shelf with the highest trade-in value. For example, buy 2 PS1 games for $1. Trade these games in for $0.25 each and purchase a pre-owned game for $10 for a total spent of $11, including tax. Trade the game I just purchased in for $35 store credit for a total profit of $24. I ended up with about $1,000 on a Blockbuster card and used it to make all of my video game purchases for years. I would have done more trading, but I eventually got banned from all the local Blockbusters and they all stopped accepting PS1 games. Back when I was in college, one of my friends wanted to show a short film in some class he was taking. The university library had a copy, but it was in the reserve collection and couldn't leave the library. He was pissed, but this was the spring of 2001, so almost all of the videos were on VHS. I explained to him that he could buy a blank VHS tape, unscrew the casings on the tapes, switch out the spools, close them up, show the film in the blank tape to his class, and then return later in the day to swap them back. It all worked like a charm. He showed the film and nobody at the library had any idea. However, the blank tape he bought had sealed plastic instead of screws. We had to break it to get access to the tape, and he borrowed a casing from me, and using the blank reels from the one he bought. After it all was over, he was left with a ton of useless VHS tape. I remember waking up the next morning to find our maintenance people wondering why someone decided to string VHS tape across the courtyard. I bought the new Game of Thrones PS3 video game the day it came out at GameStop. Took it home, unwrapped it, popped it into the PlayStation. Turns out it was the worst game on earth. Literally, the worst game I've ever played. Then I looked up GameStop's return policy and discovered that they won't refund opened merchandise, so I figure I'm out $60. Just for chance, I brought the open game back to GameStop the next day and asked for a refund. The kid at the counter had to be brand new, looked to be about 16 years old. He started to look around for his manager, then just said, "Well, they taught me how to do this yesterday, let's see if I can figure it out." Within 5 minutes the kid had taken the return and given me the full amount for the game back in cash. I had a strong feeling this kid just screwed up on his second day, so naturally I took my cash and got the hell out of there. Not really gaming the system, I guess, just right place at the right time. My friend in high school was one of the best bullshitters and system cheats I know. He always pushed off work and struggled to get it done last minute. Well, once, he had to write a thesis/exit paper for a lit class that ended up taking much longer than he'd anticipated. So he spent a week out of school working on that paper every day, trying to make up for lateness deductions by writing the best essay possible. But nobody knew where he was or what happened to him. The next week, he limps in with crutches and a bandage on his forehead. Tells the teacher how he fell down a flight of stairs and broke his foot. We knew something was wrong, but confirmed it when he walked to a basketball court, threw the crutches to the fence, and started shooting hoops 5 minutes after leaving school. Turns out his neighbors were professional actors with MacUpan props. The crutches were legit though. His neighbor fractured his ankle falling down a flight of stairs a month or two earlier and never threw them out. TLDR, my friend skipped school for a week and came in with mildly bloody bandages and crutches to get a free pass. About 7 years ago I had to move back into my parents' home in Hawaii when I lost my job in California. When I moved back, I met one of the neighbors, this girl named Stephanie. She was my age and going through a divorce, had a toddler daughter, and was pregnant with the second, and she had also moved back into her parents' place. During the 3 months I stayed in Hawaii I lived a pretty laid back life. Go to the beach, come home, raid with my WoW guild. Stephanie would ask me to go out with her to Ruth Chris Steakhouse for drinks that the guys would buy us, but my answer would always be the same: I can't. I'm broke. And that was the truth. I was unemployed, trying to look for a job. I wasn't going to go out to Waikiki without a dime to my name. I like buying my own damn drinks, thank you very much. Anyway, her and I didn't really become besties. I actually learned to despise her very much while I was there. Her father had a stroke and of course acted different, and she'd yell at him and call him names. Then when he got paid, she smooth talked him into buying her a laptop. Her mother has a club foot and would watch the toddler when she'd go out, and she wouldn't even compensate her mom, even though she was getting childcare money from the state. Oh, on top of that she'd take her et, sell it to her friend for cash, so she could buy beep clothes. She wouldn't even buy a gallon of milk for her kid. Her dad would take the bus to the store to get it. So, eventually I moved back to California, cause I got offered a job. About 2 years later, I went back home to Hawaii to celebrate my dad's birthday. I stopped by Stephanie's house to visit her parents and say hi. While I didn't like her one bit, I liked her parents. When my mom would be out of the country, they'd drop off Filipino food to my dad, since he didn't cook much when he was on his own. Not to mention my dad was the one that saved Stephanie's dad when he had a stroke. So there's a bit of mutual thanks from both sides. I get to their place and the two kids, the little girl from before and her baby brother, are playing while the grandparents kept an eye on them. Stephanie came out of her room, said hi and walked to the kitchen. A few minutes later, some Korean guy walks in. At first I thought maybe this guy walked into the wrong house. Stephanie came out of the kitchen, greeted the guy, and asked her dad in a beachy way where he had put the lobster she bought. I could not help but shake my damn head. She then started to brag, yes brag, that she bought her boyfriend a big fat lobster for dinner. Beach, you are on welfare, WIC, and collecting child support from your ex-spouse, and you're blowing money on a lobster for your Korean boyfriend that is using you for money? I swear, I've never wanted to curb stomp a beach so much until I met a TLDR, knew this girl in Hawaii who used to sell her et for cash so she can buy designer sheet. Years later she's still doing terrible sheet, one being buying her boyfriend lobster while she doesn't even buy her own kids milk. The company I left this year uses a very old 1980s product management system. All of the parts we produced were logged into this system to collect labor data. This system was also used to clock in all the employees using a code point. Well, using TeamViewer and some keyboard shortcuts, I would clock in before I got to work and clock out well after I'd left, getting paid for more hours than I actually worked. Most of the time I'd clock in 5 to 10 minutes early and 15 to 20 minutes late, which you could imagine would add up. I did that for just over a year before I got caught. They didn't actually catch me, but they caught me in a lie. You could clock in / out of terminals all around the production floor, and one day I told them that's how I clocked in before anyone had seen me in the morning. Well, apparently they could tell whether you clocked in from a computer or one of these terminals. I was fired the same day because I wouldn't say how I clocked in using my computer without physically being at it. Joke was on them because I had already lined up another job for 13,000/year more than what my inflated hours had been paying me. And this new job is salaried, so I don't have to worry about hours anymore. I know it's late to this post, but whatever TLDR, use TeamViewer to remote login and clock in early/clock out late to inflate my hours, and therefore my paycheck. Not so much cheating the system as finding a loophole to get out of the system's intrusive requirements. My local cable internet company has a policy where they must install some shitty adware-laden browser on your computer when they hook you up. They put a lot of pressure on you to let them install this crap on your computer, when in all honesty the cable connection works just fine without their version of Internet Explorer Chlamydia Edition. Each technician has a laptop that they could technically install the browser onto, but they are told not to do that unless absolutely necessary. First priority is getting their net aids on your home computer. I booked a technician visit one afternoon. Before he got here, I packed away all my Windows and Mac computers, leaving only one computer running Linux Ubuntu. Better yet, the keyboard layout was set to Dvorak. The technician came and set up the internet connection with the cable modem and router. Then he gave me the bullshit spiel about the required software install. I motioned over to the Linux Dvorak computer and told him to knock himself out. He sat down. After 30 seconds, he stood up again. I think I may have a spare laptop in the van, he muttered. Great success. At the college I went to, we had undergraduate TARs. I had the Intro CS course for one really awesome professor. Eventually, my class ran out of space for TARs, and we usually prefer to keep new TARs rather than experienced ones. It's easy to shuffle experienced TARs around the college, but new TARs not so much. This meant I got to TAR the new course. It was in the same language as the intro class, and it was taught by the same professor. However, I'd never actually taken the class, since it was basically brand new, and it wasn't even for my major. Apparently, you can TAR a course without taking it. After that semester was over, I looked at the rules for being a TAR for a course. Basically, the professor gets full discretion, but you cannot take a course while you're TARing it. The rules said nothing about taking the course. After TARing it, I got head TAR for my old class, signed Myers up for the new course I just finished teaching, and I made the easiest day of all time. A while back I went to see Smokin' Aces in theaters with a bunch of friends. At the time, most of us were 16, and 2 of us were 18. So we went to buy our tickets at the counter, figuring that, because we were with 18-year-olds, they could act as guardians, or whatever, and let us get into the R-rated movie. Apparently in order to do just that, you need to be 21. So we weren't allowed to buy tickets. The ticket lady even suggested we go see some kids movie. So my friends and I are standing around trying to figure out what to do about this predicament when one says, "Man, if only they had one of those credit card things here, we could just buy tickets and walk in anyways." To which another friend responded, "You mean like those ones over there?" Sure enough, there they were. We bought our tickets no problem, and we went and saw the movie, full of glorious explosions and violence and shit that totally wasn't in the kids movie the ticket lady suggested. About halfway through the movie, the ticket lady comes over to us and feeds us some line about there are more heads in this theater than bought tickets, so we need to check to see who shouldn't be here. Can I see your tickets? We all put on these big shit-eating grins and hand her our stubs, because she doesn't have anything on us. Sure enough, she scowls and mumbles something about "Don't do this again, kids," and she storms out. She didn't check anyone else to see if they had tickets. Only us. Here's to you, ticket curmudgeon, you're forever in my heart. My friends all call me the definition of breaking the system. I clock in 36 hours every weekend, 12-hour shifts Friday Sunday, but only stay at work for about 3 to 4 hours, and then go and hang out with friends. Being a security guard away from the city has its benefits. When I first started working here I would stay the whole 36 hours. But after realizing I was never checked up on, I started inviting my friends over to hang out. Even had less sexy time with girlfriend at work. After I decided I'd just make the trip to wherever my friends were and hung out. If we ever needed to pick up trees it was usually on me, since I would use them to help pass the time before going back to work. I convinced the guard working after me to do the same, so we would just write on our reports that we spoke with each other ever thou. I would leave super early, and he would come in super late as well. TLDR, I get paid to party. In my undergrad years, at a top tier university mind you, I took note, while purchasing textbooks, that over 90% of them were published by Pearson Edition. http://www.pearsonhired.com/ I perused around their online offerings and noticed they had very interesting resources for instructors, exams, electronic books, and a thing called Test Generator. I wrote an email to an account representative requesting access to the online material for a class. Made up a big story about being a professor at another college and that I was considering using one of their texts for use in a later semester. I did all of this from a throwaway email, proxied internet connection, yada yada yada. Anyways, they gave me access to said course material, except I noticed something. When you have instructor access, it isn't just for a filtered list of offerings, it's full access to everything. Saving money on electronic books was one thing, as was getting instructor solution manuals, but these test generator files were really interesting. Supposedly, you could only read them back with their test generator software, which was not available. I was told I would have to obtain it from my school's testing center, and it claimed that it required to be run from an internet connected machine. Serendipitously, I went to the New Zealand branch of Pearson Ed Online and found it was there to download. No hoops, no nothing. I loaded up these test generator files in the test generator software from an old laptop and my jaw dropped. I was looking at the questions to previous exams, including Blackboard/web material. You couldn't print without going online, but you could view the content of the files just fine, which was pretty much as good as gold. For the rest of my college career, the only anxiety I had was over getting caught for breaching Pearson and obtaining said holy grail. Literally 75% of my classes were using quizzes and exams offered by Pearson. Not only that, I noticed I could get material for RN and LVN exams in addition to university physics, psychology of personality, Almalic programming texts, differential equations, etc. Do I feel bad? Sort of. But consider that here I'm paying thousands for an education and basically being resold material from Pearson for the majority of college. Take a look at your bookstore next time and notice that most colleges are in bed with a specific publisher. It may be worth it to set up some funny credential and swindle a representative to give you access. Call me crooked, but I noted and defeated a system most people probably aren't aware of. TLDR, I pretended to be a professor from another college and received instructor access to everything from Pearson, which granted me PDF editions of books, exam, and online quiz answers for 75% of my classes throughout my college career. Here is the plus trick and the sweet trick. Plus trick: if your email is randomemail@gmail.com, you can use randomemail+1@gmail.com as well. Technically, you can use +anything. Therefore, if you sign up for a Skype account from randomemail+skype@gmail.com and you begin getting spam, you can see where it was coming from. Also handy when making multiple accounts for things. Sweet trick: if you have a regular address, not a PO box, not a suite or an apartment, you can add suite 1 and so on to it, and it will be sent to the same place. Using them together for a while. Guild had a thing where, if you make an account, you got $20 in credit, and if you sent out 10 invites you got free shipping. I use the email trick to invite random emails 10 times, and for making new accounts, and ended up with over 1,000 accounts with $20 each on them. Ended up using about 30 for items and giving the others away. Sorry, guilt. A few years ago, I was changing jobs and was doing all the stuff you have to do to leave a job under good circumstances. I realized that I had a positive credit balance on my corporate Visa card. This happened because I was responsible for expensing and paying the card, but when I'd fill out an expense report, they would pay the card directly. Sometimes a payment was due, but I hadn't had the voucher submitted and would just front the minimum payment to keep the card from being delinquent points. So anyway, I find out that there's like a $490 credit on the card. So I called the card company and said cut me a check. They said they could only issue the credit refund back to the company, not to me. So I talked to the finance people at the company and they said okay, just document every payment and transaction to show the paper trail. It was going to be a nightmare point, so instead I went to Home Depot and used my corporate card to buy a $500 gift card for myself. When I was out processing, the finance people said, hey, you have a $10 balance on your corp card. I said take it out of my check. Point to me. A Home Depot gift card is just as good as cash. When my brother and I were really young, maybe 5 to 7, we were dropped off at Awana. It was like a Cub Scouts at church. You were supposed to do things like memorize passages and they'd give you tickets for them. At the end you could enter your tickets into a raffle to win things. Well, I noticed that they sold those tickets at the post office my mom used to go to, so I collected about $8 in couch cushion change and one day bought a reel of orange tickets. Put in backpack, not even mom knew. Well, they also had Awana dollars you could buy things with. I rubber banded up groups of 50 tickets and sold them in the bathroom for some amount of Awana dollars and sold the Awana dollars for some amount of cash or whatever combination. We weren't allowed to have candy or much as kids, so we'd skip Awana, buy $50 in candy and sat on the hill in the grass stuffing our god awful faces with gobs of candy. I tell you what, we had more money, more candy, more Awana money and tickets than the rest combined. Also proud parents, we were so interested and engaged in Awana. Double score. Funniest part about it all was the tickets I bought weren't even the right colored orange. At the end of the year during big raffle time, there were so many light orange tickets everywhere, no one had any idea where they came from. Fraud, laundering, probably more other things than I could come up now with punching this out on my phone at like 7. Hahaha. I should be rich by now, but my morals grew in. Damn it, TLDR, I ran a Mayfair system at church when I was 7. My dad's former business partner's father was a first-generation Italian American from Sicily, who we secretly suspected was somehow connected to the mob. He was always plotting new ways to circumvent certain rules he didn't agree with, like paying for cable. I'm not exactly sure on the details, but he designed/made a tool that would give him access to the main cable box in his backyard and figured out how to fix it, so he got all the premium and pay-per-view channels for free. The box also controlled the cable for his neighbor and the 2 houses behind them, so he had to go to each house and talk them into going along with his plan, which they all did. He was so impressed with how well it worked that he started buying the standard cable boxes, rewiring them for free cable, and selling them for $300 each. My dad gave me one for my 16th birthday, and after discovering the Spice Channel, I didn't leave my room much that year. I used to get the train to work every day, well, 5-day week. It cost £2.90 return from my local station to the one by work, and the journey was about 10 minutes. For those who don't know, trains in most parts of the UK offer a shockingly poor service for a seemingly advanced nation. Anyway, every faking day, my train would be delayed. They would claim a 4-minute delay, 4 minutes would pass, then they'd whack on another 4 minutes delay, so you never actually knew when it was going to arrive. Now, this was irritating considering how much I was paying for the service, so in the end I just stopped paying. Because the trains were always delayed, backlogs of passengers meant carriages were always too packed for inspectors to get round, and the stop I got off at didn't have any ticket checkers or automatic barriers. But this isn't the good bit. Basically, I got away with this for 9 months. So at £14.50 per week over about 36 weeks, that's a saving of around £520. After that long, I eventually got caught and fined £20. As the guy was lecturing me, I said, whatever mate, I haven't bought a ticket in 9 months, so I'm about £500 up. His face at that moment will live with me forever. I used to work at my high school cafeteria. We had a system where some students whose families met the financial requirements would get a free lunch if they punched in their ID number. We could also punch in IDs in case the pad broke. There was a counter on each of our registers that said how many lunches were sold, and our boss counted how many meals were prepared and how many were left after the lunch hour. If meals went unaccounted for on the computers, she knew somebody was pocketing money and would watch us all very carefully and even threaten to fire us all, since there was actually a fair amount of demand for this job. A lot of other kids would be happy spending their lunch hour making $10 and getting a free lunch. None of my coworkers wanted to risk anything. Food at this cafeteria was hit or miss, more often miss than hit, and we had a lunch policy where you were allowed to leave the campus, so only a fraction of the student body dined there. Quite a few people who got free lunches never redeemed them. I have a pretty good memory, so off the top of my head I could punch in maybe 6 to 7 different student IDs of people who I knew never got their lunches. So I would sneakily pocket the $5 each time someone bought a meal, and then punch in the ID and mark up one free meal. I would get an extra $20-30 per day with this method, on top of the measly $10 I made per day, since we only worked about an hour a day. So I was basically being paid $30-40 an hour to work at my school's cafeteria. I usually ended up moving the most meals. My boss praised me often and said I was one of the best workers she had. Worked there for 2/3 of high school up until I graduated. Yeah, I feel like a giant dick. At the time I was more immature than I'm now and didn't really care that I was leeching money out of my own high school. I used to be somewhat of a kleptomaniac. Not something I'm proud of, but I still could sleep at night. Not sure if it was because I didn't feel guilty enough or if it was just because I could afford to smoke a lot more weed. My father used to work for Canadian immigration, and he passed this one along. A couple of Somalis wanted to get to Canada, where they had a good chance of being accepted as refugees. Their problem was that they only had fake papers, visas, and enough cash to fly from Somalia to Paris. They didn't know, however, that if anyone arrived in Paris without the proper documentation, it was up to the airline that flew them there to return them to their country of origin. So they carefully checked airline schedules and put their plan into action. They boarded their flight to Paris, then destroyed their documents en route. They landed in Paris on schedule, just about the same time as an Air Canada flight was due to land. By taking their time exiting the plane and making their way to customs, they managed to mix in with the passengers arriving from Canada. They presented themselves as having just arrived from Canada and as having no documentation. French customs said non. This is not acceptable, and forced Air Canada to fly them back to Canada on the first available flight. Upon arrival, they declared themselves refugees. Of course the whole thing was exposed eventually, but by then they were in Canada, and their refugee claim was in process. TLDR, a couple of Somali refugees scammed the system to get Air Canada to fly them across the Atlantic for free. In high school, once my math classes got complicated enough to require graphing calculators, in particular, the T83 was what was required for the courses. I spent a week and a half poring through the owner's manual, paying particular attention to the programming section. Our teacher had our curriculum set up in a manner in which we would learn Monday, Thursday, then test Friday. I would spend Monday, Thursday totally ignoring her while programming feverishly and bug testing my algorithms to perfection. This would annoy her, and she would love to call on me out of the blue to answer questions because she knew I wasn't paying attention. But typically, I would have enough of the code done to give her an answer accurate to the 10th decimal within seconds, which would flabbergast her. Eventually, she gave up on trying to catch me slipping. But, at any rate, I would have a program bundle made each week that would allow me to simply input the variables and get the answers. In turn, I would sell these programs to fellow classmates for $10 before the test. Some weeks I would bring in $200 this way. Also, humorously enough, due to the amount of effort to find a way avoid learning all this complicated geometry and trigonometry, I ended up learning the formulas well enough to teach the class if I wanted. Hated school all my life. Started when I learned how to read really early, then had to spend the next 6 to 8 years listening to other kids stutter and stumble over simple sentences from picture book like reading. I moved every year, so I learned I didn't have to do any work, and they would just advance me to the next grade every year in the new school. In 8th grade, I was the class clown type, still hated school. I had to try a little bit at this point, because they could now hold me back if I didn't pass, but I was still a little asshole. I had this one teacher, a science teacher who was one of those people that are proud Mac users from the days of old, wearing Mac shirts and being generally just a huge nerd while still being a huge asshole. He was the type that would send me into the hall, come out and give you the old backhanded, "You're so smart, I know you can do better" bullshit they feed you. Well, one day we are taking a test, and this is like mid-year, and I'm done already and looking around, waiting for my slow classmates to finish up another brainless test, and I notice that he has a test like ours in his hands, but he used a hole punch to punch out the right answer bubbles. I thought for a minute, and there was a couple answers I wasn't sure of, so I filled in 1 to 2 more bubbles of what I thought the answer was. When I handed my test in, my heart was racing. I was sure he would see it and see I was trying to fool him and get super pissed. Well, he didn't. I got the test back, passed with flying colors, and knew I had the golden ticket. All year, I basically paid only enough attention to know where we were in the studies. When I would come across his grade lowering hard answers on a test, I would fill in 3 bubbles, sometimes 4. Well, here comes like the final tests of the year, and by this point, I sit in the hall most of the day by myself. In fact, there were times I would come to class, put my stuff down, and sit in the hall, forced to do my work in the hall and stuff. Lol. Well, we get this test, and I haven't studied at all. All my other teachers are Washington yuppie pseudo hippies, so all of their sheet was self-explanatory mindless garbage. So I'm like the most relaxed person in school at this point. Sleeping on my desk, talking to friends, getting into fights, and getting suspended. Big test day comes around. Everyone is freaked out and stressed. I walk in, fill in some answers purposely wrong to throw him off, and complete the test. I remember there were some blocks I wouldn't even read the question, just fill in all the circles. I was sure he was going to pin me for this one, but I will always remember the look on his face and the speech he gave the class after grading my test. It went something like this: "Now, we have gone over this material over and over again, and you guys still are not grasping it. Diatribe about us not paying attention or caring, about how hard high school is going to be, about how the real world doesn't deal with lazy people, blah blah bullshit. Now questions here." Spends 90% of his time out in the hallway and he just scored an 87% on his final. Slight gasps from the class. He looks at me. "Did you study for this?" Me. Yeah. How long? UHM. Last night and a little this morning. See people. That is all you needed to pass this class. Pay attention to this. Blah blah blah. Bullshit tirade diatribe. So, this guy still teaches, and after I left, I told all the 7th graders I knew about the secret, and all my friends' little brothers about him too. I'm 25 now, but about 3 years ago I met someone who had his class, and he is still using the punch out bubble grading method. Edit just remembered. I had this huge crush on this really smart, pretty but didn't doll herself up at all quiet girl. I remember thinking maybe she would think it was funny, so I kind of was bragging about it, and she gave me this dirty faking look. I realized there are some people who are just way too faking uptight in life. Saw her on Facebook years later, and she is with this scrawny little rat looking dude. Looks like his ass is so tight you couldn't slide a credit card between his butt cheeks. A couple years back an Xbox 360 controller of mine broke after I had been using it for about 3 years. I called up customer service, knowing that it was well out of warranty, and reported that I was having a problem with it functioning. I went through all of their troubleshooters half-assedly, and, once the final option had been tried, said it still wasn't working. Eventually it got to the point where they asked if it had a warranty, and I said I have the receipt right here without actually stating the existence of a warranty. They never questioned if it had expired, they never questioned when I had purchased the controller, and they never questioned how long it had been in use. After this had happened, they transferred me over to somebody else who proceeded to say that they would send me a replacement point. Sure enough, a week later I check the mail and there it is. A brand new 360 controller, provided for free directly by Microsoft, because my old one died from general usage. I still use that controller to this day. I used to work at Kmart, and back when they had coupons that gave you $5 off any consumables, i.e. food and stuff. The catch on most coupons is there is usually a limit. Get $5 off after you spend $10 etc. But not on this one. This one was only $5. I decided to try something. I grabbed one of these coupons on break and ran around the store to find a bunch of junk that added up to as close to $5 as possible. Once I finished, I went through the line of a friend of mine and purchased these. I used the coupon bringing the whole tab down to $0.23 or something, then swiped my employee discount. The tab was something like minus $0.35, meaning the cash register had to give me money. My 16-year-old self was so happy. From then on, when the machine printed coupons, I would quickly cycle through the various coupons checking to see if there were any of these lovely money-giving coupons. If I found any, I would quickly tear that off of the stack, pocket it and give the rest to the customer. So much junk food. Edit. I just thought of another great one. When I was moving out of my single college dorm recently, we always have to be checked to make sure that everything we have is in order and all set, and that we didn't make any holes in the wall or whatever. Well, unfortunately everything was not set for me. I had broken my light shade when trying on a wetsuit and lost my recycle bin. Well, luckily, when my neighbor left, he left his door unlocked. He had a single identical to mine, same light shade and recycle bin. He had already left and been checked out, so I decided to take my light shade off and switch it with his and take his recycle bin and put it into my room. Right before checking out, I do this, pack up and talk to the rat to check out. She walked up to my room and give it the basic lowdown. Greatest part, she actually verbally said light shade looks good, both trash cans look good. My dad and I almost started cracking up right next to her. I just hope my friend isn't charged. Edit 2. I just thought of another Kmart related one. While being trained, my trainer would always rip up the receipts. I asked her why and she said, paraphrase of course, homeless people dig through the dumpsters to find intact receipts, then come into customer service to try to return the item without having it. I chuckled a little on the inside. Once I got a refurb Mac Pro, recently discontinued model, and it turned out to have a defect. I called Apple, told them how I needed to have a machine, and they agreed to ship the replacement as soon as I sent the tracking on the machine with deposit on my card. I shipped it, then they told me that they were out of replacements and it should ship in 2 weeks. I raised a stink, but said there was nothing they could do. I called back an hour later, asked for a refund so I could just buy the new model at the local store. No problem, you will have your money back in 2 weeks. I go to the Apple store and get a new one, and 2 days later another $2,500 Mac Pro shows up on my door. I waited for the call to send it back, never got it, and 2 weeks later got my refund. Booyah. Free Mac Pro. I've been evangelizing their products for decades, so I told myself it was karma and did not lose sleep over it. I was an evil scammer in high school. My school had a system of recording class absences to my official records based off of whether or not a person responded to an automated phone call that went to your house on the day of the absence or absences. The call came at the same time every day, of which I skipped 4:30 p.m. to avoid getting in trouble by my parents. Of course, I quickly learned to always answer the call. But after a few times of having to fake a conversation over the auto-voiced woman who was calling to confirm my reported absence or absences for the day and promptly asking for a message to be left from a guardian explaining the cause, I quickly learned that as long as I wait for the message to beep and let it record something, or even nothing, even silence, that the computer system they used started to subtract my absences originally recorded that day. I learned this after having a friend that worked in the admin office as an aide look up my record. He said he'd delete my absence for that day since that's all he had access to, and he surprisingly informed me that I had no absences in months. despite not going to school for practically a month. I told a few friends about this too, and it seemed to work for them. The absences were always, if you hung up, before leaving some type of voicemail, but not recorded, if you just waited the few seconds. It was a big high school, so they apparently used all robot comp stuff to do it. It stopped working by my senior year though. They must have caught on point. If you got detention more than 3 times a semester, my school automatically set up parent-student teacher conferences to address the issue. I used to go to detention and log into the computer like required. However, one day I accidentally clicked on my name after it was logged in and saw a file pop up that stated my time served for the week, even days still left for the week as was assigned to me by whomever, and that the file was still editable. I then learned to just always open that file when the teacher wasn't looking on the first day of the times I was assigned detention and logged in my hours, so I never had to do detention. I even started doing that really quick and then darting out before anyone noticed. I was a quiet student so no one noticed I was or wasn't there. I actually did this in college, lol. I had a science class that was really freaking hard for me. After being sick and missing the first test, for real, strep throat, the professor had me take the test during his office hours the next week. But since a student at my school has to be guaranteed a quiet room to take the test, he wasn't allowed to have me take the test in his office while he was allowing students in and out for conversation/help/etc. So, he had me sit in a room that was empty and take the test, no supervision. I pulled out my notes of course and did well. I started making sure to miss a few more tests, taking some in class, to not be too obvious, and bringing whole books, my cell phone, and whole notes with me. I always did well on the tests. I even tried this for other classes, and it worked like 50% of the time. Sadly, I went to a top university off of these tricks. I probably still do a few similar things in my current life struggles, but definitely not as much. I was a punk kid. I like to think I've matured a bit. I work in a large county government building, and last year they replaced all the light switches in our offices with energy smart switches that turn the overhead lights off after 10 minutes of no motion being detected. They also snap on when you walk into your office. Green, sure, but the upshot is, if you try to leave early your office will be dark 10 minutes later, and the boss will know you're gone. You can however bring in your own standalone lamp and deactivate the sensor, but as soon as the sensor gets 10 minutes of no motion, it reactivates. And you can't leave your own standalone or desk lamp on past 6 p.m. because the cleaning crew is instructed to report that. Thus, lamp timers on at 8 a.m., off at 6 p.m. The boss walks by and sees the floor lamp on, and she assumes you're still in but elsewhere on the floor. Note, I wasn't smart enough to figure this out. I worked late last month and was amazed when my coworkers' personal lamps all started shutting off on their own. Evil, county robbing geniuses. I frequently go to fast food places, buy something so I get a receipt, then come back 30 minutes later saying they forgot a bunch of sheet. Also, occasionally I will say I got sick from the food from somewhere. Got a $50 noodles gift card because they put mushrooms in a dish I ordered without them, and I said I had an allergy. I also purchased a bunch of DVDs from one of those cheap DVD sites that gives you like 5 DVDs a month for some low fee. In the beginning you get like 5 DVDs for free and can cancel the trial or whatever and keep them. I did it for one of those sign up for 10 offers and get a MacBook Pro sites. Yes, I got the MacBook Pro and only spent $90 on the trials. Anyway, I forgot to cancel that one for some reason and ended up with like 10 Disney DVDs, but I only paid around $45 for all of them. I returned them all to Walmart. They were still in the plastic wrap and got $20 to $30 store credit for each one. Walked away with a $260 Walmart gift card. Did the same with one of those online book clubs. When I was about 7 to 8 years old, I lived in Killeen, Texas, and there was a small local video rental store down the street from me. They had this aquarium with a shot cup inside of it with a challenge. Get a quarter in the shot cup and get 2 free game or movie rentals. I went home and recreated their game and tested different ways of getting the quarter in. I finally settled on my best idea, placing a few pennies on top of the quarter. I got free game rentals for about 3 to 4 months. Then one day I came in and there was a sign on the aquarium that said you must be 18 plus in order to play. I asked what happened. They told me that a kid blew a lot of quarters on trying to get the free games. He cried to his parents. His parents came in and said that is gambling and it is illegal. I didn't believe them as I would ask different employees and then I would watch the facial expression on the manager. He looked more and more upset every single time I asked. I asked my mom if she wanted to learn how to win, but she just said, why don't I just rent them for you? Couldn't argue with that. 11 hours after posting. Well, this will get buried. Back in 2000 I was in grade 11. My parents went away out of town for about 1 week. Since I was 17 at the time, they felt they could leave me home alone. As I watched them leave I hatched a plan to have a week off too. I created a fake Hotmail account that was something to the effect of dad's name @hotmail.com. Since email was really just picking up and become widespread at the time, it was totally legitimate that a grown adult would have a Hotmail address and not necessarily a professional one. I emailed my high school principal, "Dear Mr. Principal, Vegas Warrior is very sick and we are out of town. While our neighbors are checking up on him regularly, he will likely not be attending classes this week. Can you please have best friend's name here drop off his homework?" Basically got the week off and my friend had an excuse to come on the school bus, which isn't his route, but he got permission to my house to help me with homework. My principal even called me once at noon to check up on me. Luckily we had one of those caller ID boxes and I feigned a cough. Here's one that I'm pretty proud of. Okay, so a long time ago I get sent to prison. That's a story in itself, so I'll just stick to the system cheating. I get sent to prison, and after a couple of years serving my sentence I get assigned the role of managing the warden's files and monetary transactions. Seeing as he is the warden, he would be too busy to do it all himself. After doing this for a while, I find out that the warden is having me launder illegal money for him. This really rubbed me the wrong way, so I created an entirely fictional person and labeled all of the accounts under his name, so if anyone got caught, it would be the non-existent person Randall Stevens. Finally, after getting out of prison, I assumed the persona of Mr. Stevens, walked into all of the banks, and took all of the warden's money for myself. Now I'm just sitting here in Zahuatani Joe, waiting for Ed to get here. Whoop, never mind. There he is. Back in the day, 1999. I was alerted that Buy.com was selling 19-inch monitors at a deep discount, $165, when they retailed for almost $600 at that time. I and just about everybody else on the internet ordered one. Then of course Monday morning came, and Buy.com realized what had happened and started trying to mitigate the damage. I had already gotten the "your order is received" email and my card had been charged, but I then got a "your order has been cancelled" and figured the jig was up. Then I got a "your order has shipped" email, and then there was a problem with your credit card. Your order has been cancelled. Then I got a 19-inch monitor in the mail. Turns out they had shipped it already when they cancelled the order. Cancelling the order included reimbursing my card for the purchase. But then they realized they had shipped it and tried to recharge my card, but the credit card company refused it as suspicious. And sure enough, net $0 on my bill at the end of the month. Free $600 monitor. TLDR, Buy.com sent me a $600 monitor for free due to their own incompetence. Bonus, they ran price mistake of the day deals 4 years after, salvaging a marketing ploy from the debacle. I think most circuit courts will do this when you get a ticket violation. For me it was riding the tree met maximum without paying the fare. They give you a $200 fine and send you to circuit court. When you are there, you have the option of taking 8 hours of community service, paying the fine, or doing addiction counseling. All you need to do from here is ask for addiction counseling and tell the person that you are addicted to gambling. It must be gambling because remember, gambling addicts get free counseling. They will ask you to schedule an appointment and reappear in court a couple weeks later. When you go back, tell them that they were filling up and you have your appointment scheduled for a later date. Most of the time the judge won't care to see you again, so they'll take the ticket and charges off your record point. I've done this twice. Point edit. You could also just take a 1-hour intake session. 1 hour. Ask to schedule the others later and then tell the court about the session in your second hearing. Slam fine removed. In junior high, my best friend and I devised 2 batch files. One file just ran infinitely on a loop, repeating one line of code ad infinitum. The other file edited the one line of code of the other program to be anything you wanted. Point originally, the code was always to display a line of text. We threw both programs on a networked drive, accessible from all computers in my school. We used it like a chat program, editing it back and forth. One day, we realized we could put whatever we wanted in that line of code. We also realized we could run it in the background. So we set the line of code to do nothing and opened the program on all the computers in the lab, causing it to quietly sit and wait in the background. We waited until the next class came in and changed the line of code to a shutdown command. All the computers shut off on cue. The class became a study hall while the teacher went to talk to it. Bonus, we never got caught because the computer staff at my school didn't understand how the programs worked. Usually when you go to a restaurant where they bring you the food and drinks, they put literally about 75% ice and the rest is your drink, which saves them a lot of money when they do that, and the refills are usually paid for. What I do is I ask for no ice, because that way they give you a full cup of your drink and you're paying for a cup of your drink, not 3/4 of a cup of ice and some drink. My friend showed this to me long ago when he asked for strawberry lemonade with no ice, and so they first brought it to him without ice. Later the waiter came by again and he asked for a refill without ice again, and sure enough the waiter brought strawberry lemonade with ice. His excuse was, I wanted to keep it a little colder for you, but I'm pretty sure you could call the manager and get something out of it. At least a full cup of drink. Another story is when a friend of mine went to some restaurant and ordered soup. On the menu it said 1 bowl of soup, so the lady brings him half a bowl of soup. He then explains to her that she brought him half a bowl of soup and not 1 full bowl of soup, which is what he was paying for. The lady got pissed and took the plate and went to the back where she fills it to the brim, where she can barely carry it without spilling, and sets it on the table. Family friends of ours don't pay income taxes. The breadwinner is the father, who works for his uncle to do flooring. He gets paid under the table, so his uncle really takes advantage of him and doesn't pay him fairly. He has to drive a big van around with tons of heavy equipment, and he doesn't realize that he can totally get help with the price of gas. They have 4 kids, and the 2 youngest actually are going to college. My family thought that there was no way they could pay for it, since the eyes has pretty much nothing on their parents since ever. And when they did their FAFSAs, since they had no income on record, they got pretty much free rides. They've yet to be caught or get in trouble because of this. Though my mom helps them out financially, like spending $2K to take their dog to the best vet hospital in New England, fed them for several months, and paid their mortgage for a bit so they wouldn't go into foreclosure. Even though paying taxes would help them out with this vertical bar. 2 transit related ones. Years ago my wife, then girlfriend, lived in Cincinnati for a summer. A round-trip Greyhound ticket to Cincinnati from Erie, Pennsylvania was $110. A set of tickets on the exact same bus from Erie, Cleveland, Columbus, and Columbus, Cincinnati was $70 in total. It always confused the ticket agents, and I had to carry a stack of tickets, but it saved me a ton of cash. I used to regularly travel to the Netherlands for work. Train tickets there can be bought in advance and are supposed to be validated for the day using a ticket stamp machine before boarding. After forgetting to do that once and then getting checked by the agent on the train, I realized that as a foreigner they'd just kindly remind me and stamp it themselves. After that, I'd forget every day and could usually make it through a week using only 1 or 2 tickets. It worked until I'd picked up a bit of Dutch and the checker asked for my ticket in Dutch and I reacted. He tore me a new one and said, "You've been here too long to pull this scam," but still let me off with a warning. Our high school offered two challenging programs, AP and IB. IB stands for International Baccalaureate, shittier version of AP but more work. IB is completed junior and senior year, while freshman and sophomore years you do pre-IB, which prepares you for IB's difficulty and workload. The top 100 of our class, who were also considered the popular kids, were all in the pre-IB program, while my friends and I were our own little group in pre-IB. Found out halfway through the junior year that people were actually taking pre-IB because it was the only way you could take AP World History sophomore year. Otherwise the only opportunities to take AP classes were in junior and senior year. After taking it, the person who would be our eventual valedictorian had apparently told most of our class, the popular kids, in pre-IB what was really up with this IB program, dropped out of it, and nearly 80% followed suit. About 20 to 30 of us out of over 100 stayed behind, including my friends and I, completely unaware of their reasons, and assuming they all wanted the easy way out. After heavily debating with my parents IB versus AP, thinking dropping out would look bad on my transcript, I stuck with the IB program. The program was extremely difficult and my grades suffered as I went from an AB student to a 1-2 to As, mostly Bs, and a couple C student. Our IB supervisors falsely promised us the benefits we would reap from completing the IB program and receiving despite our grades suffering, including what I realize now was a completely worthless IB diploma. Hell, half the kids essentially wasted all 4 years and never got the diploma because their IB exam grades weren't high enough by the end. What was the cheating the system part was there was one extremely brilliant girl in our IB class who maintained straight A+s and A's throughout pre-IB and IB. I didn't think it was possible, but her GPA was a faking 5.1 because of the A+s counting slightly more. Like I said, this chick was a genius. Our valedictorian had a 4.9 GPA, but according to our school IB students are not ranked amongst their peers. Why? I'll never faking know. Oh, but AP students are ranked, go figure. Our valedictorian got accepted to Harvard, while the girl with the 5.1 GPA ended up going to a pretty decent college nearby on a half scholarship, but not nearly on the level as Harvard. Fuck my high school. Seriously, they made our valedictorian look like some god amongst us at graduation, because he got into Harvard. The only reason I'm pissed is because our small IB class grew close together, and to see one of ours snubbed like that was completely disrespectful and a downright injustice. Many years ago as a university student I had a part-time job at Radio Shack. Back then you got paid minimum wage or 5% of your gross sales total for the period, whichever was higher. 1 week, a few days before quarterly inventory, the assistant manager, one of the top grossing salesmen in the entire region, suddenly quits. We do inventory. Everything is out of whack. C. Turns out he had figured out that if you sold something the amount was added to your sales total, but if later something was returned, that amount was not deducted from your total. So, whenever no one was paying attention he would ring through a few fake $200 to $300 cash sales, and then later do up returns for other items costing the same amount, also cash, so the till would balance. He was making pretty good extra money for that point. He probably could have gotten away with it forever if he'd kept track of what he was selling and returning, so that the inventory still lined up at the end of the quarter, but he hadn't done that, realized the sheet was about to hit the fan, and quit. This is not really cheating, but our college town had 2 bagel shops, Bodas, that had delicious bagels and were very reasonably priced. The 2 shops were wildly popular, always had long lines, and I'm sure making tons of money for the owner. Both locations were a couple miles from the center of the campus and required a car or a long bus ride to reach. There's an area directly adjacent to campus. It's called the Corner, that has stores and restaurants that most students go to. As a result most businesses there do well, but the leasing or owning space on the corner is relatively expensive. There was a storefront with prime location on the corner that had a sign saying Bodas coming soon for no joke probably 5 to 6 years. Inside it was empty and no signs of being worked on or completed. No one could figure out why someone would pay top dollar for the location and then just do nothing with it. Well, in 2005 Bodas on the Corner finally opened. It was a huge success with tons of money pouring in as all students on campus could easily get to this Bodas. Turns out that the owner bought the space knowing that it was prime location and would make a ton of money, but things went downhill with his wife and they were going through a divorce. He was waiting on the paperwork to finalize for his divorce because he knew that half the money he made from opening the new store very close to campus would go to his wife, and he figured screw her. TLDR, owner of a bagel store bought expensive property knowing he would make a fortune selling bagels there, but did nothing with it for years and years, just so his wife, that was divorcing him, wouldn't get half the fortune he made after opening it in 2005. The worst were active duty Navy guys, usually chiefs, seeking disability benefits. They would claim that just recently they would wake up throughout the night and get crappy sleep, always about a year before retirement. Why, you ask? The VA system stupidly gives automatic 50% disability to anyone with obstructive sleep apnea, which is, in the majority of cases, a disease of lifestyle, i.e. fat people primarily get it. Definitive diagnosis depends upon getting a sleep study, which is run by the same person who sells CPAP machines to them, so a huge conflict of interest. I'd talk to them after they'd retired, and they usually weren't wearing their CPAP machines at night, which is part of the treatment, but were sure as hell collecting 50% of their active duty base salary, tax-free. This is only one of the many ways in which people game the disability system. Point at it. I was a doctor in the Navy, and I said usually chiefs, because it was usually chiefs. I don't dislike chiefs, they made my life easier, they run the Navy, but in my experience they were the majority of people actively seeking spurious disability diagnoses before retirement. A few years ago I had trouble finding a summer internship on short notice when the one I had been vying for fell through. I took a summer job at a debt collection agency instead. I quickly learned to hate it, but I needed the money to pay for school, so I decided to suffer through it. I soon discovered that in the batch file of accounts sent to my queue daily, anywhere between 30 to 70 of the 1000 files would have absolutely no contact information for the individual, and our delinquent account research system charges for each search, so I was told explicitly not to use the system for this particular client's accounts. So, I would close these accounts with the code debt unobtainable, as I was instructed to do, and move on. It didn't take me long to learn the software and search specifically for these accounts to work them. I worked the late shift, 12 to 8, and everyone else important left at 5 on the dot, so I'd work at a reasonable pace through the first 5 hours of my shift, wait until everyone goes home, and mark off those unobtainable accounts, and surf the net for 3 hours. If my supervisor were to pull my productivity logs, they would look incredibly normal, and my 200 attempted outbound calls a day quota was easily met. This trick helped me stay sane for those incredibly depressing summer months. Thankfully it was fixed wage position, not a commission pay scheme, so this didn't impact my take-home pay either. If you can avoid it, never become a debt collector. TLDR, cheated a debt collection agency. I've got 2 stories. Some friends of mine worked at a big box retailer back in college 10 years ago. They would buy an item that comes in a huge box and put lots of random valuable merchandise from the store in the box as well before checking out, like tools, small electronics. So when they checked out, the cashier didn't think twice because it was a sealed box. They would then take the stolen merchandise to a different location and get store credit, then use the store credit to buy TVs, video games, furnish their place, etc. 2 different friends did this one. They would walk into Best Buy with an empty car stereo box or similar sized box. The guy at the front would mark it with a sticker. My friends would go into the store, take the sticker off, put the sticker on something they picked up from the store, new car stereo, amp, ECT, and return it at customer service for store credit. It worked every time. As much as I wanted to try this, I never did. Funny though, they tried it at Circuit City, but Circuit City had a system where it told you if it was even bought or not in the first place. They made an excuse and left empty at Circuit City. My brother had a cell phone that was always giving him trouble. He took it in for repairs a couple times. Both times they would send it away for like 3 weeks, give him a crappy loaner phone, and when he got the phone back, nothing would be really fixed. The problem was the phone itself was always hanging up on calls and acting slow, etc. Wasn't a network problem, but a problem with the actual hardware, I believe. Finally he asked the guy at the store if he could just get a replacement, since sending it out wasn't fixing the problem. The guy explained that he couldn't replace the phone, but had to send it out at least once more or something before it was determined the phone was a lost cause. He then told my brother the phone was only covered for replacement against water damage. Upon hearing this, my brother walked out of the store, went half a block down the street to the first puddle he could find, and tossed his phone in. Walked back into the same store 2 minutes later, went up to the same employee, and said my phone is water damaged. The employee had a good chuckle, and my brother walked out with a new phone. What I'm about to reveal proves that I'm about as un-Canadian as they come, and don't deserve to live in this country. My local transit system is pretty bad. It has a schedule and all that, but it only follows it as a loose guideline. The bus leaves when the driver has finished their smoke break and arrives eventually at some point during the day. It's inefficient and unreliable. However, it is pretty relaxed. The drivers seem to have a rule: never give a flying shit about anything. It costs about $2.50 to ride, which is not expensive, but can rack up if you have to take the bus every day while also making no money. Being a poor student, I was one of these people. Once, I forgot my bus card at home. When the bus got there, I desperately searched for it, but was unable to pay the fare. I was about to get off when the driver shrugged and sent me to my seat. Ever since I've avoided paying the fare by pretending I've forgotten my bus pass at home. I'm an ass. In high school I worked at a youth sports complex, soccer, basketball, volleyball, etc. leagues. Typically it was a good job and my managers were great, but the owner was an ass. He would sit in the storage garage and drink beer all day, overrule the managers who did the actual running of the place, and be just an all-around pompous jerk. He would time and time again make us stay past our shifts ended because he screwed up scheduling games and we'd have to stay back to work gate and concessions for a late or make-up game. After a bit we realized a way to get back at him. He tallied up how much money the gate should have earned by comparing the amount of tickets torn from a roll with the cash in the drawer. However, oftentimes the people coming through the gate would say no, thanks to the ticket, and keep on moving. So whenever he'd make us stay late we'd pocket the extra dollars from people refusing a ticket. Definitely a shitty immature move, but that place was ran by adults. When I worked at Woot.com I was responsible for setting up each daily sale. I was expected to have everything ready 5 days ahead of time. However, it rarely happened because the deals weren't chosen that far in advance. As an incentive for me to get the sale set up, there was a staff contest, and the company would receive an email to check the future sale for errors as well as guess when the item would sell out or how many would be sold. I would get a bonus added onto my paycheck in the form of commission for each contest that was launched. The system was set up to see what was on the calendar 5 days in advance, then decide to launch the contest or not. Since I was never given enough time to set up the sale, I figured out that if I set the date of the sale to whichever day it was looking for, it would launch. As soon as it would launch, I would then change the date of that sale to when it was scheduled to launch. So I was cheating the system, but really the system was cheating me first. I was an intern as a programmer at a place that didn't seem to give a shit about me. It paid well. I had a mentor for a month into the job, and then he left, and the only other person in charge of me was in a different location in a different state. I asked for work, but he rarely responded to my emails. I had to log time on the computer and didn't have to say what I was even doing. So I set up getting emails sent to my phone and then just logged time and never did anything. It started off slowly. I would come into work, then leave early, then start leaving earlier and earlier, and if I ever got caught I'd say I was going to work from home, but that never happened. Then I started just not showing up, and nobody even noticed, since my only management was in a different office in a different state. She thought I was doing a great job on everything. Then I just stopped coming into work altogether and going to the beach / hanging with my friends / living it up. I logged 15 to 20 hours a week during school and 40 hours a week during summer vacation. If I got an email asking me to do something, which was rare, I responded right away, did it from home right away, and that was that. Sometimes it was a few weeks before I even got asked to do something point, so I had lots of money coming in for doing nothing. Finally they set me up in a different department that actually had work to do and had a manager there, so I actually had to come in, but it was nice while it lasted. Was making a couple grand a month for just typing 8 submit on a time card every Friday night. TLDR, as an intern I got paid 40-hour weeks during summer and 20-hour weeks during school for just filling out my online time card at the end of each week. Company never knew due to not giving a shit about giving me work or me as an employee in general. Lots of money coming in for doing nothing, made for some great years. Probably a little late to the party with this, but what the heck, point, I've made thousands of dollars exploiting GameStop / Best Buy and Blockbuster trade-in promotions. Most stores, particularly GameStop, offer trade-in promotions where you can trade in 3, sometimes 2, games for a brand new title. Now these games are ones that are deemed to have a high trade-in value. So what I would do is buy games used from other stores, Blockbuster, Best Buy, and trade them to GameStop for a new game. I would then sell it. The process is slow at first, but it ramps up with experience. It got to the point where I could walk into a Best Buy or Blockbuster and pick out 10 different used games that cost $10 or less and would qualify for GameStop's promotions within a few minutes. I would then go to a few different GameStop locations and then trade them all in. Typically, I would pre-order major games. There is pretty much one every week. When the games were set to release, I would already have buyers and would spend 2 hours selling a dozen games at $50 to $60 a piece. This happened every single Tuesday, game release day. Some of the best deals involved Blockbuster. They ran their business stupidly. No wonder they're out of business. They gave absurd trading credit for some games. I used to be able to buy games from GameStop for $5 and trade them to Blockbuster for $30 store credit. And Blockbuster used to sell prepaid MasterCards, so those gift cards turned into pure cash until they eventually shut off the gift card buying. Although the cake for stupidity has to go to GameStop. There was a point in time where they had 5 to 6 different games that qualified for these promotions, but sold them for less than $15 within their own store. So you could theoretically buy any new release game / pre-order for $45 without leaving the store. It may seem like I'm making nothing here, but aside from an initial investment of a few $100s, I never spent any real cash. I would always have a bank of store credit at each store. I would use my credit from one store to buy games and trade to another to make money. It was flipping credit from one store to another at a profit. Hell, I would even exchange at 1-to-1 when my bank for a certain store started to get low. TLDR, I exploited GameStop / Blockbuster / Best Buy to make thousands of dollars by buying used games and trading them back to the stores at a profit. This is one of my favorites. My dad had found a hack somewhere that I'm yet to find that involved a nail in his dash that's wired to the gauge cluster, and by placing a magnet on said nail, it killed the cluster. Doesn't count speed, gas, mileage, etc. He would get up to speed, then place the magnet on the nail and leave it, checking it occasionally. Needless to say, that van probably had 2 to 3 times the mileage that the odometer read. I call auto parts stores and dealers claiming to be an employee of a nearby dealer, looking for parts for my own car. Most of the time I get their price. Save me from the 15-20% markup point. If you know how the systems work and what employees are and are not allowed to do to possible thieves, you can get away with a lot. Walmart sensors don't go off for a lot of products. Hell, next time you buy an item that has the little magnetic stick-on strip, save it. Grab a cart outside, place the sticky in an inconspicuous place and walk in. When the things go off, make a small scene so the door greeter remembers you. Then when you exit and it goes off, they'll remember you and more than likely let you go. Most of them are too old to give a shit anyways. Most of the time, when those things go off, People just keep walking anyway. Point they may have since fixed this loophole, but CD and movie companies like Columbia House would give you up to 12 or even 18 titles for free for signing up. Just pay the $5 or $6 shipping. Hell, even if you bought one for $15 and got 9 free, it's still a deal. The trick is to use a fake name. I was in a very minor fender bender once, got off an exit which was on a slight hill going uphill, and took my foot off the brake accidentally while looking for something on the floor, and rolled very slowly into the car in front of me. I thought it was going to be a quick "I'm sorry" and I'd be on my way, but this larger black woman got out of the car screaming, "I'm pregnant. I got to go to the hospital. I'm worried about my baby." All I could think was fuck. I could care less about her car, cause there was no damage, but I knew exactly where she was trying to go with this. $sign, $sign. To make matters worse, it was a short ride, so I didn't bring my wallet, license, or insurance card, and my registration was expired. Long story short, she called the police, and I sat there waiting to get screwed. After 10 minutes of nobody showing up, she started to get frustrated and say she had to get to work. I guess all that concern for her baby went right out the window. She said 5 more minutes, and she had to go. About a minute in, I see a cop car roll down to the stop sign and stop. I did the only thing I could think of, and point in the opposite direction down the road, and held my breath. To this day, I still have no idea why, but he actually turned and went on his way. Right after that she said she had to get to work, and we were on our way. For that next minute or two though, all I could think about was that cop and what I'd say when he actually realized I was sending him on a fake hunt. Oh man, this thread was made for me. Some things I do all the time. Whenever I buy a computer part, I scan the UPC into my computer. If it isn't on rebate, I wait until it goes to rebate. When it is on rebate, I buy the item on Amazon, cancel the order really quickly, so I have the receipt, then send in the rebate. I'll print off additional copies of the UPC on cardboard, and send the rebate in a few times with 3 to 4 different addresses. Usually get $100+ each round of stuff. Pretty common one, but whenever I buy something without a serial hash that ends up breaking a year or so down the road, I buy the same product at a store new, then put the old broken one in the box and return it. Buy game on Amazon with special pre-order bonus. Buy game at GameStop/Best Buy/UCT. The day it comes out. When game from Amazon arrives, return new game that came from Amazon to GameStop. This is kind of moot now that Amazon does free release day delivery for big titles, but it used to be nice to not have to wait. Whenever I'm going to stay in a hotel, I call ahead of time and talk to a supervisor. I tell them I'm a business owner, technically true, and I tell them I'm planning on doing business in the area soon. I tell them I picked their hotel and 2 to 3 of their main competitors that I want to set up a recurring business account with, and that I'll be coming to the area for a few days to scope out each hotel that my employees will be staying at. When I tell them this, I accompany by asking if they can provide free room upgrades for me, other free amenities, etc. I usually get the most expensive rooms they have for the base room price plus a little more. 25-30% discounts are not uncommon. Plus they usually set up my room nicer. Free box of truffle chocolates, flowers, fitness room passes, etc. I'll try to update if anything else I do comes to mind. My father used to get us as a family free lodging/meals at 5-star hotels and restaurants through a truly dastardly scheme. He ran his own business, had a large number of incoming phones, plus the secretarial staff to answer them. He installed a special phone line that he instructed his staff to answer worldwide travel journal. If anyone called on that number, they were to be told that my father was the executive editor and that he was not available as he was currently on assignment, traveling. He also printed up very fancy business cards which read Worldwide Travel Journal on one side and the same in French on the reverse. He would present these cards to concierges and maîtres worldwide. Sometimes nothing would result, but often we would get camped for our rooms, many $hundreds/NIGHT, or even have 3-star Michelin chefs cook special meals just for us. I was pretty young, but now that I'm older and understand what was going on, I still feel a mixture of awe and deep embarrassment. I worked at CompUSA in the 90s. As employees of a computer retailer, we got to use Microsoft's Retail Employee Purchase Program. Back in those days, the stuff we got from the app wasn't marked as not for sale. It was listed as such on the order form, and you had to agree not to resell it, but they had no way to track it. So, one day some guy comes in to buy a computer from us, using $5,000 in store credit. We verified that the store credits were legit, and he bought the stuff and left it with the tech department to have everything installed: multimedia kit, scanner, printer, extra hard drive, more memory, etc. While we were doing the work, our shrink manager checked out the store credits that the guy used and found that they were all for Microsoft software, and many of them were the same software. In those days, if you returned something without a receipt, you got store credit. So this guy had bought $5,000 worth of manuscript software for maybe $500, returned it to various CompUSA stores in the area, and then tried to buy a computer with it. He might have gotten away with it too, if it hadn't been for those meddling kids. No, wait, that's not it. What happened was that the guy got greedy. He bought so many additional peripherals that we couldn't possibly get them all to work at the same time. Not enough free IRQs for everything. So instead of just returning one or two of the peripherals, he tried to return the whole thing. And since he had a receipt this time, he tried to get a full refund. At that point, the case got forwarded to our corporate fraud department. I'm not sure what happened to the guy, but if he hadn't gotten greedy, he probably made quite a bit of money buying and returning smaller items, rather than trying to do it in one big chunk. When going to a supermarket or mall that has carts filled with coins, push coin inside, chain pops off. After you're done, insert chain, coin pops out. I just used some homemade clay coins shaped like real ones. I waited for someone to come and offered my cart for a real coin because it saves us both time. He gets a cart with neatly painted clay coins. I get a free ice cream on a stick. I was a wicked child. Edit. Also, in junior high I forgot about an oral exam in German and I weaseled my way out saying that I took it just before the bell rang on Friday. You remember when we talked, right? I could just repeat all the words you asked me for, but it'd be a waste of time. Teacher asked me to translate maybe 3 or 4 words that I luckily remembered before agreeing that I must have already passed the exam. Of course, nothing beats my buddy that was too scared of an exam, and he jammed the classroom's door's keyhole with bubble gum. In grade school there used to be a program where you could buy a week's worth of chocolate milk tickets and then redeem them every day for some milk. Me and my friend found some of the paper that they were printed on, bring neon pink, and took it home. That night when my father left for work we scanned one of the tickets we got from a friend who buys them and then started printing out stacks. We had hundreds of them. Then we saw my stepmom coming home through the front window and hid all the cuttings and a uncut sheet of tickets behind the TV and ran upstairs to hide the tickets in our room. For about 3 months we would get 2 free milks every day, no questions asked. Then my dad found the sheet and the cuttings. We explained what we did. He took the remaining tickets from us and told us not to make more. TLDR 10-year-old me counterfeits hundreds of milk tickets and gets free milk at school. When I was in college I had to take physics as a part of general engineering college requirements. I hated it. Our tests used randomly generated numbers, so each student's test was different. And the answers were also randomly generated. So if you got it right, you'd know right away, because one of the answers would fit perfectly. So this one test, there were 10 questions. I got to #9 and had no idea how to do it. So I moved on to the last question, #10, and it depended on the answer to #9 indirectly. You had to know the same equation to do either of them, and they use the same seed numbers, so I was going to have to sacrifice them both. But wait, I figured out that the answer to #10 would be 56 times, or something like that, the value of #9. So I took all 5 of the possible answers of #9 and multiplied them by 56 to see if any perfectly matched any of the answers of #10, and 2 fit perfectly. Ended up getting them both right. Every once in a while I get an interesting the way things used to be in communist Poland story from my parents. One that is particularly relevant to this thread was about where my mom's dad worked in an office. The regime didn't want any unemployment, so everyone had a job, but if you actually went to work in an office, there wasn't much to do, because the size of the staff was bloated. At the same time, it was difficult to get your average everyday things from the store. Getting anything from toiletries to food required standing in long lines, and stores were often empty, shelves holding nothing but vinegar according to my mom. So in this office where my grandpa worked, they would divide up the tasks of working and getting products for the home between the different employees. The men did the work in the office, while the women went out shopping for everyone's families, and my family, along with many others, got what they needed to outlast one puppet government after the other. Even now, if you look at certain places in Eastern Europe, getting around the system isn't just widespread, it's necessary to survival. For example, you have to break tax laws and bribe people if you want to run a small business in Russia, because the tax laws haven't been reformed and you would need to pay more than you could possibly earn. I'm not in Poland anymore, haven't been for most of my life, but if this topic interests you at all, this book is very good. I had to read it for a course last year. Also, sorry if this was a downer and against the generally upbeat spirit of the rest of the thread. I thought it was interesting when I heard it, especially as this is basically what I study, and thought some of you might too. TLDR, at Grandpa's office in communist Poland, the women would shop for all employees, while the men worked, and all were paid. Edit, the foreign came out, no and now are not the same thing. I used to steal liquor, prop $3K in 2 years at college. When I turned 21, my buddy asked me to buy him a bottle of booze. I got us both Ezra Williams, something like $9/5, plus some general groceries. I used the self-checkout because I was high and didn't want people to talk to me. But because they check your ID and lock the machine once you scan booze, I had to wait for the cashier to come over and verify my ID. To keep things efficient, I rang all my groceries before I did my booze. Then, I scanned one bottle, bagged it, then put the next bottle on the scanner, to the right of it, towards the bags, not the cart. It was all a natural move, and when the cashier came over to type in my birthday, he bagged the bottle on the register for me. Zing. The cashier stole it for me, and he had no idea. Further testing proved I could even do a fifth of Burnett's vodka and a handle of Jack Daniels. We called it running the option. People working as cashier never saw Burnett's orange vodka on the readout and then looked down at the Jack to find a mismatch. Later, the grocery store put on black anti-theft rings on the expensive bottles. No problem. Just option some cheap whiskey and hand them the big bottle with my ID and say, looks like I'm gonna need your help if I want to have a drink tonight. They'd take off the safety cap, type in my birthday, and I'd be gone. As things progressed, I started bringing only cash, afraid I'd get caught. Then, they put a post-scan weight checker on the bags. This was tricky to figure out, but then I realized, if I put my license in my breast pocket, I could bag the big bottle while still holding it, hovering it above the scanner, but inside the plastic bag, and swipe my credit card, or feed in a $20. Needless to say, it was a hard habit to break. I now live in a state that makes you buy alcohol in a small box style with a cashier right there. Oh, to be back home again. P.S. The double option was when my buddy would stuff 2 T-bone steaks in his shorts and I'd get a handle of Jack. Pretty solid party, living on college cash. When I was in college, there were certain classes that were very difficult to get into. If these had been exclusively outside of my major, it wouldn't have been a big deal. A few of them were required classes, however, and many of those tended to be prerequisites for classes you'd take later. This was just absolute BS. The attitude seemed to be that students should just spend an extra semester in school if they couldn't get into a class they had to take on time. Now, each semester you have students who don't come back. They fail out, they quit school, whatever. All of those students will have already signed up for classes, and, it turns out, they're all dropped at the same time the day before classes start. There might only be 1 or 2 of these in a class, but in most classes of any size there were 1 or 2 of them. If you happened to be logged in and waiting, you could sign up immediately and take their spots. Only reason I got the classes I needed without hanging around forever. I have no idea what other students did. A. How much time to have off for lunch to even get a decent workout? B. What city do you live in where you can transport yourself between 2 points within a reasonable amount of time? Must be nice. Point. I used to officially work part-time at a company and the union contract was such that any time worked over 4 hours was billed as overtime. I would work double shifts and triple shifts during the peak season, so over half my paycheck was overtime. I was rich, I tell ya. That lasted 2 years, until they caught on and a new contract went into effect. The next job I had involved doing jobs on tickets. I would get 10 to 15 tickets all relating to one job, and it would be for something I really had nothing to do on, so I basically had to lunch breaks and a rest break on those days, and would be complimented on my awesome production. And because it seemed like all company decisions were made by a computer, or the corporate office in a far-off state who had no idea what was really going on in any of their districts, no one ever got caught. Even supervisors did it. Near December of 2010, my mom got a $10 off coupon for a grocery store. After spending a certain amount, she gave it to me because every now and then I'd go buy some groceries for the house. One night, I went to the store and got some stuff, then went through the self-checkout. Or thought slipped into my mind, what if I scan the coupon and just put it back in my wallet? So I did, and I was extremely excited / nervous that I just got free groceries / was going to be arrested. I used that coupon about 10 times before it expired, and even kept it for the end of 2011 to see if it would work again. No luck. 2 times I used the coupon, I actually got some things that added up to less than $10. I scanned the coupon, and the machine basically thought I put in $10, so it glitched out and gave me change back. Holy shit, I was so freaked out. Another time, I tried scanning the coupon before putting my phone number in for the club card. It didn't work. The helper had to come reset it, and she scanned the coupon for me. After doing so, she put it in the slot where you discard coupons, but the coupon was folded from being in my wallet, so it didn't go in all the way. I sneakily grabbed that coupon back and put it in my wallet. Good times. My best friend went to college in the first year. He did alright, but started slacking off his second year to the point he failed most his classes. But at that point he was transferring to a different school. That school didn't recognize that he was basically failing because the grades weren't final, so they were giving him pretty much full FAFSA loans and grants. Basically, he got FAFSA money he definitely shouldn't have had. This same friend used to work at a tech support place. He'd be the guy you would call to get your warranty money back if your laptop or whatever broke. They had this system where you could basically get any time off you wanted as long as you were the first to request it, no matter how many hours you were scheduled to work. He would request all the possible time off and pretty much only work there about 15 hours a week. Then because he worked there for a few months or whatever, he got an automatic raise despite almost never being there. The place got shut down about a month after that, and he got laid off, but not W/O getting a whole month's paycheck for free. It was for all the hours he was scheduled, so way bigger than his normal checks were for. I was recently camping in Acadia National Park in Maine. The campground I stayed at didn't have showers, but within a mile of the campground there was a hot shower facility that charged $2 worth of quarters for a 4-minute shower. Well, I paid the fee and hopped in, not wanting to waste any time. At first it was ice cold, causing my balls to retract. Then, pure dragon's breath. I wasted most of my shower time, and when the timer was up, I still had shampoo in my hair. I tried using the water I could squeeze out of my washcloth to rinse out the shampoo, but only succeeded in blinding myself with stinging shampoo. Next time I went, I loaded the quarters into the slots in the metal tray, which slid in and activated the shower, eating your quarters in the process, and started lightly pushing it in until I felt resistance. I did this, pushing the tray just a few millimeters at a time until the shower activated without scoffing my coins. TLDR, free hot showers. About 5 years before my father retired from the Navy, they decommissioned the plane he had worked on for most of his career. He knew it was coming a couple of years before, as they would always do them in stages. Knowing that the gov likes to sell off used equipment, he knew that one day those planes would fly again, and one day somebody would have to fix them. Now, planes and plane engines are not the same across the board. Kinda like automobiles/automobile engines, but obviously a lot more complicated. Special tools are made for certain pieces and that is all they are made for. So my dad would constantly order new tools or parts when they really didn't need them. When it was time for the plane to fly to the boneyards, he flew along as he wanted to say goodbye to his old friend. Fast forward 10 years or so, and these planes are being sold so they can be retrofitted. Well, these planes hadn't flown in almost 10 years and some of them needed a lot of work. Oh, you mean you don't have those tools or those parts? Let's look on the internet for tools or parts that are no longer made. Hey look, this guy in Texas is selling this tool/part, but holy shit is the price high. Yeah, my dad ripped off the Navy and 10 years later made a bundle on parts tools. When I matriculated, the school's departmental computer lab had a sole login for all computers in the lab. This room has a keypad lock for security, but it's kind of a joke. To print and be charged for it, you entered the main login, printed to cute PDF writer, and then sent a printer where you entered your school login. If you printed directly through to the room printer, it didn't eat out of your printing stipend. This was a big no-no. 2 years later, computer services fixed the computers so that you are supposed to log in with the school username and pass. Then you're charged for all printing while you're logged in. Okay. But it turned out they forgot to get rid of the general login, and you could still get free printing that way. My friend printed out all 30 lectures worth of class notes, problem sets, and solutions for free one semester. I spent winter break last year at school and tooling the lonely halls. I decided to use the department's computers. The main login was no more. Too many people told other students how to get into the room, security issues, and print for free, and the department had caught onto it. Not a best example, but my example point. Another one is my school's infamous scrounge. Our dining hall is pay by item, which can be nice. If you have leftovers, you leave them for scroungers. You can even adopt scroungers by buying them food from your board plan. I tell new students to check by the scrounge table first and to avoid what they see the most of. Hint, it's usually bad. I used to work with a friend's dad, and the contract for the job he had gotten was to pressure clean and coat the walls with a seal all in 2 months' time. Around the first 2 days of working we slaved for 12 hours both days, but after that the guy who I called mini boss came up with a plan to have nothing but an easy day. Since the guy I called Big Boss, who is my friend's dad, was busy managing for different job sites, he'd only stop by to check up on our progress and then leave. So we'd come into work hard and fast for 2 hours, and then just sit around doing nothing. Big Boss usually called Mini Boss ahead of time to let him know he was on his way. We would start working when we got that call, and when he'd show up we'd say we are going on break, since he'd let us eat whenever we wanted. He didn't want to sit and watch us eat, so he'd just walk around and see what we've done, be impressed, and he'd leave. We had a perfect view of the expressways on ramp, and right as he got on it, we'd start putting away our equipment in the cargo container, and we'd leave for the day. It was mandatory to stay at work from 6 AM to 6 PM, but since Big Boss would leave at 12, so would we. Mini Boss was to call Big Boss at the end of the day to let him know we were leaving. Only thing is, Big Boss didn't know he was getting called from Mini Boss living room. I knew of a military officer in my reserve unit who was also a civilian teacher. Well, the way the rules and regulations work with military leave is that any time spent in military service doubles for time in your civilian job. Thus legally all teacher benefits, sick days, vacation days, and years towards retirement must still be accrued/given. He had been in the service for a while, 03, and had also been teaching for quite some time. The way he would game the system is to get military orders for active reserve status for 1 to 4 years, and then go home to work as a teacher for a year or 2, then back to active reserve service for another term. All the while he was in the reserves, working towards the 20-year mark, retirement eligibility, and also getting 20 years accrued as a teacher. The gaming of the system is that he spent a large portion of his time getting paid active duty pay in the service, while accruing years towards his teacher pension from the school district. Edit. Also, your place of work has to legally hold your job for a certain period of time. Example, if you deploy, you have 18 months after you come home to return to your job. Edit 2. I told my aunt, who is a principal with the school district, and she told me she knew of another gentleman doing the same thing. Wasn't the same guy though. This one was an 05. The world's institutions are, for the most part, immoral. I watch The Wire. I feel taken advantage of by these institutions on a daily basis, and feel exactly zero remorse for the following list. Grocery store self-checkout, adding producers cheaper foods, not swiping small expensive foods at all. Netflix, report an undelivered DVD, never return it. College awards, jokingly listed my race as other on some online college form, and was surprised to have been named to the Ahana minority, on a roll shortly before graduation. I'm white. High school, senior year counselor mistakenly enrolled me in a freshman class for 7th period, final 1.5 hours of the day every other day. She took me out of the class and instructed me to find a teacher, to be an aide to. I never did, and instead went home at lunch every other day. Great senior year teaching job, similar to high school. I realized it would be my final year teaching at a very high profile private school in DC very early in the school year, probably by October, as it was miserable working there. I spent the final 7 months exploiting every little thing I could, petty or otherwise. 40-minute scraps, home stocked with school supplies dishes. The boldest maneuver was to simply go home after teaching my final class of the day. On Tuesdays, I would teach 8-10:45, grab 2 plates of food from the cafeteria, walk the plates to my car, and get home in time for Price is Right. Also, duped my ex-girlfriend on the beanbag in my classroom one Sunday. Rabbi. When I was a freshman, all the students had to read these articles and answer questions through an online service called TeenBiz 3000. Anyway, we had to read a certain number of articles and answer the multiple choice comprehension questions by the end of the semester. If you didn't have the required amount of articles completed, you had to go in on a Saturday and make them up. I had about 2 done by the week before the semester, and there was no way I was going to get all of the required done. So I scoured the source code of the website, and I found a way to get the answers. It was something like JavaScript, show results, that you had to type in the address bar. Anyway, I told 2 of my friends about it, so naturally by the end of the day everyone in our grade knew. A month later, a sophomore told a teacher about it, and the company patched it. The funniest part is that a couple weeks after I found out about it, one of my friends came up to me and told me, in great detail, how to do it. My case was accidental. When my soon-to-be wife moved to another state to go to business school, I helped her to set up house by arranging for the phone service. This was early 90s, before cell phones and electric service. Because I was the one making the calls, the services were put in my name. A few months later, I applied and got accepted to the same school. So, about a year later, I moved there too, and went for 2 years to earn a bachelor's degree. I already had an associate's and had transferred all my credits. Anyway, by presenting a year's worth of old phone and electric bills in my name, I was able to convince the people in the admissions and financial aid offices that I was a state resident, which meant I qualified for the much lower in-state rate. That saved me about $18,000 in tuition. Had they pressed for tax returns or contacted Social Security, they would have probably been able to see that I was living and working in a different state. I know it's too late to actually post something anyone will see, but this is my chance to be angry on the internet. I had a friend in college who lived with a friend of hers, whose parents were loaded and paid for all her shit, nice car, nice clothes, school, food, gas, insurance, the works. She lived with this family before and after college, but she claimed her actual parents, dirt poor, so that the gov would give her gobs of money for going to school. So while I watched her blow free gov money on TVs, manicures, video games, and expensive meals, I was busting my ass because my parents were middle class, and I got no help. My parents and myself had to take out a shit ton of loans. I know things are a little different now than they were when I started college 5 years ago, but it's so easy for poor and rich people to go to college. All my poor friends were living it up with all the money they got from the government. This story isn't one so much of cheating the system as it is beating it. One of my good friends from high school became a fairly successful drug dealer in college. He grew pot in his apartment, sold it, sold coke, and did a lot of both himself. He used the money selling drugs to put himself through college, and has said straight out that if he wouldn't have done coke on a daily basis and then did homework like a fiend, he probably would have flunked out. His college years were walking the razor's edge. On one hand, any number of bad things could have happened, including being busted and sent to prison. On the other hand, he was getting excellent grades and quickly erasing his debt from student loans and then some. At one point I figured he had a 50/50 chance, and it could have gone either way. It was basically a race to see if he would get busted by the time he graduated. As it turns out, he won. He graduated with a B.A. and with no debt to his name. He stopped doing and selling drugs and continued to only drink occasionally. He quickly got a good office job and is still there to this day. The risk factor and the potentially drastic different outcomes were absolutely crazy, but he has always claimed that the only reason he graduated from college and became successful is because he did so much coke, as he would spend hours every day studying and cleaning. It was all or nothing for him, and he was fully aware of the risks and the possibilities. This is a bit late, but what the hell? Lego Bionicle Online used to have something called the Kanoka Club where you redeemed codes on Lego products for online stuff. Well, at first I redeemed all of my codes and went to look at some desktop wallpapers. Little did I know, the only way to see what you were buying was to actually buy it, so I ended up with like 15 desktop wallpapers with my codes. I contacted support, and they gave me back all of my credits and let me keep the wallpapers. But here's the juicy part, I figured out the pattern on all of the products afterwards, and redeemed codes for pretty much every possible product. There were 6 different nations on Bionicle World, can't remember what it was called, and there was a 3-letter prefix for each. So each code consisted of a prefix depending on the product and a 4-digit number for the product line, like the Matorans or the Tos or the Villains. So I ended up with a sheeton of credits, and felt like a total BAMF at the age of 10, and then Lego ended the Bionicle product line. TLDR cracked Lego Bionicle's online point redemption code system. I once got a 2-year membership to New York Sports Club for free. I walked into my hometown NYSC one day, signed up for a week trial membership, with full expectations of paying for a full year, if I liked it. But because I didn't need a full week to decide, I told them I'd only need the trial for a day or two. The person signing me up asked what day she should put for the trial's expiration. I fumbled a bit, and she told me, okay, well, let's just leave the trial's end date field blank on the computer, and if by the end of the week you don't pay it will expire. But it didn't. Every time I showed up I appeared as a trial member in the system. For 2 years straight, every time I walked into a damn NYSC, in different towns, mind you, as I moved apartments, I fully expected to be caught. Every time I made it through to the locker rooms I had a little tiger moment. Then came the day a manager at one of the branches was working the front desk. I waved my badge over the scanner, almost apathetically at this point, for I've gotten away with it for so long. He looked at me cross, then started asking some questions. Why anyone else didn't do this over the past 2 years still baffles me. He brought me into an office and brought up my account on his computer. He was typing things as he spoke to me about how I really should consider purchasing a membership, how the gym is great and blah blah. I'm pretty sure he was just playing dumb. He knew I was freeloading. The next time I checked and I was told my trial membership had expired, and I knew the game was up. Was a good ride while it lasted, though. I don't know of any sites that you can still do this on, but my scam back in the day, there was an online gambling site that offered a 25% bonus on deposits made on a monthly basis, up to a maximum bonus of $250. The rule was you had to place in wagers the entire value of your deposit and the bonus in order to cash out either. The bonus was made available at the time of the deposit point, so every month I would deposit $1,000 extra bonus using an Air Miles collector visa. I would take the $1,250 and play some roulette, $600 on black, $600 on red, and $50 on zero. Was a single zero roulette system, so if black hits, I get the $600 wager back. Plus $600 in winnings for $1,200. Same for red. Zero was the bonus. $50 wager returned plus $1,750 in winnings. Cash out. Rinse repeat. I probably took them for $200 a month, plus the very rare zero, for a good year and a half, before they changed the rules. Oh, and there was a Visa offer for a while that I had. Offered I like 1% cash back on any amounts paid using Visa checks. Maximum amount $5,000 check, so $50 profit/checkpoint. I wrote those fakers as fast as I could, and as many as I could get my hands on, to mile for $5,000 a pop. Deposit in bank. Use funds to pay Visa for $5,000. Collect $50 cash back. Rinse/repeat. That promotion didn't last long. There was a legend told at a previous job of Tony Two Checks. I never worked with him, but Tony had interviewed for multiple jobs before starting at this company and had been at the point of apparently accepting a job somewhere else and filing all the paperwork before taking a different job elsewhere instead. Point as the story went, the first company somehow ran all the hours paperwork up to and including depositing a regular paycheck and contributing to a 401k. Even though he never showed up for a single day of work and was not an employee. This arrangement allegedly continued for over a year without the company noticing they were paying an employee who wasn't there. Point the story went that the way he was finally found out and busted, to the point of police being involved and confiscating some computer equipment from the company he actually worked at, was because he decided to try and move some money out of the 401k, which finally got someone at the original company to notice he wasn't an employee. Obviously this story has all the friend of a friend told me earmarks, so I can't in any way substantiate the facts, and it may be complete BS or wildly exaggerated, but it was a pervasive story I heard from multiple former co-workers of this person, for whatever little that's worth. And to me, it's a good story at least. Regardless, TLDR guy worked one job and got paid to salaries for about a year because hours and payroll at a company was incompetent. I went to boarding school for high school, and Wednesdays and Saturdays were half days to allow for sports teams time to travel for matches. Wednesday afternoon had a large free time slot that often had long, boring speeches or presentations scheduled. These Wednesday meetings were dreaded and sleep-inducing. This goes for adults and students. Though generally hated, they were mandatory, and skipping would land you in detention. Point I found that I could go early and sign in, then sneak out during the rush of people arriving to check in at the last minute. I would wait in the bathroom for 15 minutes so that there were no stragglers in the hallway, then come out. Usually the coast was clear, but if it wasn't, then I had a convenient excuse for being outside the auditorium. Point I would then walk through the gym, empty during the day, to go into the nearby back door of my dorm and enjoy 2 hours of free time all to myself. Homework, napping, fapping, gaming, whatever. I still went to the important or interesting Wednesday meetings, but never again did I have to endure the other torturous ones. Work for a small trade company. The boss employs two of his sons who game him all the time. One son, let's call him Stefan. Stefan would go to the beach all day and book time to the customers on whose jobs he was supposed to be working. He went overtime on a job once and did a rush job to try and make up some time, and it was a huge screw up and cost the company $15k. He is the reason our company now spends about $1,000 a month on GPS monitoring systems. Another guy got fired for doing this exact thing with Stefan. Stefan slides through unscathed. The other son, let's call him Fabio. The boss is very generous with the company vehicles as they are good looking and well sign written, and he figures that us driving around looking good is good advertising. So we are allowed unlimited usage within the city boundaries, but if we take the vehicle outside the city the boss would ask that we put some diesel in it. Fabio kept a small drum in his vehicle that he would add a bit of diesel to every time he filled up his tank. So he got free diesel to use for whatever the hell he wanted and still had a consistent fill up volume on the printout that the boss got. Okay, when I was in 11th grade, I was doing really bad in a math class, and it was looking like I was going to fail if I didn't get an A on the final. The entire week before the final I studied my ass off, meeting the teacher after class, getting help from friends, doing everything I possibly could to give me a chance at an A. I sat down on the day of the test, flipped through, and realized I still didn't know a thing, or at least not nearly enough to get an A. I was pretty disheartened, angry I was going to fail the class. So instead of taking the exam my classmates, I flipped over the test and began to write a rap verse. I rap about how much I hated school and how unfair a lot of it was, and I was fully planning to hand it in to my teacher at the end of class and let her stumble across my thoughts. Well, it turned out that the song was really good, fueled by my frustration from sucking at math, and I decided I didn't want to lose the verse. So instead of handing it in, I took the paper home and figured I would be assigned a 0. Came to class the next day and the teacher immediately asks me to come talk to her. To my surprise, she casually tells me that because I missed class yesterday I had to retake the final in the library within 3 days. She must have been taking attendance that day by seeing who turned in an exam, never considering that someone might just not turn in one. Little did she know, I had a copy of the exam in my backpack. Went home, figured out how to do every single problem, took the exam the next day, and got an A. I ended up passing the class with a D, 59.97%. So, as Luke put it, hip hop saved my life, TLDR. Didn't hand in an exam because I had written lyrics on the back instead of taking it and knew I would fail anyway. Teacher didn't notice and let me retake the exam the next day, which I had a copy of, got an A, and passed the class. I worked at a hospital when I was freshly out of nursing school. One of my coworkers, also a nurse, would make comments about the patients who were on public aid. Once when she was in the locker room changing into scrubs, her purse fell, and a public aid, Illinois Medicaid, card, WIC card, food stamps, and several credit cards fell out. The public aid and WIC cards entitled the holder to free healthcare and free food items. This woman worked full-time as an RN and made, I'm assuming, a similar salary to what I made. She looked at the cards on the floor, while all of us stood there open-mouthed. She shrugged and said, "So what? I'm entitled to whatever I can get." She gathered the cards and the credit cards up and slid them back into her purse without another word. For anyone who may be wondering why she would want free healthcare if she received it as a benefit of her job, as I recall, part of your check went to your health insurance, so she would be making more cash if she declined the health insurance. I'm your basic poor editor. I spend my money on essentials and work my ass off at my entry-level job. I'm at the grocery store about a week ago, and in front of me at the checkout counter is this woman with this completely stocked shopping cart. The cashier ranged it up, and she went to pay for it, and I noticed she was paying with a link card. Illinois Food Stamps debit card. The cashier informed her that she didn't have enough on the card, and would have to pay for the rest with cash. Now I feel bad. So she starts pulling off stuff that were actually pretty essential, but not my situation, right? She pays with her link card and leaves. Meanwhile my transaction took 30 seconds, since I bought bread, peanut butter and a 6-pack of toilet paper. Poor people need to wipe their ass too. I paid for my groceries with my money, and parked next to me was that woman struggling to pay for her groceries with her link card unloading her shopping into the trunk of a Bentley Continental. Great. Insert Jackie Chan meme here. I once worked at a radio network on the overpass shift. All the programming was automated. I was babysitting the system. I had trouble with staying awake, so I started taking 2 to 3 hour naps at work. I'd sneak up a pillow and an alarm clock and sleep behind the consoles. Never did get caught though. Once the network was off the air for 20 minutes once. Had a hard time explaining why to the program manager. My last job was at a call center. We had a shared network, so we could look in our supervisor's network folders and see what they were working on. Only problem is all the supervisors had a password for all the important stuff. Once when looking in one of the SUPS folders I found a document called Training Guide for New Supervisors. Inside was the password for all management password protected items. So, for a couple years I knew everything that was going to happen. Mass hirings, layoffs, expansions, promotions. It was amazing. Only problem is I couldn't tell my coworkers or I could have got caught. But it was fun knowing so much when I wasn't supposed to. I used to be in charge of a morning classical program at my elementary school, playing a selection and reading out a paragraph about it over the PA. I did this between the ages of 9 and 11, I believe. I signed on because I really liked music and had a lot of fun doing it. I learned that one of the school bells was automatic, 8 o'clock, and that I was supposed to go on the PA and play music right after that. So I was instructed to manually trigger the warning bell, 7:55, and get my notes ready while people came into the school. Instead, I let the automatic bell, 8 o'clock, be the warning bell and I'd manually ring one at 8:05. So in addition to hanging out listening to classical music for 5 minutes in the morning, I gave my fellow students an extra 25 minutes of free time every week, almost 2 hours a month, and more than a day of school in a year. I later did a college radio show for 6 years and a music minor at university, so it was a really awesome experience. But I told nobody about the time thing. TLDR, made the school day start 5 minutes late every day when I was a little kid. Nobody noticed. A friend of mine took an online class while we were in college. Can't remember the name or what it was about. Well, there were 4 tests and that was it in terms of the grade you got. One day while we were hanging out, he realized that he was missing the first test, had about 2 hours left to take it, and hadn't purchased the book or even thought about the class since enrollment. Trying to help, I went on my computer while he clicked on the button to begin the test. We looked through the questions, and he was horribly dismayed. This was already 25% of the grade and he didn't know anything. Then I noticed something peculiar. The questions, which were all either true/false or fill in the blank, all had quotation marks around them. That was interesting to me. So, in a hunch, I threw the whole question into Google. Turns out that Google had the whole textbook digitized. Not only that, but the typical textbook preview stuff, where you could only see a few pages before you were restricted, didn't even matter because the search result description area bolded every single word except for the blank or the false word in some instances. As such, I didn't even have to look through the book. It was simply Google's top result for every question. It's actually pretty crazy how many teachers/professors just copy and paste this stuff. My dad had a story about incompetent managers and performance metrics back when he was a COBOL programmer in an IBM shop. The system was slow and basically just reported the first compile error, so while developing programs he would submit a recompile as soon as he fixed an issue and then continue editing. The result was quicker turnaround as he seldom waited for compiles. Management installed a system that tracked job metrics. After a month my dad gets pulled into the office to explain why he's run jobs much more frequently than anyone else, as the single page chart of job frequency versus name shows many spikes under his USERID point. Annoyed, he changed his job submission JCL to replace the job name with the current time. While he was there, he also added a lot of useful features to the original JCL code. After a month my dad gets pulled into the office to explain why he's running so many different jobs than anyone else, as the chart of job frequency versus name now runs to 3 pages and shows a flat line under his USERID. He feigns ignorance, but management informs my dad that he will be in trouble if there is no change. Frustrated and unwilling to back down, he instead promotes the features of his revised JCL to the rest of the development team, who appreciate the new features but care not what the internal job name is set to. At the end of the month, my dad is again pulled into the office and presented with a now 9-page report that looks almost completely like a flat line for everyone, except for small peaks around 115,900 and 165,900. Again he feigns ignorance, but suggests that, since it is happening with everyone, that it must be a problem with the reporting system. Management cannot determine the problem, and so chucks out this performance metric collection system. TLDR, Management implements metrics for wrong reasons. Dad screws with their metrics, so they toss them. In the early 2000s took a statistics class at my university where the professor required that we use a specific program to analyze datasets and create reports. The program cost $95 after a $20 student discount, or you could use it as a trial for 2 hours, or we could go use the school copies in the computer lab. This was a commuter school, so it was kind of a pain to come to the lab when it was open, since most of the students on campus didn't lie there, and the lab hours were often after 6 p.m. So I decided that I could be of some service to the greater good. I found a crack to remove the registration on the software, so the trial never expired, and made up a disk with the program, the crack, and instructions on how to install it and apply the crack. Then I emailed the entire class, excepting the professor, and offered a free copy of the disk to anyone interested in using the program at home and saving themselves $95. Out of 45 people or so, about 20 initially responded. I made up copies and handed them out in a predetermined spot before class the next day. Then someone ratted me out to the professor, who contacted me about potentially unlawful actions. I apologized and emailed the class with a retraction of my offer and a statement about the morality of distributing pirated software. Then I kept distributing it on the down low. Gave away at least 15 more copies after that. Don't feel the least bit bad about it either, because 1, I'm sure nobody ever used it after that class, and 2, I'm sure the professor was getting kickbacks from the manufacturer. In my town, you're required to have a sticker to use the dump. The price has steadily raised over the last few years from $25 to over $100, and they charge for bags you have to use to throw stuff out. The cost of the bags has also increased, and their quality, if anything, has gone downhill. The significant rise in cost has given many people the incentive to find alternatives, including dumping in the woods, sneaking into other towns, etc., etc. Not to mention the good old boys network down at the dump, where they let their buddies toss whatever they want in the catch-all bin they are supposed to charge extra for, whereas I've seen them take a tape measure out to make sure people they don't know are not going a hair over the height of the one truck bed you're allowed for something like $40. A color printer, some shiny tape, and good computer skills has gotten me around the sticker problem. Now if I could only print those bags. I didn't really cheat, but call it what you will. A few years ago I bought an HP laptop. Great lappy up to the point it failed and crapped out. Something with vidcard/display driver. I send it in before I ship out on an internship with full warranty/coverage, and was supposed to get it back in time. Well, I head out of state without it. Yay. Finished my first day and get a call telling me the part is back ordered and it'll be Delaware week. Shit. I can do a week, I guess. Week later, get a call. 2 weeks this time. Fuck. Okay, I'll borrow another intern's from time to time. 2 weeks. Delayed. Back ordered. And now I'm pissed. Waited the 2 weeks and I get the call. Oh hell no, this ain't happening. Called up. Immediately ask for a supervisor. He gives me the same BS. Ask him for his supervisor. Twiddle thumbs guy picks up. I understand there's a problem, yup. They decide to trash my old lappy, send new one with upgrades. Great, fine, make it happen. Didn't have anything important on the old one. 2 weeks later I go to pick up my new lappy. Finally, another week passes, and I get another package. What? Turns out they repaired the old one and sent it, so now I have 2 identical laptops. Yay. This one time I was playing around at Go Fish against the man. It was all up to me on this one, life or death. I had to do it, and I don't regret a thing. We started the game, 7 cards dealt to each of us. Boom. Start off with a pair of 10s. What do, you ask? I shut my bloody mouth is what I do, and wait for the man to make his move. He asks me if I have any queens. I'm afraid I don't. Cowgirl, I replied with my best poker face. Here goes nothing. I'm about to go balls deep into this mess. Do you have any 10s? I ask with a smirk. No, I don't, replies the man. And as I reach the deck, I know in my heart I can make this happen. Win this game for myself, win it for humanity and everything I hold dear. Grab the top card, 2 of spades. I got what I wanted. I exclaimed and threw down my pair of tents. That's one free turn for me, man. This is how I cheated the man. It was the right thing to do at the time and no one can tell me otherwise. I have a friend who is a big Ron Paul supporter who believes that taxes are a theft of the fruits of his labor. That would be all fine and good, except that when he works as an environmental monitor for gas pipeline projects, he regularly blows off his responsibilities of actually doing any monitoring, and instead sleeps in, goes golfing, or finds some other way of not actually doing any work whatsoever. This is why I find him to be a bit hypocritical about the whole theft thing, because he has no qualms about stealing time from his company. As far as I see things, he is not earning the money that he gets paid, so why the fuck should he get to claim that taxes are unfairly taking his hard-earned money? Apparently hard work equals drinking beers while floating in an inert on a lake near the rental house that he is staying in, while he is supposed to be monitoring a pipeline install. It blows my mind how much of a faking hypocrite he is. My uncle was able to dodge the Vietnam draft by faking his way into a college he never applied to. He was scared he was going to get drafted, so he went down to the local college on class registration day with a list of classes he planned on taking. I'm not going to say which college, but it's very well known, especially because of basketball. Back in the 60s, colleges used to catalog all the students on a Rolodex. The lady looked through the Rolodex and couldn't find him. That's when he waved the tuition check in her face and told her some sort of mistake had been made. She took the check and signed him up. Every class he went to, he would tell the professor that he was enrolled and that it was a cataloging error when the professor inevitably failed to call his name. Soon enough, he had an official transcript and a few credits to his name. Eventually though, he dropped out because of grades. He got drafted a month later, but he was able to dodge the draft for over a year. I was at the University of Washington in about 2000 or so. You can drop a class up to the second or third week of class, I think, as many times as you want. Same with adding a class. After that, you can only drop a class up to the 6th week and you can only do that once per year. So basically if you do shitty on a midterm and want to drop a class, you can only do it once per year and otherwise you're faked. There's a fee for a late drop. Also, I figured out that you can add a class as a late add up to the 8th week of the quarter if you get the professor to sign the late add form. The fee is the same as a late drop. So, what you do is you go to the class, but you never register. You get an ad code from the professor, usually very easy to do, and then forget to register online while registration is still open. So you have the professor sign the late add form and be apologetic about not remembering to add in time. Then you sit on that form. If it gets to week 8 and you want to get credit because you're doing well, you turn the form in. If you do badly on the midterm or something, you just throw the form away and then stop going. I did this a lot and I told people about it and they started doing it too. Last I heard, I would change their policy so that you can no longer do this, and I'd like to believe that it was because of me. I used to fix 360s. For a period of time, you would not believe the sheet they would accept, as long as there was a warranty sticker tacked on. Warranty stickers were really easy to swap. Some of the 360s I sent in were completely fried, purposely damaged, missing parts I was too lazy to throw away, you name it. I got at least 10 free 360s out of this, and it saved my trash. Once they finally figured it out, I called and tried to argue with a supervisor, who explained to me that he simply could not see a legitimate reason for why I had 12 boxes on one account at one address. No matter how big my family was, Microsoft used to run a Club Bing promotion where you played stupid internet games, got points, and traded points for things like 360 controllers. I found programs that would do the games for me, made multiple accounts, and then got the prizes that had the best point resale value ratio. I had to start sending them to all my friends' addresses though. Back in 2000 when Final Fantasy IX came out for PSX, the local Zellers in small town Canada was selling it for $20 on release day. Regular retail price was, I think, $69.99. A friend happened to find this deal bought one copy of the game, and brought it to my house. The game worked fine, the only issue was there were no English instructions. In Canada, manufacturers need to include both English and French instructions, rather than just sending them back, or holding on to them, until English instructions were sent. They sold the game at discount price point. He didn't have a job, so he brought me in on the score. We bought the remaining copies from Zellers, hit up another Zellers 2 towns over, and tried hitting a third, until they pulled it from the shelves. We ended up with 12 copies, and then went to Microplay, a small independent game dealer, and, after some convincing, sold them our copies for $40 each. They weren't getting their shipment until the next day, due to the instruction manual screw up point. In the end I spent my profits on Shenmue. My buddy bought Resident Evil, Code Veronica. We celebrated over Wendy's, and had a couple bucks left over to savor. During college, I would pay for parking for one day at the beginning of each month and use it for the whole month. My university used one of those automated machines, where you would purchase a ticket, and put it on your dash, so as not to get a ticket when parking on campus. I would modify the ticket using whiteout, black pen, and a steady hand to modify the dates. When I got away with it for an entire term, I took my chances, and was able to get out of paying for on-campus parking for 3 years. During high school, every junior and senior had the opportunity to eat lunch off campus, as you had a special sticker on your I.D. that your parents had to sign up for. My friend and I were able to counterfeit the sticker and sell on campus for $30 a pop. We never got caught. We were also able to establish and maintain a small-time gambling operation on campus, which helped pay for my Honda Accord. I found a Minecraft server online that had a built-in market plugin that allowed you to trade items for gold nuggets. Their marketplace had a large amount of items that were fairly cheap, such as wood planks for $1 and 64 cobblestone for $4. After spending almost an hour getting 64 nuggets from fighting random zombies in the wilderness, I thought to myself that there has to be a better way. So I strolled around the stores and checked out the prices of certain items. One of them happened to be note blocks that were being sold for $50 each. That's when it hit me. I used my nuggets to buy 32 plans and 4 Edstone dust, $32 and $8 respectively, to make 4 note blocks. The way the system worked, the selling price was the same as the buying price, and I was now making 500% profit on the items I made, without ever leaving the town. After about an hour I had already accumulated $100k TLDR. I played the Minecraft market, and made 500% on my returns. I used to work at Sonic back in high school. I was a car hop, so I took orders, and skated out orders to the customer. To fund my summer-long graduation trip I found a loophole in the computer system point, so I took an order, and as soon as I hit total, that order gets sent to the monitor in the kitchen. Once that's complete, they clock it out on their side. The person bagging it clocks out the order, and in order for the transaction to be fully complete, I have to skate over and clock it out with my magnetic wristband that is assigned to me. I would take the order, and once the kitchen clocked it out I would quickly go back to the register, put in the manager's password, and delete a sheet ton of items. Then I would go and clock it out on my end. I would save the old and new receipt for that order, using the old receipt for when I charged the customer and the new one, so I could keep track of the amount of money I had in my bank or apron. Doing this gave the customer the food they wanted at the correct price, but tricked the system into thinking it should be getting less money, and any leftover money I had at the end of the night was my tip point. I never went too crazy, maybe getting an extra 20 or 40 bucks a night on top of the usual $30 in tips, and working full time at $7.20 an hour. I got 2 for you. While at uni in the community halls of residence you had to pay for your own heating, which was horribly expensive for a poor student like me. One cold English winter's day, I said to everyone, "Why are we all paying for our own pathetic heating? Everyone prop open your doors." I got a plan. We propped open the kitchen door, opened the 2 ovens and preheated the kitchen and hallway to 220 degrees Celsius. The cleaners said we had the warmest floor in the whole complex. A friend and I were studying electronic engineering. I said to him, we should be able to find a way to rig the radiators to always think the meter had credit. My friend downloaded the schematics from the manufacturer and we found a simple relay that connected the power. We simply removed the circuit board, shorted the pins with some tinfoil, and for free beer we rigged every own's heaters in the block. They never found out, and I expect the new students for the following year were really surprised. I wonder how long it took the halls of resistance management to find out. Teehee. First thing, every once in a while I call my mobile/internet service providers and tell them that I want to cancel my subscription or whatever because I found a better deal elsewhere. They usually just offer me free minutes, a free service, or a free month on. Second, I'm not sure if this is a trick as much as it is just plain shoplifting. But when I go shopping I take with me a tiny pair of scissors, so when I want an item I just cut a small slit around the security thing and remove it. Most my clothes have a little slit on them, but it's hard to notice. Third, I keep a parking ticket in my car, and whenever I want to park in a no parking zone I just put it up on my windshield, because they can't give you 2 tickets. Fourth, when in ordering a lot of food, I tell local restaurants that I'm the president of some made up club and I need to order for the club meeting. They end up giving me a very good discount hoping that it'd make them my club's sponsors. Last, when I go to a spa, restaurant, or any other service place, I take with me a camera and a notepad and a pen. I start acting like I'm judging the place. They assume I'm a journalist. When they ask me if I am, I say no in a way that sounds like I'm lying. They most likely don't believe me, so they try to play it cool and end up giving me extras on the house, or the least, an excellent service point edit. I almost forgot this one, but I live in Kuwait, so vending machines take coins of 100 fils, that is around 30 US cents. Then I found out that the Syrian £1 equals $0.156, is the same size as that 100 fils coin. Now I always have 1 Syrian pound coins with me, and they work perfectly on the vending machines here. I purchased a projector back in 2005, and it was glorious right up until the power supply crapped out. So I tried contacting Optoma and Best Buy who I had ordered it through. No one would take responsibility for it. I couldn't even get a response from Optoma via email. Eventually I was able to find and produce the receipt from the digital transaction. Best Buy contacted me on the last day of the warranty. She told me they would refund the entire cost, $1,500-ish. So I asked if I could just pick out a new projector and pay the difference. They said yes, so naturally I went for a projector with way more features, and as luck would have it the model was on sale, or about $105 more. She had some trouble ringing it up in one system, and said she was going to ring it up in another. I checked my bank account a day or two later. There were 2 charges, one for $105 and the other for $105.99. I was about to call and question what happened, and then it hit me. Don't say anything and see what is home when I come back off of leave. Sure enough, 2 brand new sealed badass projectors. I flipped one on eBay for $1,300 while using friends to bid up the price, and then I bought them lunch, and I bought myself a sweet hollow body guitar. TLDR, projector broke. Best Buy shouldn't have had to replace it. They sent me 2 projectors, and I got a guitar. It's not really a way to cheat the system, at least not in the traditional sense, but I live in a party house with 5 other roommates. It is the only house located remotely close to downtown in this city, about a 10-block walk, and it has had literally 100 roommates over the last 20 years. A lot of people, it seems, forget that you need to change your address with a lot of individual business places or else your packages will get shipped to your last listed address. To date we've received 2 free PS3s and 1 free 32-inch television. It's hard to feel bad for people that you've never met, especially when they are too damn stupid to change their eBay shipping address. I'd assume that if they paid for the shipment and the product they'll get a replacement mailed to their actual address once they complain anyway, and we've never had anyone come round looking for their misplaced deliveries. I live in London, UK, with my mum and my iSpace Virgin. I was on the large internet package, 10 MB, £20 a month, and I wanted the extra large internet package, 20 MB, £35 a month. So I ring up the customer care line and say I rang yesterday and stated I wanted to leave for Sky, rival ISP, because they were offering a cheaper deal. And the person I spoke to upgraded my internet package from L to XL for free, but the phone rep couldn't authorize it because they needed to speak to the account holder, who is my mum, and had left the house. My mum is here now, she is the account holder, can you confirm it please? The first time I tried, the lady said that she doesn't see any notes on the system for such an upgrade and she could offer me a free TV upgrade instead. I declined the first offer and said I planned to leave and said goodbye. Rung back instantly and got through to a different phone rep. Said the same thing. Put the clocks forward 4 years later and I have had 20 MB fiber optic internet for the price of 10 MB every month. That's a whole extra 1000 kbs downstream baby, for free. Saved my mum £720 over 4 years. Not bad. It is also being upgraded to 50 MB soon, at no extra cost for me, as 50 MB will be the new XL package. Who? This is fantastic. The Oakland A's sell tickets on Tuesdays, I think, for $2. The face value of the tickets are $10. Along with the ticket is a $6 food merchandise voucher. So my friend goes on Craigslist and buys 2 $10 tickets for an afternoon game that he picks up from the guy selling them to at the gates to the park on the day of the game. During the game, one of the people in the stands tells him his ticket has a $6 voucher for food or merchandise on it. Just have the barcode on the ticket scanned. So he and his friend go get a hot dog and a beer and try to use the vouchers, but the woman at the register says they have already been used at 10 AM that morning. There is a swag store outside the ballpark. So they realize the scammer guy loads up on $2 tickets on Tuesday, buys pennants or foam fingers or whatever that day outside the ballpark, cashing out the $6 on each ticket, then stands there selling the tickets for $10 and maybe selling his swag store stuff too. I mean, this seems like a lot of work to me, but hey, nobody is really out anything, right? My friends who had this experience didn't even know their tickets had a $6 voucher on it until someone told them, although after finding all this out they felt less enthusiastic about their experience. Ops story hits home with me because this sort of thing went on all the time where I used to work. We had to work occasionally on Saturday, so everyone took a turn, and it was only one person on the shift. A younger coworker, as it was found out, would clock in, hop in the company truck, go home, which was pretty far from the job, watch football, eat and do whatever, return to work and clock out. The Saturday person had to carry a company cell phone, so if he got a call he would return to work, of course, but he was never called and never got caught. He left the company shortly after I started working there, and the tradition continued with some of the other workers. They weren't so brave though and didn't go home. Instead, they faked off and never did any work whatsoever. If the cell phone rang, they never answered it. Some of the guys never even carried it around with them, and when they were questioned about why didn't they answer service calls, their excuse was that they forgot to turn on the phone or they didn't hear it ringing. When it was my turn to work on Saturday, I tried to find something to do because it made for a very long day just sitting around. Sometimes I brought my portable DVD player to work and watched movies if things were quiet, but just my luck, I usually got a lot of service calls. I didn't really mind because hell, I was getting paid to work, not fuck off. A friend of mine is a doctor working for the National Health Service in England. Doctors are technically self-employed, so there are no upwards limits on how much you can earn as a professional. You get paid to take contracts to treat people. For instance, you might get paid £100,000 per year to treat all the diabetics in the region. This person has worked out the costs of treating all the different types of people and only takes quick, profitable contracts. His practice treats almost exclusively recurring drug addicts who want drugs, but you say no, the obese, who you just weigh and tell to eat less, and the old, who will receive most of their treatment in hospital. So they spend their time treating people who have very cheap conditions, even though these issues are very political and the contracts involve a lot of money. This area also happens to have the worst health provision in the country. TLDR. Doctor makes hundreds of thousands of pounds per year by only taking on illnesses with large rewards, but cheap treatments. This is probably super common. I work at a grocery store and people come in all the time with WIC checks, women, infants, and children. I assume it's public assistance for single mothers to pay for food for their children like milk, eggs, cereal, bread, baby formula, milk, fruits, veggies. Now, please understand I'm not trying to be racist. But about 65% of the WIC customers are Indian, or whatever country they come from, where I assume their marriages aren't valid here in the US. So these families are getting free food that is meant for single mothers, even though they are married in another country and the children are being cared for and paid for by two parents. Now the other 25% are people who have a SO, but aren't married, so they are getting public assistance like the other 65% despite having two incomes, or one if one doesn't feel like working. Then there is the 10% that actually do deserve it and need it. I think the worst are the WIC customers that get the checks and own a small convenience store and probably use the stuff they get to stock their shelves. However, they all want stuff they can't have on the WIC checks. Ninja Reddit, I might not be explaining it right. I'm just posting what I remember. I used to work as a bibliographer, grad school, and I was basically told I had to only do a certain number of journals every week so as to keep up appearances for the rest of the staff consisting of other grad students. The topic was European history from years 700 to 1700. I was hired to scour English, French, Spanish, and Italian journals for articles pertaining to our topic. My methodology was always to choose journals where there'd be no mention of the topic at hand, thus completing the assignment while having to turn no work in, except the checkmark showing that I pored over the whole lot and found nothing. I once worked for a week skimming through all 150 years of the journal Nature, and then took the whole rest of the summer off and got paid. Later, they made me staff and put me on salary. I worked there for 3 years, and it enabled me to take an additional job with another department, engineering tar. At the end of my senior year in high school, I decided that paying $50 to $60 for the school yearbook was not worth it. I was one of 10 or so people to not order a yearbook by the week before they were arriving, and my high school administration sent us emails saying that we needed to buy a yearbook in our senior year. I thought that was total bullshit and ignored the email. It turned out that I was the only person left to not buy a yearbook by the time they arrived, and a counselor told me that if I didn't buy a yearbook then I wouldn't receive my diploma on graduation day. Again, this was obviously total bull, so I just told them nothing could make me waste money on a yearbook. At first I just sat around while everyone traded yearbooks to sign and whatnot, but a half hour later another counselor came over and handed me one free of charge. My guess was that the administration expected everyone to order one, so they paid for a yearbook for every single student before we actually ordered them. One Saturday night last summer, my girlfriend and I really wanted fried seafood for dinner. It was 8:30 in Boston. Most restaurants would be booked till 10 o'clock at the earliest, but we found one local eatery on Oppentable that would give us a reservation at 8:45, and it was only a block away. Book the seats on my phone on the walk over, and we get there to find a 2-hour long line of people waiting to be sat. At the front was a couple with a newborn who wore looks of exhaustion, frustration, and overall despair at having to have waited that long to sit. With our reservation, we skip right to the front and are being walked over to our table when we notice 2 empty seats at the bar. We ask the hostess if we can just grab those 2 seats, and she obliges. 10 minutes later she's back, saying the family that sat at our would have been table offered us a free round of drinks. TLDR cheated a restaurant wait, got a free round of drinks. I'm not sure how true this story is, so if someone figure out how to look it up and check, I would love it. But my government teacher in high school told me this story. See, at some big government building, they were painting the steps or something like that out front. Instead of putting up a sign, they hired a guy to stand there at the front and tell the politicians to step aside and whatnot. This guy was very friendly, would stand out front of the building every morning, saying hi to everyone, getting to know their names. Everyone loved him. After 30 years, he goes to the directors and tells them he is retiring. They're all very sad and tell him they'll miss him. The guy tells them not to worry, he's been training his son in this job and he's ready to take over for him. So they hire the son. And everyone loves the son. He's friendly. He remembers everyone's names. And eventually, years later, he has to retire. But as luck would have it, he's trained his son for the job too. So that son gets the job. Around that time, someone realizes the paint has been dry for a while. Why was this guy still working for them? A friend of mine is the king of scams. This is my favorite one. So two buddies of mine used to work at Blockbuster years ago. One, who we'll call Frank, was working and the other, who we'll call Joe, had the day off. Apparently Blockbuster has a policy where you get to eat the ice cream in the freezer if the power at the store goes out for longer than 30 minutes or an hour. Can't quite remember. Anywho, Frank is bored and hungry at work, and so he calls Joe and get him to come up to Blockbuster. Frank convinces Joe to go around back and turn the power off to the building because during a smoke break a few weeks earlier he had noticed that there wasn't a lock on it. So Joe goes and turns the power off, and 30 minutes go by and Frank and another employee nom the fuck out of some choco tacos and other shit. Manager gets a call about the power being out and heads up to see what's going on. Manager gets Frank and they watch the surveillance tape, and you can see Frank talking to Joe miming out eating choco tacos and throwing a huge power switch. The manager was actually a pretty cool guy and just told him never to do it again. TLDR, my buddy purposefully turned off the power at work so he could eat all the ice cream in the freezer. I feel like I may have cheated the system. After graduating high school, I went to a 4-year university for my freshman year of college. While I was there, I joined a fraternity and partied insanely hard since I was in college and also in a bigger city compared to where I grew up. Because of this my grades suffered daily, and I believe my GPA after my first year was about a 1.05 or something. So, I left that university and moved back home. My plan was to attend a local community college and try to get my GPA back up before going back to a 4-year school. Here is where it gets good. When I went to the community college to apply for admission and to register for fall courses, the admissions person in the office told me that I needed any transcripts from previous schools before my admission would be cleared. So I told her where I had attended school and that I would acquire my transcripts for them. But then 2 weeks later I received in the mail my admission acceptance letter from the community college as a freshman. I never inquired about it or informed them that they had made a mistake. So I registered for classes in the fall as a freshman, stayed there for a year, transferred to another 4-year school, and graduated with a 3.4 GPA. My year of partying as a freshman, the first time, never came back to affect me in any way. Also, I pirate movies and music. Years ago, my brother worked at CompUSA when they were still in business, and he got this thing called a Subico. It was some electronic device that could play some basic games and could act as a PDA for kids. He gave it to me for my daughter to use, but since she was only 5 she wasn't interested. Fast forward to 5 months later, I was shopping at Toys R Us for early Christmas presents and saw that they carried these Subicas for $100 each. Went home, dug it out of my closet, still sealed in the box, and proceeded to take it and return it to Toys R Us. At the time, most stores weren't bothered to worry if you had a receipt. Received $100 in store credit. Spent that on some kick-ass remote-controlled car that my daughter and I loved. Then I got the idea to see how much I could find these online for. Checked eBay and found someone selling 6 of them for $35. Won that auction easily. Pretty sure nobody wanted these things. Went to Toys R Us to start returning them one at a time. Found out after the second one that they only allow you to return 2 items a year without receipt, tracked by my driver's license. Didn't let that stop me though. I went to visit 3 different Walmarts around me and managed to return the remainder of them for around $500 more in Walmart store credit. Went directly to the electronics department and dropped $300 on a news box. spent the rest on a few games, headset, and Xbox Live, and spent the next year playing Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon for free. TLDR. I got a free Xbox, games and accessories for buying some shitty kids PDA in bulk off eBay, and returning them to local stores for huge profit. When I was in high school I took AP Computer Science and the teacher taught straight out of a textbook teaching package with projects, homework, and quizzes. One day I went to the computer lab after school to get help with a project. I was the only one there, and my teacher stepped out to go to the bathroom, but was logged on his computer. I quickly inserted my USB drive and copied the entire folder he used for the class, including example solutions for every programming project. It only took about 20 seconds, at which point I ejected the drive and slipped it back into my backpack. Not only did I get an A+, but I still got a 5 on that app and placed out of my college's CS requirement. Edit. I just remembered another gem. A few years ago my dad's friend, let's call him Bob, got a call from his college saying that he has thousands of dollars of loans unpaid and overdue. His reply was something along the lines of, "Sorry, you are actually speaking to Bob's brother. Bob passed away last month." They stopped asking him to pay, and as far as I know he's still off the hook to this day. This isn't mine, but I was a cashier at a store for about a year and a half, and caught a woman and her father doing this. They would come into the store, buy 3 or 4 items, then bring them back later saying they were broken, or not what they wanted after all, etc. And since we had an exchange only policy, and you had to have a receipt to prove purchase, they would pick out 3 or 4 different items instead. This was a very small store that did not deal with a big inventory issue, so we never rang the exchanged items, but just let them take them. However, when the original items they had purchased were rang up, the receipt that printed with that transaction did not list what the individual items were, just the total price. It was a shitty register system. So they would then wait for a different employee to be working, come back with the items they had already exchanged, and the receipt from the first transaction, and exchange them again. Basically using the store like their own personal closet. They did this about 5 times before I caught them and inducted a policy that meant the employee had to write on the original receipt, since we can't force the customer to let us keep their proof of purchase, that the items had already been exchanged. The woman threw a fit the first time I wrote on her receipt. She actually had the audacity to yell at me. "How are we supposed to bring them back if you write on it? Once you're caught, just accept you're caught. Being a bitch will not make me give you what you want." And on a different note, when I was in high school I worked at a Big Lots and figured out one day that all the price stickers do not scan in what the item you're ringing up is. They just scan what section of the store it comes from. So, theoretically, I never tried this. You could peel a sticker for $0.95 off a bottle of cheap shampoo and put it on a pricey box of hair dye, but since they were both in the beauty department no one would know. Technically the cashier could notice, but most people that have jobs at places like Big Lots are either in a high school and don't give a fuck like I was, or they've been there so long they almost want to get fired so they can file for unemployment. When I was 12 or so years old I learned how to create a website. This was probably around 1998. This was when advertising on the internet was in its infancy. I found a gambling site that would pay 10 cents for every unique IP address that clicked their banner. I installed their banner on my shitty website. I had dial-up AOL, and each time I dialed and I would get a new IP address. I would watch TV for hours while signing into AOL, clicking the banner to get 10 cents and then repeat. At the end of the first month I cashed out and had them send me a check for $20. I had my mom drive me to the bank. The check had a big Let Wheel logo on it. When I tried to cash the check the teller went to a back room for like 20 minutes. My 12-year-old self got nervous and started to sweat bullets. I thought the teller might not cash my check or call the cops for frauding and advertisement company. Not rational, but I was 12. She came back with the $20. I was so happy. This was my crowning achievement of my entire life for a long time. Later on I found out banks call the issuer to verify if a check is valid. I think that's what the teller did. I tried again the next month, but they never sent me another check. I just started a new internship in an accounts receivable department of a hospital in the US. My job so far has been doing internal cash transfers. Someone overpays on an account. I transfer the money to another one of their open accounts to pay off some of the balance, and patient refunds when there are no open accounts to transfer the overpayments into. Sometimes the overpayment is actually by the insurance company and the patient paid the correct amount of co-insurance/deductible/copay. In these cases, we are supposed to refund the insurance companies. But for most of the smaller amounts, under $500, the insurance companies never bother to audit closely enough. So I was instructed to change the liability of the overpayment to the patient and issue the refund. Screw you insurance companies. Feels good to give the $50 back to a guy whose file shows 10 accounts that have gone to bad debt and he's finally paid them all off and a little extra by mistake. I once defeated a vending machine in a hand-to-hand combat. The initial provocation was at the hands of the vending machine. It stood there stoically, taunting me by dangling my favorite halo-shaped onion-flavored snack. I said to the vending machine, "What's the matter, punk? Cat's got your tongue?" Of course, I said this in Clint Eastwood's voice as to intimidate said vending machine. It just lay there without uttering a single rebuttal, just condescending silence and a snide sense of narcissism. It was at this point that I knew that a clash of man versus machine was inevitable. One could compare it to David Bowman against HAL 9000, except the stakes were much higher in my case. My first plan was to use brute force, but the menacing stature of such a ungodly machine was too much for a mere mortal to handle. Alas, I concluded that it would be a battle of wits. I hatched a plot, so conniving that the automaton of snacks would rue the day he was manufactured. I proceeded to insert a dollar into its mouth like vestibule. It received the dollar with haste. Little did it know that that simple dollar would be its undoing. For such a battle-hardened mechanism, it was naive. I was suspecting some sort of opposition from such a incredulous foe. Nevertheless, my Trojan horse scheme was proceeded with flawless execution. I pushed the acrylic buttons to no avail. It seemed to be some sort of baffling computer language. I soon realized the secret to its elaborate code through reverse engineering. The code seemed to have some connection with the food item in need. After my triumph over the machine, I was left with 2 bags of my desired snack. This is a tale I will tell to my grandkids to pass on for the generations to come. When my neighbor realized that bottles and cans can be refunded for 10 cents in Michigan, as opposed to 5 cents in many other states, he became obsessed with finding a way to exploit it. The problem was that the cost of gas, truck rental, and food for the trip would eat up the profits of his scheme. But my friend, who is a New York City mail carrier, remembered that Mother's Day, one of the busiest mail days of the year, was coming up. To deal with the overflow of mail, the New York City Post Office sends trucks to the USPS sorting station in Saginaw, Michigan. One of the 4 trucks they send is never full and would leave plenty of room for all of the refundable bottles and cans he could collect. This meant, of course, that all he had to do was volunteer for the Saginaw run, secretly load the truck with the bottles and cans, and his overhead would be covered. Pure profit. Things were on a fast track for success until we saw another friend's stolen car and gave chase. Next thing I know, my friend is drinking strong cider on a farm while I'm picking JFK's golf clubs off the expressway. In the city I live in, the state does not handle tickets. They send it to a collection agency. I happened to get a lot of tickets in a short span of time and would call to talk to the collection agency. I learned pretty soon that if you only have 2 or less tickets, they would not go after you and just leave it. And if you have 3+ tickets, they would send collections and lawyers after you. So the lesson is just to keep track of your tickets, and as long as you don't have more than 2, you don't have to pay them. If you get another ticket, just pay for that one. The practical impact of this is that parking tickets go up over time, for late fees, whatever. So you can effectively pay a lot less on your, say, 4 parking tickets by paying the 2 cheapest ones. Most cities use the same parking ticket system, and I learned this applied to the Bay Area as well as in the www.remedonline.com one. Of course I'd just double check before you stop paying your tickets, but the people who take the payments won't care to not tell you. A while back our local grocery chain had a promotion where if you used any part of your tax return to get their gift cards, you would get an extra 20% in gift cards. You had to cash it at the store and you would apply the total or part of it to gift cards. My wife and I had about $1,120 coming back in returns. We went in and cashed the whole thing on gift cards. This gave us $1,380 in gift cards. We then turned it around and bought $1,300 in prepaid visas. About 7 of them, 6 at $200 a piece and 1 at $100. With each one having a $6 activation fee, we ended up breaking about $1,338. We $80 on a gift card for emergencies, then we went to an ATM. The cards had a $3 ATM fee. We pulled out of each one $180 and that left $17 on each card. Except the $100, we did $80. This way when we spent each gift card at a Walmart or something, we ended up using the gift card in its entirety every time, and it came to about $15.50 a card because of the $1.50 transaction fee. So let's add that up. It cost us $73.50 and a bit of a roundabout, but with this plan, we ended up profiting $186. That's, if I did my math right. It's been a long day and I just got my kid to sleep, so I might be a bit fuzzy on the details, so just in case I suck, TLDR, we profited on our tax returns by exploiting a grocery store promotion to buy gift cards, to later buy prepaid debit cards. When I was in university in 1999, there was a company called All Advantage that would send you real money if you installed its advertising toolbar and browsed the web while advertising showed on the toolbar. You got even more money if you got other people to sign up. You got paid as long as you moved your mouse every 30 seconds or so. This is so it knew you were browsing and in front of the computer. Anyways, myself and my friends wanted as much money as possible, so we figured out that if we installed a program that ran a macro to move the mouse, the program thought we were still browsing the web, and voila, a reliable couple $100 a month or more for leaving your computer running the macro when you were away. Just a note, All Advantage actually sent real checks in the mail, and for a poor student it was awesome. All Advantage actually did make money, but went bust when .com went bust in 2000. When I found out that my employment with a major US corporation that hires in classes for training purposes had been delayed and I would need to take a hair test and final interview, then I waited a month and told them that family health situations wouldn't let me get down there, 7+ hour drive, but I was so impressed with the company, etc. They just told me the dates of their classes, so I picked one that was 3 months from my date of last smoking, so my hair would be approximate 1.5 inches growth clean, and set a date. This isn't cheating the system so much as lying miles off / charming someone. Used Google Voice and temporary email addresses, ones you sign up for, and they just forward to your email for a period of time before expiring, to get pizza at half price for over a year. They limited it to 2 times per person, but it was linked to phone and email, so different combinations always worked. Delivery drivers didn't care because I tip in cash and they didn't have to report cash tips to Tipshare. I work for a collection agency and they have websites with bigger social sites like Facebook, YouTube, and Reddit are blocked. I tried getting around it initially through a proxy and then tried using RDP to my own system at home, but no matter what I did to bypass the filter, they would always say my internet traffic was too high on the monthly reports. It's not that I'm a complete slacker, it's just that there isn't very much to do in my position to occupy 8 hours of the day. I'm not a collector myself, I work a different department of the company, so I did the next best thing and got a cheap junkered, but still corporate looking, Dell tower and parked it on top of my other work PC and incorporated a KVM switch. Then I signed up for Clearwire Internet using their non-broadcasting 4G modem and plugged it in. I don't work out on the floor and also not in their main corporate office, so as far as everyone else is concerned I just have 2 towers for no apparent reason and no one bothers to ask why I do. Going to be buried. Oh well. Fairly sure this doesn't work anymore, but when it did I made a good little profit. There was, and still is, a site named Manila which you'd use to organize any recurring bills and payments, monthly paid Netflix, for example. To register an account and have it properly validated you needed to link an account. I used a new Netflix that I registered for a free month trial using spare ML accounts that I didn't mind if they were stolen, was wary of entering my details into some random site. Anyways, Manila had an offer whereby you could refer a friend and have them sign up to the site and register an account. You'd be sent $5. Seemed an unbelievable business model to me, but it worked. If you concentrated properly you could register and validate a new account with the referral system using proxies and mail later emails, throwaways that are created without any registration process, roughly every 4 minutes. That's $5/4 minutes, not bad really. When I was in college we had limited parking in a parking structure, commuter school. Parking would be distributed by seniority, that is staff, seniors, juniors, etc., down to freshmen. There were 2 types of parking passes available to buy, a single pass that allowed you to drive in the structure and park with only one person in the car, but it was very expensive, $180, and a carpool pass, significantly cheaper, $60, that required a minimum of 2 people in the car when going through the security gates. Live humans. Needless to say all the single passes sold out by the time the seniors had a chance, leaving all the underclassmen with either no parking or a carpool pass. I knew a few seniors, so I borrowed one of their single passes, duplicated it on a scanner photo printer. I would use the fake single pass to drive past the security guards. It looks real enough for a drive-by quick glances, and immediately after parking, put up the legit carpool pass on the dashboard. I couldn't leave the single pass up because it had different security features that couldn't be reproduced. If you stared at it long enough you could tell it was fake. Viva college life. This is a situation where it almost backfired. One night in college a few of us were working on a project and decided to order pizza to one of the academic buildings. One of them was a special, toppings predetermined, but we explicitly said no mushrooms due to one of us having an allergy. You guessed it, that one pizza came with mushrooms. How many? 2. 2 small mushrooms pieces. This was enough for my allergic friend to insist on a refund/free pizza. It was obvious the guy making it didn't intend to put them on there and either pulled 99% of them off or accidentally dropped some on. Believe it or not, this Domino's was the only pizza place that actually delivered to our campus. It was relatively small and they hated delivering there because 1, there was a far superior and fairly new student-run pizza business on campus, weekends only, so their business had gone to shit, and 2, the school was far enough away that tips barely covered gas. So my friend calls them up and starts demanding a fix. It gets escalated to the manager who then tells us there's no way mushrooms wound up on that pizza because she took the order and wrote it down herself. They get into an argument and she claims the location is too far away for them to come out twice. This goes on for a while and finally she's guilted into fixing it, but before she hangs up, there's one stipulation. She says she's instructed the driver to inspect the pizza, and if it's not covered in mushrooms, to charge us for the extra pizza. Legal. Ban us, somehow, from ever ordering again, and report us to the college. The price you pay for being an untrustworthy 21-year-old college student. If you've ever seen the fridge of an average college student, you'll know it probably doesn't contain any mushrooms. Frantic, we rushed all over the campus, as the nearest grocery store was right next to the Domino's. Nowhere could we find mushrooms, and I even went as far as asking my drugged out roommate if he had any special ones we could borrow. All out. 3 of the 4 of us returned to the building without answers. We started telling ourselves it wouldn't matter. No delivery guy would actually care enough to rat us out, especially if he got a decent tip. We sat patiently, and then suddenly the 4th guy comes, runs in the room and starts shouting, "They're here, they're here." As he pulls out his pocket knife, he'd seen their lit up delivery sign on a car on his way back. Somehow, he found a few mushrooms and started chopping them up on a desk and throwing them all over the pizza. Not 2 minutes later there was a knock at the door. The pizza guy had arrived. It wouldn't even matter, right? He wouldn't care. We opened the door, and not only was there one, but two people from Domino's, including that manager who had the most pissed off look on her face. She demanded to see the pizza, and to her dismay, there it was, covered in mushrooms. She threw the extra pizza on a table, and walked out. So where did he get the mushrooms? All he said was, everyone on this campus is drunk and no one locks their faking doors. TLDR. Ordered pizza, got a wrong topping, barely. Pissed off manager tried to fuck us over. Friend roamed through random on-campus townhouses till he found extra topping just in time. Manager herself came to see the screw up, left even more pissed. I worked at Kohl's through college. They are the ultimate customer is always right store. Cashiers have the power to give you a price adjustment up to 50% off the original price without management approval. Originally $70, rings up as $60, and you claim it was signed as $50. You will probably get that discount. Especially if you are nice, and it is busy. People abuse this way too much. Wore a pair of pants for a year, and need a new pair? You can return them. If you bought it on your Kohl's card, you will get all the money back. People return obviously used items, jeans with unders in the pant leg, shoes with stains, shirts with holes. Still have the tag and you can exchange it for a new pair of the same kind. Yes, people do this. Yes, you will be judged harshly by the employees, but you will still get away with it. One customer would come in every year to exchange her jeans for a new pair. Another one I know people do is buying something on a great sale, wait for the sale to end, return it without a receipt, and get store credit for the original amount. They aren't kidding when they say you can return things at Kohl's for any reason. I worked at a music festival once as a volunteer for my entry ticket. The primary job I had was receiving car batteries. People use them to power their mobile speaker sets. When all the chargers were charging batteries, we were not allowed to accept any more batteries in case they exploded, and the acid got everywhere. The batteries that were charging was all placed in big plastic containers, just in case they would leak. We quickly realized that there were non-occupied containers if we moved some of the batteries around. We would then tell people that we were all full and couldn't accept their battery, but if they wanted to pay a little more than the recharge fee, we would take it behind the counter into the now empty containers and hold on to them until a battery was charged and picked up. Most people paid us something like $20, but we often got more and sometimes free booze. It actually came to the point where people would ask us to take their money to take their batteries because they didn't want to haul it all the way back to their tents. At the end of our 3-8 work days, we had almost all our beers and food paid for. In the country where I live, insurance companies are required by law to provide a cooling off period on all new policies for car insurance or home insurance. Most do this for either 14 or 21 days. During that time you have the full protection of the coverage, but are supposed to be using the time to read through the product disclosure statement and decide if the product is worth paying for to continue the coverage for the remainder of the year. Many customers have caught on to this and will simply take out a new policy, simply switching between 3 or more providers in a cycle, taking out coverage which is simply discontinued after it isn't paid. Even when they sign up it again, it has to be started as a new policy because the old one has been cancelled. Obviously it does have a time limit and you can probably only get away with it for like a year before the underwriters catch on and cease to offer you cover. I grew up poor. I worked hard my whole life. I graduated college. Found a similar wife. Total household income is about $100k, but we work a lot, 50 hours a week minimum each. At age 30 we buy a house, 40% down payment, 1 car loan, no credit cards. We can afford this house on 1 income, but that is a safe bet. Our new neighbors who own a similar house, 1 landscaper who spends his off months collecting unemployment and works under the table. 1 housewife who collects almost $3,000 in social security disability for her and her kid. I know, her check came to our house by mistake. Whoosh, $3,024. She has back problems and collects. She still is okay enough to garden 4 to 5 times a week. With my conversations with them, the disabled lady sells things on eBay throughout the year. She laughs at the government for giving her SSI awards. I almost lost it today when I saw they bought a brand new 50k Jeep. Eat a bag of dicks. PFF to you guys, I think this one is pretty crazy. I can't claim this for myself, but a friend of mine is always finding ways to cheat the system. I'll give you 2 examples that come to mind off the top of my head. Was fired from his job, probably for his lack of social skills and laziness, and collected unemployment for almost a year. During this time he traveled across the planet with the money. Through Asia, across Russia, Eastern Europe, Western Europe, South America. Mofo cheated the system. FO real. He had a relative pick up his unemployment check and deposit it. Same guy would always buy shit at Target and use the 90-day return policy to full extent. Friend coming to stay at your place and need a deluxe air mattress? No problem. Target Rent-A-Center has one for you. Traveling for 3 months while collecting unemployment? Why not do it in style with a new iPod point power edit? Always says he is traveling for the military and gets bumped up to business class. Granted, he was in Iraq like 6 years ago for 1 year, no combat. My high school had a policy that all kids had to take a senior year math class, though the state only required 3 years. I didn't want to take it. I'd already been accepted to a good school and had a bunch of things I wanted to take instead that would actually be relevant to my future career. And the guy teaching it taught my god awful junior math class where, literally, no one learned anything. Every kid from rank 1 to 25 complained about him, but they wouldn't get rid of him. My mom rolled her eyes and said, "Fine, if you can convince the vice principal, I won't make you take senior math." You know, in that dismissive parent way, where they obviously know you're going to fail, but want to shut you up. Challenge accepted. I marched in with a legal pad full of arguments largely orbiting around how making a great student like me take a useless senior math class would be of no benefit to me as I was already going to good school and would, in fact, be a negative, since the low grade I would get would pull down my GPA, and she liked to brag about the seniors' GPAs and how many scholarships they got, and she'd look pretty silly if mine got revised downward because of a useless senior math class taught by a useless teacher they'd had numerous complaints about from recite roster of academic all-stars and so on. I worked every angle I could think of, and she finally nodded and said okay and signed off on it. I'm still the only one who has ever graduated from that school without taking a senior math. My mom did a spit take when she found out. Okay, so this isn't as good as the other ones, but old folks might remember a time when stores actually did exchanges. You could bring a defective product in, and they'd just swap it out for you, instead of simply giving you a refund and telling you to buy another one off the shelf, like they do today. A couple of Christmases ago, my folks got me a 1TB external drive. I got it at their house in Atlanta, but didn't open it until I got home to Charlotte. And while the drive appeared to be new, the plastic casing was warped, and the backplane appeared to have broken off inside the unit. They got the drive from bestbuy.com, which put me in a pickle. Since it was a gift, I couldn't return the drive without sending it back to my folks and letting them go through the hassle of the return, or B, returning it myself and letting BB credit my dad's credit card, then 1, ordering a new one using dad's credit card, or 2, ordering the new one myself and hassling dad for $125. So I set it up as an RMA with Western Digital. The RMA was initially disallowed because it was physical damage, but when I emailed support and made it clear that it was DOA like that, they approved it, and they sent me back a 2TB drive instead of the 1TB my folks bought me. This wasn't really cheating the system, exactly. Hard drive manufacturers often send larger drives back for RMAs if the warehouse is out of the smaller options. But it was such a pain in the ass to exchange the product with Best Buy that I came out ahead anyway. Back then, 2TB drives were like top of the line. I had a friend that used to work at a high-end department store. She told me that she would take all the clothes she wanted for herself and put them at the register amongst the go-backs clothes that needed to be returned to their proper spots, and have her friends come in and buy something, like a t-shirt on sale, and then at checkout she would have a conversation with the customer about whatever, everyone pretending they didn't know each other, in order to make it look in the cameras, and to the other employees around her, that she was being friendly, and also because it always distracted others from noticing what she was really doing, stealing. In the middle of the conversation she'd shove the extra clothes she wanted sitting on the register into her friend's bag with the real purchase. Then, after work she'd pay them back for the money they spent, and the friend got to keep the clothes they really bought, while she got her stuff for practically free, minus the cost of the friend's item or items. Apparently since all the sensors were removed it was impossible for anyone to know, and if it ever did happen, that someone caught the customer at the door, she always instructed her friends to just act dumb, and she said she, as the employee, would just admit that she must have accidentally grabbed a go bag and put it in the bag. She always said if she ever got caught they wouldn't do anything for the one time for her mistake, and that she'd then stop doing it. She did this all through college and always had an awesome wardrobe. Apparently she never got caught lol. Had a friend who would take Walmart's satisfaction guaranteed policy to the extreme. He would buy a pair of shoes, beat the hell out of them for 90 days, and then return them. He would buy food and return the empty box, saying it was not satisfying. He would buy an Xbox 360 and a few games opposed to renting a console. He couldn't return the unopened games, so he'd just claim them defective and request an exchange. He would then return the new, unopened games for free. He says there is only one time he failed to make a return. He once just went around his garage and picked things to try to return things to Walmart. Amongst his items, he brought back a vacuum cleaner. However, he didn't realize that this cleaner was probably a decade old and how significantly vacuums were updated over a decade. So here my friend is with this ancient vacuum cleaner, clearly worlds apart from every vacuum in the store, trying to convince the staff he truly bought it there just a few days ago. He says he thinks he may have been able to get away with it too, but since he already got to return so much other random stuff that day he was willing to let it go. Coke machine scam we pulled once. Here in Sweden we have a currency we call krona. The coins range between 10, 5, 1 and 0.5. Visiting a bathhouse with school, I realized by accident that the soda can machine accepted the 0.5 coins as payment, but the coin itself fell right through to the change bowl. I quickly gather up some of these coins with some friends, and we started buying sodas. Of course, someone saw this and ran over with 15 idiots trying to look inconspicuous as they fought over each soda falling through. To screw them, we told an employee that the machine was broke and was giving out sodas for only 0.5, a lie, which led to the machine being looked over. We then returned later that afternoon, alone, with a lot of cash changed into these 0.5 coins. Proceeded to empty that machine and one more of money, then used a whole bunch of backpacks to carry all the cans from both machines. We then went and changed all the money we've got from the machines at the bathhouse's cashier. Did this for 3 days before they caught us. Gift card scamming. After receiving 2 Visa $100 gift cards that had the same numbers except for the last digit, I was determined to find the formula by which they make these cards. On eastbay.com, they had a checkout system where you would get to one of 3 pages based on the validity of your 200th number. They did not require security numbers at every website 7 years ago, which is key to this scam. If a number was invalid, it would say invalid in big red letters. If a number was valid, but not yet activated, that is it was sitting on a shelf waiting for someone to buy, you would get through to checkout, but be denied after clicking submit the order. Then of course there was the golden ground, numbers that were active and had credit on them points. Eventually, I found out the formula, which I don't remember perfectly, but it involved adding 8 to the end digit until you reached a 0, at which you added 17. Finding this made the scamming highly profitable and worth the time. I ordered about $600 worth of clothes and shoes from Eastbay doing this. I was about 13 at the time, so none the wiser to ship to another address that wasn't my house. Never got caught, don't think I ever will. The scam won't work today because basically every website requires the 3 or 4 digit security code. My senior year of high school, all seniors had to complete a service project at the beginning of second semester. Along with it, you were required to keep a journal of your experiences and eventually had to write a paper. Both the journal and paper were required to graduate. They were oddly strict on the policy, which was weird if you knew my school. Anyway, being the lazy as I was, the day came to turn them in, and I hadn't done either of them. However, the class they were due for, the teacher was not there that day, and we had a sub. Months go by. 2 weeks to graduation and the teacher asks me if I had turned them in. Me, almost forgetting about them, since they were so long ago, said of course I did, and asked if there was a problem. She explained that she couldn't find mine, and that mine was the only one in the school that was missing. I said that I remember there being a sub that day and maybe it got lost in the shuffle. I told her that I actually have the paper saved on my computer at home and will bring it in the next day, but the journal, which was to be handwritten because it was a day-by-day thing, was only one copy and it was likely lost. I go home and type up a crap paper since it didn't need to be more than 3 pages. Before I save it, I change my computer's date settings to back before it was due and then save the paper so it shows it was last edited 2 months prior. I give my teacher a flash drive with it and she sees that I had saved it back in February and accepted it. A week later grades came out for the last quarter and I had 100% marked for both the paper and the journal. TLDR, I typed a required paper 2 months late and changed my computer's date to show it was done 2 months ago. Received 100%.